There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It is an incredible week at Punta Rocas where the surf has just turned on day after day. There's been so much opportunity for each of our juniors from all around the world. It's been a really exciting event to watch up until today. It's now day 5 of competition. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Rachel Tilley to call the action. And Rach, we've got a lot that's been happening in the surf. What are you looking forward to today?
Well, today it already looks like that cloud cover is breaking up, which we were talking before might mean that a little bit of wind is picking up as well. So it'll be interesting to see how those conditions, come along throughout the day and how how the athletes navigate that throughout the day. They've been doing so well at navigating it. So looking at that forecast today, Shan, it's looking like it's going to be another good day of swell.
Yeah, that's right. So 3 to 4 feet, we've had it kind of all the way up to that 10 to 12 foot mark. There's been a great variety of the types of waves as far as size is concerned. That wind looks like, at the moment it's really light. Hopefully it stays light throughout the day. Swell direction, still that little combo swell. So we've had a lot of different peaks popping up, which is nice and given the surfers a lot of opportunity. That high tide this morning is going to be around 10:15 a.m. And so that could make it maybe just slightly more challenging out in the lineup as we come off of this low tide to start early. We're heading into our under 18 boys, round number 2, heat number 1 out in the lineup. We've got 27 heats in the round, and we're going to be able to finish this entire round today as we take a look at the opening ride now from Dane Libby out of Team USA. Driving through those first couple turns, looking really sharp as he gets his campaign opened up just off the buzzer. Throws a lot of spray off that finishing section, noting the power within his surfing. He's in the lineup up against Jacob Turner of Hawaii, Tomas Castillo from Chile, and Jack Kropp from Nicaragua.
Yeah, these heats already, into round 2 now, we are seeing some stacked heats. And that's not a surprise. This is a world championship event, so all of these athletes have some sort of usual national title to their name or something of substance that qualified them to get here within their own nations. Plenty of national champions on the USA team, as we can see them there supporting Dane with Coach Ryan Simmons.
Yeah, great looking pack they brought together from a surfing perspective this week. It's a tough team to make. As we take a look now at the opening ride from Jacob Turner, first sight on it here.
Yeah, I love that opening turn, wrapped all the way around, and we see him get to the air and unfortunately doesn't land that one. But I like, if that's a taste of what's to come, you can see the swell a little bit smaller. Dane surfed this one so cleanly. Nice flow. Those 2 opening turns made those really major, and that last turn just really extending the arms, selling it to the judges, saying he's putting everything that the wave was asking for into that. I think he'll get that nod of that opening exchange. Loved Jacob's first turns, but of course he went incomplete.
That's right. So a 3.67 on the board for first of Jacob Turner out of Kauai. His little sister, Leia, is also competing on the team, and we've got quite a few siblings representing multiple countries at this year's World Championships. There we can see the Chilean team in celebration of Thomas out in the lineup, and they're ready to go surfing themselves. Taking a look now at some live action. The inside positioning goes to Jack Kropp for priority, as this will be his first ride. Nice tail slide to start things off with. Slams on that second turn and just wraps it back to the pocket as he continues down the line. Like you said, Rachel, smaller conditions this morning, but the shape is looking really, really fun out there.
Yeah, you're right. These waves are looking so nice, and I love that we already got a hint that Jacob went on that left at the beginning. Hopefully that means we'll see a little bit more of split peak action today. Taking a look at this replay, a nicely surfed wave. I like that he kept bringing it all the way back around to the pocket, kind of staying in that upper third of the wave. I think the judges will note that. Might not go as high as that opening turn.
Taking a look at quick live action from Jacob Turner, just trying to keep that campaign rolling as we see the Chilean Tomas up and riding. Nice opening snap. This wave's a little bit softer on that shoulder, doesn't really have that critical section that we've seen on a couple of these first waves actually that have really stood up with a nice wall. 5.44 on the board now for that first wave of Jacob Turner was a 3.67, and he's now got a 1.77. It's the 5.33 on the board for Dane Libby that has set him apart in the pack. As we take a look now at Tomas on the inside section. So he's already dropped a 2.0 for his first wave, and we're now taking a look at Dane Libby up and riding once again. Just trying to build on that score line. He's got that 5.33 to start, and as he drives down the line, his surfing is looking very good to continue building that campaign. Finds that finishing section as well.
Something I'm really noticing about Dane's surfing is he never takes a rest. He's constantly, already from the end of that next maneuver, he's going straight into from the end of his last maneuver, going straight into his next maneuver. So really quick thinking, quick surfing.
Scores to drop now for last of Dane Libby. It's from Encinitas, part of the crew that surf there at Seaside Reefs, as we take a look at the last of this wave here.
Yeah, I love really noting the spray on these drone angles. You can see that is a tangible, visible thing that we can see of how much power they're putting into their turns. Really, really nice backup wave. So he's starting his campaign off in this heat exactly, I'm sure, how they've coached. Let's take a look at this replay from Tomas. A little bit slower, sleepier of a wave, but he was able to catch up to those last two maneuvers and get them in. So he's trying to better his 2.0, add to that score line. Judges waiting to drop those last two scores.
Yeah, taking a little time to think things through. At the moment, it's Jacob Turner who's sitting in that leading position. Dane in second with a decent score to drop. He'll take away the lead, chasing only a 0.11. And our surfer in the red jersey uses his priority on this wave. Just races around that opening section straight into a nice swing for that first turn. Opening up for the next two as a tight combination. Then continuing to find more opportunity as he finishes off down the line. Smaller conditions today, but wow, there's a lot of scoring potential available.
Yeah, and I like that we finally got to see Jacob really get a wave from start to finish. We've seen moments from him so far, but with 13 minutes on the clock, you know, that's when you want to start getting at least something substantial in your score line. So this is going to be exactly that. Nice opening hit, brings it back around, goes for a second one. On his backhand, looking really strong and flary. You can see that back arm. He keeps it nice and high, utilizing it to drive from maneuver to maneuver. That'll be a great wave.
Well, a score to drop in. We do have the scores in for last of Tomas. It's a 2.83. That comes in as his highest score. But then the highest score of the heat was just dropped by Dane Libby. A 6.33 sets him up into that leading position. sitting on an 11.66 heat total now, and it puts nearly an excellent requirement on the board for Jacob Turner. Tomas Castillo down in third place position. Still has a small requirement, although we're expecting that to change with the last of Jacob dropping. Dane staying active here. Coming out of Encinitas, there's a lot of waves that are actually similar to how it looks out here this morning at Punta Rocas. You know, at Cardiff Reef, at Seaside Reefs, where he surfs with, you know, his friends back at home on the regular, all the way through the campgrounds. There's just a lot of breaks that look just like this. So some great feelings for him as we see Jacob Turner also finding a real rhythm on his backhand now.
Yeah, I think, Shannon, with these smaller conditions, we are seeing a lot more exchanges happening now. It's not taking them as long to get out the back. They are able to, you know, yesterday and the past few days, we've been seeing some of those wash-through sets also move the surfers out of position. So we see potentially...
Oh, all right. Well, Jack's asking the question. Priority was sitting with white from what we have on our priority board. So first priority with white in that situation. Jack from Nicaragua, he's a younger surfer, surfing between the two divisions as a 14-year-old. And some smart surfing from him in that moment just to kind of recognize the situation. We're going to have another look at that in just a moment to see what went down. So again, it was our surfer in white who had higher priority. He's going to take off here on his backhand, and Tomas Castillo takes a dive on his takeoff.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go right. Obviously, Tomas did too. You can see him kind of look his head one way and go to the other. This was a pretty split peak, you know, I would say. Sometimes judges won't award the interference if Jack was maybe too far to the right, or, you know, and they'll say, oh, he didn't need to go all the way over to the left. He didn't have that priority on it. But in that case, he kind of had that even split between that right or that left. And I think, unfortunately for Tomas, that is going to turn into an interference. We'll leave it to the judges. Obviously, Jack was really convinced that he felt Tomas interfered with his wave. So we'll see where the judges go with it. Ultimately, the judges are looking, did Jack's wave get interfered? That is the main question.
Jacob Turner now up and riding. He's sitting in second, goes for some progression on that opening turn. He dropped in a 5.53 on the board for his last wave, and that increases the requirements drastically on both Tomas and Jack in that third and fourth place position, up into those that kind of mid-range 6 for each of those surfers in blue and white. Dane Libby now holding on to priority as he started off strong, dropped to 2.07 for his last wave. And he's now just, you know, going to be in the controlling seat here as we come down to 9 minutes remaining on the clock, Rachel.
Yeah, a really great start. At this point in the heat, 8.5, like you said, or well, we're getting to 8.5. You want at least those 5s and those 6s in your score line if there's other competitors that already have that in their score line. So that way you're at least keeping up with the heat and it comes down to your backup waves. It's really hard when you're kind of still looking to replace both of them at this point.
Thomas now driving down the line, looking for an opportunity to throw the tail out on his forehand. At this stage, chasing a big score, Rachel, the approach to either go really big and try and get that score on a single wave, 7.37 is the requirement now, which would be the highest of the heat so far, or that opportunity to try and chip away at it with a couple of scores. What's your take?
I mean, there's still plenty of time. I would not be looking for that 737 just yet, especially because that 737 is because he only has a couple of 2s in his scoreline. If he could at least just get a 4 or a 5, that becomes a much more attainable score.
And it looks like we do have an interference that has been called, blue on white.
Yeah, unfortunate situation, but I think that's what the judges would have seen. Jack very convincing in his communication to the judges and his frustration. But ultimately what they would have looked is, did Jack have to change his line? And he did. He had to kind of bottom turn around Tomas. Even though Tomas tried to get out of it quick, it still was, they were too close to each other to not interfere. An unfortunate situation. So he will lose that second highest single wave score. And now he's trying to advance with just one ride, but his heat total being a 10.20, 10.2, means that he's now out of this heat, Shannon.
That's right. At this stage, current situation for Tomas Castillo representing Chile is that he needs a single score of a 10.20. That's unattainable because the max score possible is a 10-point ride. Now, the only thing that could work in his favor is if there's another interference in the mix. So he needs to continue surfing his heat, looking for, you know, any wave that gives him the opportunity to get a decent score on the board, because anything could happen in the next 6.5 minutes. But at this stage, it is looking more favorable for our top two surfers, as there's just one more really vying for that opportunity to steal away the advancing position, and that's Jack Kropp, who's currently chasing a 7.70 on the board. So that situation for Jack, you know, kind of at least freeing him up, knowing that he's really the only one with an opportunity if things play out as it currently is and there are no more interferences or reasons for, you know, that little red triangle to show up next to anyone's name. Little slow moment here in the heat as surfers are just repositioning a little bit, having a look at this next little set coming through. First priority is sitting with green, who's looking to improve on a 5.33. Second priority is with white, Jack Kropp, now up and riding and setting himself up here. He's also been competing in the under 16s, so he's had a lot of time in the jersey here in Peru this week. Goes in for a big snap and he's able to ride out of it. Takes a bit to kind of find that momentum to connect with the next section, but he gets there in the end. And he'll have another score to improve on that 2.5 that he has as his high score at the moment. Looking for a paddle now, Jacob Turner on the inside, just kind of staying active. He'll be looking to improve on that 4.67 as his backup score at the moment. And a little split peak here. We'll stick with Jacob as he just throws it up into the lip line. Dane Libby up and riding as well with a great looking right in front of him. Just staying really sharp. Again, the surf probably feeling a little bit more like home for him out here at Punta Rocas this morning, with the size and just the different kind of faces that this wave shows.
Yeah, I was talking to Dane after one of his heats, and he's saying it feels a lot like Swami's, which is a break in Encinitas. And I have to agree, our coastline being not with the sandy dunes in terms of what all of Peru's coastline makes up. It's not too similar to California. However, the cobblestone rocks are a bit bigger here, but it is that cobblestone reef break that makes up what this wave is, and the speed that it has, the slopiness to the ride, the way the speed changes rapidly throughout the wave, and being able to anticipate that, very similar to Southern California, I'd say.
Yeah, that's so true, especially the speed of the wave, the pacing of it. It has a really similar feel to that. Really needing to not rush things and get ahead of a section, as it often might hit a deeper pocket in the reef specifically, go a little flatter for a moment before it hits that next shallow patch of rocks and stands up a little bit taller. Thomas now continuing to surf his heat, which is exactly what he should be doing at this stage. You know, he made that mistake. That's unfortunate. Continue surfing, knowing that the outcome could change for anyone else, and the last thing you want to do is give up before that buzzer sounds. Great surfing on his forehand. I really love those wraps as he comes through to the inside and puts on a nice finish.
Yeah, that was a nice wave. Regardless of how this, he'd be having some frustration, and regardless how this heat ends up, it's nice, you know, when you get to just put a wave from start to finish together, and that's that first wave that we've really been able to see him do that. So that will replace that 2.83, I think, in his score line. Of course, as we said, it's not breaking down that 10.2 requirement, though.
Driving down the line, Dane gets in and out of that wave. Now Thomas taking off and just ripping that left apart makes sense because of where he grew up in Chile. He's from Puertecillo. It's a small little coastal town in the countryside. It's very quiet life, and it's got a great left-hand brake. So for him, you know, able to surf in a quiet little area of the world, have a tight-knit community back at home, and, you know, have a really nice setup to be training for coming into the World Junior Championships. Of course, it's been predominantly the right here at Punta Rocas that surfers have been opting to take off on and finding those big scores, but the left has plenty of scoring opportunities to it as well. And we've seen lots of scores, you know, in that 7+ range dropping throughout the week off the lefts as well as the rights.
Yeah, and now with this size really turning into that traditional peak, I'm excited to see the surfers take advantage of both those rights and lefts. So this is that split peak. Jacob went left. We're following Dane on this right. He's surfing a really textbook heat, Shannon. We're still waiting for this score to come through, and the power that he's putting into these turns, look at that upper body, just really whipping that around. That is textbook surfing. Got so much done in such a tight pocket, kept everything really critical, and goes straight into that next turn. I really appreciate that. A lot of times we will see athletes maybe do like a double pump bottom turn. We might see it here. That's more of what I'm talking about. However, this section calls for that. Sometimes athletes can get stuck. It's almost like saying, you know, just doing these little bottom turns when they don't need to. And I appreciated that Dane's wave didn't incorporate that.
That's a great description of, you know, a double bottom turn or those extra pumps being thrown in. Is just, if you're able to clean it up, clean it up.
Yeah, it just accentuates your flow. Just as you like to hear a public speaker, I'm going to try and say as minimum times as possible today, because it just sounds better. It looks better when each maneuver flows from section to section.
Well, we're down to 10 seconds on the clock, Rach. We've got scores dropping in across the board. And it's just Jacob Turner who was not able to find himself with a last opportunity in this heat. That 5.53 and that 4.67 will stay as his high scores. He's currently sitting in second and won't have the opportunity to move into the lead. Jack Kropp is chasing down a 7.70 to find himself into that advancing position. We do have a score to drop for him. And we know that Dane Libby's also dropping in his last score, looking to improve on the couple of sixes that he opened up with. Thomas Castillo with a score as well on that left. I'm curious to see where the judges will go with it. Now, unfortunately, at this stage for him, that requirement has remained at a 10.20, which means that it is literally impossible for him to get that on a single wave with a 10-point maximum available for him. So that's an unfortunate way to see this heat play out for Thomas, as he will be eliminated from competition, scoring a 4.6 for that last wave.
Yeah, and, you know, he'd feel good that at least he got something from start to finish. You can see that frustration. It's unfortunate that it played out that way.
Well, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we'll continue on with our under-18 boys main round 2. Top surfers advancing through, bottom surfer eliminated from competition. Welcome back to Punta Rocas in Peru. We're here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. there's been some great surfing that we've been able to watch and celebrate here, as we see a lot of surfers from around the world trying to find that opportunity to be a world champion this week. 424 in the draw out of 57 different nations, and out in the lineup right now, 4 of those countries are represented: Peru, Switzerland, Ecuador, and South Africa, with Bastian, Massimo, Jeremy, and Sianda out in the lineup. Top 2 surfers will be advancing through. Bottom 2 surfers will be eliminated from competition as we continue to move our way through the draw here at Punta Rocas. Some really fun peaks coming through the lineup this morning, Rach.
Yeah, and the conditions today looking so different to how they have the past 2 days. Look at these lines coming through.
And a big takeoff for our surfer in the white jersey for Sianda out of South Africa. Great looking opening turn. That wave just tapers off a little bit as he'll kick out.
Yeah, these conditions, Shannon, because it's a bit smaller today, we're looking at more of those split peak opportunities. That drone angle before was a really beautiful demonstration of what this lineup looks like, what these surfers are working with. And what I'm really excited to see is how Bastian reads this heat and plays this heat out. He is the local surfer here that we have seen score excellent rides in previous heats, and their sitting positions are looking really different with the conditions today. So watching him adapt and change his strategy, I'm just interested to see how he reads this lineup today.
Yeah, it's going to be a great heat to see unfold as the local is in the water. He's been dropping some decent scores and really has had a great run up until now in competition, as we see a great looking set approaching. No priority established yet between red and blue. They have not had their opening rides. We do have a 2-point ride on the board for Jeremy from Ecuador, as we take a look now at some live action with the local in Bastian Pierce representing Peru, setting himself up down the line. He could already eye off that section and wanted to make the most of it. Just at single turn, and he'll finish off.
Yeah, he got into it early, started trying to build that speed right away, and that will quickly go into the best ride of this heat so far. I know he'll be hoping that that is a throwaway still, Shannon, but really nice to just get your campaign opened up.
That's right. Some celebrations from the teams as surfers from that opening heat of the morning are on their way up. That's Dane Libby in the green, who took out the win for USA. Just behind him, Jacob Turner for Hawaii in the red jersey. Those two advancing through and really showing us that there's some great fun waves out in the lineup this morning. Team cheer on the beach. It's cool to see, all of the teams coming up to the top of the stairs, Rachel, having that opportunity to celebrate with the pack before continuing on with their day.
Yeah, that's been so fun. And one of the coolest ones has been Peru, because they have so many people here. They're bringing people in from the community, and they have them do this giant circle.
Massimo Baines now up and riding for Switzerland, setting himself up with a lot of speed. As he comes through those outside sections, just tags the lip, wraps it around for a first major maneuver, and into the second now. Looking for a solid finish as this wave closes out, and easily tags the end section.
Got a lot of work done on a small wave. He'll be feeling good with that one. I like that he found little opportunities to find points of accentuation on some of those maneuvers, even in the smaller sections.
Well, we got 14 minutes on the clock. We already saw the celebration for Team USA as we saw Dane Libby take out the victory. We'll go down to the beach to check in with him now.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Dane. It seems like a Peruvian lowers out there right now. High tide on the rocks really front, but it was really the quick start. You had 11 points in the first 4 minutes. Want to talk about that, Dane?
Yeah, there was a wave that came in right off the bat, got an early start. I almost thought I popped up before the heat even started, so it was a little stressful there. But yeah, I got the 5 and then backed it up right away, so I was stoked.
One of the foreign nations still has everybody in the event too, the US of A. Obviously representing your hometown of Encinitas, more than anything representing the nation, especially with the pride of Coach Ryan Simmons. What's been the advice so far from the coaching staff?
Just stay active. You really don't want to be sitting out there, so try and get an early start, catch a bunch of waves, and yeah, really try and find the good ones with a wall. There's a lot of duds out there that are slow, so yeah, just find a good wave with a wall.
And how much do you think all those amateur events have really paid off in a situation like this? 20 minutes goes by quick.
Yeah, doing all the events back home definitely helps. Just surfing heats all the time. Yeah, it's nice.
Congrats. A shout out back to Encinitas.
Yeah, shout out everybody at home, my parents, everybody here supporting. So yeah.
Thanks, Dane. Appreciate it.
Great surfing from Dane as we get to see another surfer in the green jersey, Jeremy, out of Ecuador with a nice looking attack on his backhand. He opened up with a 2-point ride, Rachel, and now he's looking to build. 13 minutes on the clock, and our surfer in white is sitting with first priority, red in second priority. So we can see the two of them just sitting, waiting for scores.
It's interesting hearing Dane talk about that strategy of really not wanting to sit, because that's something I really noticed with the amount of waves that he caught that were in his scoreline. Lots of 0.5s, 1.5s, where he just maybe did one turn cut out, stood up and cut out. He stayed really active, really busy, and that helped him find, like he said, that helped him decipher between what is a dud and what is an actual scoring ride. So we're not really seeing anyone use that strategy right now. Notably, Bastien staying really patient. He's the local though, so maybe trusting his knowledge a little bit more of what already looks like a dud.
Surfers getting ready for the next heat. We will have in heat number 3 of the day, the green jersey, Maverick Wilson for Australia. We've got Kai Hall of South Africa, Chen Shengyang of Chinese Taipei, and Wu Xidang from China will be hitting the lineup. Scores are dropping in across the field at the moment. It's the Ecuadorian in the leading position with a 3.43 and a 2, having him on a 5.43 heat total. Sitting just behind that in the heat total of 5.17 comes off the strength of a single score of a 5.17 for Massimo Baines, representing Switzerland from Kolmaki in Cape Town, South Africa. So he opened up with the best of that starting exchange, Rach.
Yeah, and that is what is really crucial. I'd say up until about 6 minutes, I don't really mind where I'm sitting in the heat in terms of placement. It's about the score lines. If I'm sitting in 4th place, but I have an 8 and everyone else is above me because they have 2 4s, I know I'm sitting really strong. That's how Massimo would be feeling at the moment, because the strength of a 5.17 is much higher and already has him in an advancing position without even having a backup.
That's right, and a 3.67 on the board now for Bastien. He's chasing just a 1.51 to take the advancing position. At this stage for him, coming from Punta Hermosa, just 5 minutes up the road, he surfs this wave all the time. He's going to be waiting out some nice wave selection in second priority now as well, and likely would have wanted to start off his heat with a little bit more of a bang.
Yeah, it can get easy to get stuck now waiting as well too. Fortunately, no one else, Jeremy and Sianda kind of staying in that similar position as him, so it's not like I'd say he's really falling behind, but he's not having that dominance I'm sure that he would have loved to start the first half of this heat with. Still 10 minutes to go, so we're exactly halfway through now. At this point, he's looking to have a 10-minute heat and put 2 great scores together.
A 2.68 is a requirement now on Sianda Hewitt for Team South Africa. He opened up with that 2.5 on the board. 18 years old, in his last year being able to compete here for Team South Africa in the juniors event specifically. His dad, Tom, is the founder of Surfers Not Street Children, and Sianda is an ambassador for them. It's an amazing organization that works with youth in the area, introduces them to surfing, and gives a lot of opportunity to have, restoration through recreation, essentially. And so for Sianda, it's been a life-changing opportunity. for him making this South African team is no surprise because he comes from a surfing family. He's been raised there on the beach, surfs noob here on the regular, and now to see him out here performing has been really awesome.
Yeah, it's great to see him here on the world stage, as with these 3 other surfers. Earlier you saw that graphic, 57 nations here, and having the honor to represent at the World Junior stage turns into a pathway to a bigger career for a lot of the surfers. We see a lot of our current world champions and Olympians get their start here at the juniors. So a huge honor to make your national team and represent on the world stage.
Well, we got a set coming in now. Surfer in white is in first priority. He's going to take the first opportunity in front of him. He's in a great position for it. Sets up for a first turn and makes it look really easy. He's been coaching back at home with Durban's Chad DeToit for a number of years, and it's really, you know, helped him work on that competitive angle, you know, wave selection within heats, using, you know, priority in those right moments and everything in between. He'll be looking for a 2.68 to take the advancing spot as Jeremy, the powerful Ecuadorian, unleashes that first turn. He's a man of faith and is really just thankful to be here representing his nation once again. We can see with his surfing that that power is just something he would really like to continue unleashing as he finishes off on the end section.
That is more like it. We haven't seen a wave yet where he was really able to demonstrate that power, like you said, Shannon, and that one was a little bit more representative of what we know he can do. A great wave. He's looking to replace that 2.0. Safe to say, I think he will. A smaller wave, frothier one, so it's not easy, but man, look at that power into that opening turn. You can see our surfer in red and blue looking from behind, watching that spray come off the back, just showing how much power he has into such a small wave. Shannon, a lot of times surfers that have power tend to surf really heavy on their feet, but I think he has a nice balance of the two, looking light on his feet with that power. I really like the patience of Sianda here on those bottom turns, just waiting, pausing a little bit before he gets to that lip just to make sure he times that turn perfectly. So that last wave does go into his scoreline for Sianda as well.
There it is, a 3.07, and I think getting a look at that replay there, probably the only negative was the fact that it was the first wave of the set, and it seemed to still carry a lot of water, where the second wave in that set started to drain and stand up a little bit taller with that more critical section. Like you said, Sianda did well to pace his surfing through it. He wasn't rushing it, noting the changes to that wave, but I'm sure he would have been hoping and waiting for that to really stand up and offer him a critical section.
Yeah, absolutely. And really interesting, our surfers with first and second priority now, not getting an opportunity on those sets before. Those waves looked really clean, so it's a shame we didn't get to see more surfing out of them, but sometimes those sets, as we saw represented yesterday as well, sometimes those sets aren't the best ones. It's the medium ones that really line up, as we see a paddle now.
And it's Bastian putting himself in position here, only needing a 1.9 to move into the advancing position. Opening turn will have him on that score. Now looking to build down the line and really put his foot down in this heat as the surfer that knows this break very well.
Yeah, you can kind of see that shake of the head and how hard he's paddling. He's a little bit frustrated. I think he's feeling a bit of that pressure now, just trying to go, come on, pull it together. And it's not that he's doing necessarily inherently wrong. He's not falling, he's not making mistakes, but he's not finding those waves that really allow him to get what he's needing. And at least that score does drop and does change the situation for him. Still work to be done, though.
That's right, a 4.43 off of the strength of a decent opening turn, that second wrap as well. Sets him up in first. Now Jeremy dropped into 3.93 for his last wave. He's in second as we take a look at this once again.
Yeah, like you said, that score coming from the strength of that opening turn, bringing it back around there into the pocket. At this point, though, the wave is kind of dying out. That opening turn, 4.43. We've seen longer waves surfed, Shannon, that have only landed in those threes, and that just shows how important getting that outside major maneuver is.
You're right. Well, now Bastian's going to stay active and busy. Under priority from the rest of the pack, finds this left, Gets that first nice hook on his forehand and a nice clean section to end on as well. Going for that quality versus quantity wave after wave.
Okay, now you can see that that energy switching. I think that momentum from him switching as we're into 3 minutes and 50 seconds. And Massimo having a look.
There we go, opening sweep as he sets himself up. Looking for only a 2.19. This wave goes really sleepy through the middle section, but begins to stand up on the rocks once again. We'll see if he's able to find that final tag. Does well to just kick out clean. He opened up with that 5.17. He's been holding on to the high score of the heat the entire time.
Yeah, and we talked earlier about having that highest score of the first exchange, that confidence it gives you throughout the heat. But at this point with 3 minutes, it's really important he gets a backup wave. And so smart that he went and did that, because a 2.19 is his requirement off of that high of the 5.17. So not a high requirement. That will be that, in my opinion, easily.
So 3.33, it takes him into the leading position and now puts the question mark on Bastian. Bastian's last wave, a 3.2 for the left, so it doesn't factor into his top two. He was unable to improve his scoreline with it. And now the requirements, a 4.18 for Jeremy Cedeno from Ecuador to take out that that advancing position, and a 5.03 for the South African Sianda Hewitt to get himself the advancing position. His surfing's right there. We've just got to see him use that priority on a wave that's going to offer him a critical section.
Yeah, those are small scores, Shannon, for our surfers in what they need to attain, really. At this point, it's finding that wave that also allows you to do the surfing required. Judges being, you can see a lot. We're looking at the entire scoreline right now, Shannon, on our screen below, and you can see so many threes given out by the judges, and that difference from a 3 to a 4 really comes into a wave that allows you to have a major outside maneuver, speaking to that 4.43 that Bastian was able to get. So these surfers that need that 4 and that 5 need to find a wave that allows them to do that too.
That's right. As we're down to 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock, our heat leader Massimo Benz for Switzerland, he was just able to sneak into that leading position. He's having a look at this wave here, and we'll see him take a paddle. Now setting himself up just around that rock. Drives through that first section. Born in Dubai, but raised in Cape Town, South Africa. Most times he's surfing with the Schleipen brothers, Luke Thompson, guys that have had great success here at the World Junior Championships for South Africa in the past. And it's been a great opportunity for him to just have some good surf friends out in the lineup, and those like Luke Thompson who, you know, are winning Challenger Series level events on the WSL side of things, who are really knocking at the forefront of that next generation of professional surfers out of South Africa.
Yeah, and that experience and being able to be around that is showing in this heat. He surfed a really smart heat, being patient, winning that opening exchange, and then now these last 5 minutes, I appreciate, even though he's in the lead, he's staying busy and working hard to continue to improve that second score.
Well, he does improve just by 0.5, but it's improvement with a 3.83 that has dropped in above his 3.33 as the backup score. That means Bastian Pierce is now chasing over a mid-range 4 to take the lead away. And with 24 seconds on the clock, it's our heat in priority. Our first and second priority surfers are the ones who need scores to take the advancing positions. We'll see if it's enough time for a wave to come through. That wave, just really small on the inside, wouldn't have facilitated the scoring potential that they need. And you can just kind of get the feeling that it just might be too late for the buzzer as this wave approaches, and the buzzer has already sounded. You can see that in the surfing, and the fact that two people just took off on that wave and they will be just getting out of the contest site. Unfortunate for Jeremy Cedeno of Ecuador and Sianda Hewitt for South Africa, eliminated from competition, and well served for Massimo Benz and Bastian Pierce. Advancing through in the next round for Switzerland and Peru. We've got more action when we return.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, FENTA, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
And we're back, heat number 3 of the morning for the under 18 boys main round 2 happening here at Punta Rocas in Peru. We're gonna have another big day of competition for our ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We've got 27 heats in total for main round 2 for the under 18 boys. That's what's happening here at the main podium today. And on our second podium at El Bosque, we have our girls in the lineup. So we'll be paying close attention to that as well. As we take a look at the heat currently in the lineup with South Africa, Chinese Taipei, Australia, and China out in the lineup. Kai Hall Maverick Wilson representing Australia up and riding in the green jersey. And nice looking wave to start things off with for the Aussie as he'll just finish off on the in section. Kai Hall now up and riding for South Africa. Big re-entry as he hits a bit of backwash, it looked like, even maybe with that turn. Pumping and driving, trying to set himself up for this finishing section. Looking for this little lip line to tag on the end, and he won't be able to ride out complete. Scores to come through now for first of green and first of red. That leaves Chen Shengyang out of Chinese Taipei in the blue jersey, and Wu Xidong for China in the white jersey looking for their opening rides. Shannon Hughes here alongside Rachel Tilley for the call.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying calling this with you, Shannon. The waves are so beautiful. That canvas that we got to see those surfers surf just so beautifully on has been really nice. This wave I was thinking of in particular, just look at that wave and how fun it would be to ride. And Maverick surfed it so well. Nice opening turn into a hit right away, bringing it back around on his backhand, looking really sharp. And then that wave just peters out. So impressive opening start for our surfer from Australia. This one for our surfer from South Africa offered a little bit more pausing up there on that floater. Impressive surfing, wrapping that one around. This is where this wave goes a little bit sleepy, but it'll be harder to find these waves that offer this end section. So it was great that he was able to connect this, but unfortunately going incomplete there. But I think that will be one of the differences, Shannon, is those surfers that are able to find that outside maneuver like both Maverick and Kai were able to do, but then also find the far and few between waves that give an end section opportunity as well.
Yeah, if they're able to find a wave that offers that scoring potential in a big wave from the starting maneuver and the ending maneuver, that's where we're going to see some big, exciting scores dropping in. Of course, through competition this week, Rachel, we have seen big scores from just those single maneuvers. You know, maybe one big section that's offered a closeout re-entry or something exciting on a single maneuver here at the World Junior Surfing Championships. It's been a long season, though, of ISA events, and Rach, you've been a part of more than just one of them.
Yeah, getting to surf in the ISA World Longboard Championships at the beginning of this year and then commentate the rest of those. I've been at pretty much all of them, and that has been a huge honor and pleasure.
Yeah, it's been really fun to just see the ISA continue to run great events around the world. Of course, more than one taking place in El Salvador this year. It's great to see a new location on the cards now for the juniors here in Peru. And Maverick Wilson looking very sharp as he blows out the tail on that first turn, wraps it around with a seamless connection for those next two turns as he looks here down the line to see how much more scoring potential might be available on this wave. Just keeping things fluid and moving as he continues down the line. We've got 15 minutes remaining on the clock. A 6.67 is that first score of Maverick Wilson. We'll wait for the second and we'll head in to check with Mitch Salazar now.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Massimo Biens. He just got his hat from his teammate Matias too, right in the nick of time. Congratulations. You were pretty much out of the heat up until the last few minutes. How'd it feel right there getting those scores right at the end?
Yeah, thank you so much. Wow, I was so nervous that heat, especially when I missed that wave in first priority. I knew I had to get a wave straight away. The heat was so slow. I wanted to start quick, but I'm just happy I got the little waves at the end. I just want to say sorry, Mom, for making you so nervous. I know she was on the edge of her seat, but obviously very happy to make it through another heat.
Yeah, this is your second time competing now at the juniors for the Swiss team. Talk about the strength of your team too. A lot of people doing well in the main round still, but what about the camaraderie that you felt so far?
Yeah, no, our team every year just gets closer and closer, stronger and stronger. I think yesterday we had 4 heat wins, which is huge for us as a Swiss team. So I'm loving it at the moment, and I know everyone is. I can't wait for the rest of the contest.
How do we get more support and more Swiss team members eventually, both on the World Surfing Games and World Junior side?
Well, I think it's good that people are from everywhere, so people can see, if I'm Swiss, I can go surf for the team. So that's why I think it's really good. We have such a mixed team, so it shows anyone can get in the team.
Great advice. So what back home?
So I say, Mom, Dad, sister watching, all the boys, SSA grinders. I know that group sends so many messages. All my friends send me messages. Thanks, everyone, so much. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Great surfing from Massimo, and really love hearing, that drive behind the Swiss team, and the fact that they've gotten so many heat victories this year is really awesome to see them really establishing themselves as one of those teams to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting those heat wins now, super crucial. Continuing on in that energy down the event. Every heat win just gives you a little bit more confidence for that next one.
We got 13 minutes remaining on the clock, and it's Maverick Wilson who's in the leading position. He's got a 6.66 and a 5.6 on the board in green. He's from Dunsborough in Western Australia. It's just down the beach from Bustleton and in that Margaret River region where there's just so many waves available, so many types of waves, and has bred some of the best surfers in the world, Rachel.
Yeah, and surfing so well. He's been having a great heat so far. There's still more than half of this heat left, and he has this on lock with a 6.67, a 5.67. By far the 2 highest single wave scores of this heat. Has him in a commanding lead, and he is surfing so well. I love that on both of his waves, he has literally surfed it until there has been no energy left in the wave. And we saw in that last heat, Shannon, they have a shot on him and their team coaches chatting, and I think that would have been one of the key things they were talking about, is finding every opportunity on the wave and not letting one opportunity for a turn go by, because at that point, once you do that opening major maneuver, that's where majority of that score comes from. And then if you can find 1, 2, 3, 4 turns, all of those just add into what turns into that score at the end.
That's right. Well, now the pressure is on as we're approaching that kind of halfway mark in this heat, taking a look at the conditions as well. That surf being really fun and playful today. High tide's going to be around 10-15, so it'll be interesting to see with the lack of swell or, the decreased size in the swell, what the conditions look like as we hit that high tide around 10 a.m. It's a couple hours from now.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that end section become more and more rare, which is why we were talking about earlier. I think it's really a huge benefit for the surfers that are able to find that opportunity, connect those waves. Not always when you're taking off can you predict what it's going to do on the inside, whether it's going to hit that section or not. And finding that ability to do that prediction is really helpful and something that the surfers would be trying to decipher while they're preparing for their heats, while they're watching the heats prior to paddling out.
Sitting with first priority out in the water right now is Sheng Yang Chen out of Chinese Taipei. He's just 14 years old. This is his first time competing in an international event. He's been surfing for about 3 years now. And his favorite wave is Jinsun Harbor, where you and I have spent a lot of time over the years, Rachel, and it has a lot of similarities to this break, especially on those early days that we saw in competition where there was more water moving and we had a little bit more size to it. So if he can tap into that mentality that, it's not that different from his home break, from his favorite wave, then I think we'll be seeing him find himself with a great opportunity to chase down that score he needs for advancement.
Yeah, I mean, if you can surf Jinsun Harbor well, you can surf pretty much anywhere well. It's a tricky wave. You're constantly having to adapt to the lineup, to the wave, the pacing of the wave, and it really forms you as a surfer. And I think this wave is super similar, like you said.
Maverick Wilson now on a tear to start out his round 2 heat. He's already got a 12-point heat total, looking to build from there. And with surfing like this, it's no surprise that he qualified for one of the toughest teams to qualify for in Team Australia. Taking a look now at our surfer in the white jersey from China, Wu Xingdong. He's from Hainan, which has such a variety of waves as well. Great looking backhand as he finds those first 2 turns. Now starting to open up here, surfing very nicely on that equipment under his board. And wow, that was a great way for him to start off. I mean, he had that 1.83. Now he's going to build on that scoreline for sure. Kai Hall now up and riding. He's had the opportunity to travel to so many places around the world. Grew up in Durban, spent some time living in J-Bay, and has spent a lot of time in the water in Hawaii and Tahiti. As we take a look now at Chen for Chinese Taipei. Again, has a wave like this that he surfs on the regular back at home. And surfing like that shows that he's feeling very comfortable.
Yeah, with 8 minutes plus 30 seconds remaining, I would love to see him have maybe gone for something a little bit more conservative and just finish the wave out to get something in his scoreline. But let's take a look at this replay of Maverick surfing an amazing heat right now. Shannon, we're talking about his strategy probably being to just take advantage of every single opportunity that the wave gives, and this is no different. Look, he does every turn up until the wave completely disappeared. So love that strategy from him. As we see our Chinese surfer having a nice opening account, building on top of that 183. This will finally do that as well. We've had the pleasure of surfing a lot at Hainan.
As we take a look now at Kai, uses his priority on this wave, drives through that first turn, adding some variety in, really opening up on the second, and just lays it back for the third. So nice bit of change for each of those turns on the way through. Has a look back to see, you know, maybe what's happening with the sets, decides to give one more opportunity and focus right in front of him. Currently chasing down an 8.84 to take away the leading position from the Australian, as Wu is now up and riding. We saw that great tail slide for the first turn on his last wave. Now we'll see what his approach is here. Just looking to find himself into the corner, and that wave gives him a nice pocket for that final turn.
Yeah, that last turn looking really good. Finally, one that was just really clean in execution from start to finish. These first few having a little bobbles, I mean, that was not to his fault, that boil popping up, wrapping it around. This one, maybe a little bit mistimed, still kind of in that whitewash, but that is perfectly timed, and you can see the spray rewarding him because of that.
We've got 6.5 minutes remaining. This heat is starting to open up. We've got a 2.67 for that first wave of Shengyang Chen out of Chinese Taipei. Had he not fallen on that second maneuver, he would have been sitting in a closer position to advance, but still only needs a 2.44. He's sitting with second priority, and it's the heat leader that's in that leading priority position. Now, Rach, we're still waiting on a couple of scores to drop through, though, to really find out what those requirements are. For Maverick Wilson, he's sitting on that 6.67 as his high score. We'll see if this last wave, which the judges are taking a little bit of time with, is able to improve that score line at all. At the moment, though, he's already put an 8.84 requirement on anyone to be able to take away that leading position.
Yeah, so feeling really comfortable and confident. I mean, that 6.37, Shannon, for Maverick on that last wave, that was a small wave, and it was because of his surfing so light on his feet and looking so flary and taking every single advantage of it, that he was able to manufacture what should have been, you know, maybe a 2, a 3 into a 6. He surfed that wave above its offering. And I think that indicates that we're only seeing just scratching the surface of Maverick's ability.
I couldn't agree more. Well, he's holding on to the lead, and now Wu Xidong from China has taken away that second place position. A 2.67 and a 3.03 has him in an advancing spot. He's now up and riding again as we see him drive through these first couple of turns, starting to feel some confidence as he's heard those last scores drop, but also knowing he really needs to push his surfing to try and secure himself a position into the next round. We're still also waiting for a score to drop in for last of Kai Hall, who was able to get a decent amount of work done on that last wave. A 2.20 is the requirement on Kai, and his last wave will get him that at least, so we'll find out how big the requirement then increases on our surfer in white. We've got 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and it's exciting to see everyone get a nice opportunity to be getting a few waves.
Yeah, our surfer from Chinese Taipei still looking to find that backup, being really patient, but he might get an opportunity here. Just as I say that, chooses not to go, Shannon. So 4 minutes remaining. I mean, let's watch how that wave plays out. I think that was a smart decision from him, as it didn't offer a whole lot of opportunity, but I would love to see him get busy. He's not sitting with that first priority, but he is away from Maverick right now. From Maverick right now. So trying to find one that, you know, Maverick doesn't want, and taking advantage of that second priority is crucial.
That's right. I mean, at this stage, Mavericks have, you know, he's basically had a perfect heat without his scores reflecting perfection. But those 6-point rides, he's well structured. He's been dominating priority as well, able to just take his pick of the lineup. So for him, it's going to be a tough one to lose that leading position. But now Kai Hall's right back in the conversation. He dropped a 5.0, and that score takes him back into second. Now increases the scores significantly on third and fourth. China chasing down a 5.47, and Chinese Taipei chasing down a 5.83 to get themselves advancing positions. We'll see if anyone's able to scratch into this, and it looks like there might be an opportunity. White has a look, decides not to go. Good decision there, because now his requirement is bigger. Better to wait out an actual decent wave, even with that 2 minute 45 seconds remaining on the clock. We can see this set approaching. It's currently green with first priority, blue with second priority. Blue's now requiring a 5.83, which was just in the twos a moment before Kai's last wave dropped in.
Well, when those requirements of fives, you know, go up into fives, you hope that sets come on the horizon, because that's what it will take. We see some waves coming in. Might these be able to converge into those fives?
You can also, you know, paying attention to positioning right now. Kai Hall in red, he's jumped into second. He's also taken an absolute beeline to Wu Xidong from China. He saw his surfing already and would have seen that spray flying off the back of those turns, even as he was out of backline. Knows that this surfer has the potential to get that 5.47, and he's going to stay tight on top of him. He does also have a higher priority. And now the paddle from our surfer in blue. He'll lose priority, but at this stage, it kind of doesn't matter due to the fact that he's so far apart from Kai and Wu on the other side of the peak. Kai now having a look at that wave. Interesting decision. We're not sure what happened at the beginning of it. If it was going to be something, you know, he is only looking to improve on that 3.5. So he could have done that if it had a nice outside. And first turn for Wu, successful, finds the second. Now starting to look really good as he comes through the inside. Might have been a great decision for him to get away from the pack and to start looking for something different. This wave could stand up with a nice looking wall as we come through to the inside section. Unfortunately, it doesn't offer that critical end that I was hoping for. And we'll see now for Maverick Wilson. He's up and riding, just appreciating some great surfing here. He'll be looking to improve his score line of those sixes, a bigger sized wave for those first two turns, and he'll get out quickly. And a paddle for Chen.
Oh.
So hopeful that he would have been able to scratch into that, just unfortunately not quite deep enough. As we take a look now at Kai on the inside, he's going to throw the tail out, and you can sense that, you know, that pressure is being felt. Everyone trying to get that last opportunity. Scores are in. It's a 3.77 for last of Wu. He has done a great job of building that scoreline wave after wave. However, still would require a 4.74 to take away the position from Kai Hall. Kai's last couple of waves didn't factor into his top two. A 2.87 for that last left doesn't improve his situation at all. But with 5 seconds remaining on the clock, Kai has stitched up the advancing position. And knocked out for now is Wu Xidong representing China. China has come with a very strong team this year.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I mean, really just separating Wu and Kai was one good wave that allowed the opportunity, because had Wu been able to get on a bigger wave, he could have easily gotten that requirement.
That's right, wave selection there. Well, Maverick Wilson with the win for Team Australia, Kai Hall for South Africa taking a second place position. We'll be right back after this.
The main objective of the Women's Leadership and Coaching Program is a focus on gender equality, as well as women empowerment. So the purpose of this program is to be able to uplift female surfers within the Latin Americas, to see them become leaders within their sport and see them be able to become decision makers within their federations, and really just playing a positive role in creating even more change for the sport of surfing. It's not just the technical aspect of surfing, it was also focused on leadership. And so kind of teaching the ladies different styles of leadership, being able to educate them on how to be decision makers, to be change makers, to be problem solvers. And then we really elevated it a bit with the fundamental side of coaching, but what it means to lead a national team. There was also a massive empowerment as a community. We were able to include the local community here in Dominical. We were able to have these ladies work with both males and females, young, old, locals who have never competed, to some surfers that have competed on the international stage. But what kind of meant the most to me was to see these women come together. And I know it sounds a little cliche, but there was a lot of girl power. There really was an incredible energy from these women, and I think they're all going to walk away with more confidence. So for me, I'm very grateful for the ISA and for how they are striving to be able to play a beneficial role in the equality of the sport. And I think we're going to see some incredible stories come out of this, and we're also going to see women that are going to be a part of decision making for their country and hopefully globally for the sport one day.
That was a great piece on girl power. And speaking of girl power, I've got one of the most powerful girl surfers to ever do it sitting right next to me, Sofia Milanovic. I'm Chris Cote. We're very excited to bring you yet another day of competition here at Punta Rocas. It's the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Sofia, I mean, the level that we've reached here in the juniors division is stunning. The last 4 days have been incredible.
It has been incredible waves, like every day, incredible surfing, and we're in day 5, and it's getting hotter and hotter.
Yeah, this is going to be a really entertaining round. Of course, we know stakes are high. You lose here, your run is done, and we've got incredible surfers in the water right now. Will Dean, we got Rena Bowen-Inke, we got Orion Schemmer and Jesus Osorio, Venezuela, Israel, England, and the USA represented. Let's start it off with Orion Schemmer from Team Israel. See nice groomed walls. Condensed playing field today. Swell has dropped a little bit, but plenty consistent. And illustrated right there, super rippable.
Yeah, it looks super fun. For sure it has dropped off a lot, but still there's plenty of opportunity. And I think this is the second time they're surfing this wave. They have a little bit more of confidence. They know where to see it. So, yeah, they're ready for it.
I know you've been part of a lot of elite programs. What do you think the scenario is for these teams now that we're 4 days into this contest? Are they getting in a rhythm of, replaying, reviewing, and kind of watching what they've done in their previous heats as a team at the end of the day? Is that something that you think they do every single day of this competition?
Yes, for sure. I think, well, that was a beautiful wave by Green. That's a replay. Really good start for Green. But yeah, for sure. I think all their coaches are probably filming their heats, filming where they're sitting, all the good things they did in the heat, all the bad things they did in the heat for later analyzing and understanding what they can do better.
Yeah, we saw a lot of surfers yesterday. I was walking around, I was doing post-heat interviews in the mornings, and I was actually watching a lot of these surfers kind of go to a corner and watch their post-heat interviews. So not only working on what they're doing in the water, but what they're doing on land. We have some serious professionals in the draw. I mean, there are some very well-spoken kids from all over the world. Another impressive element is how many surfers we have that speak multiple languages. And that to me is just such an amazing skill.
Yeah, it's amazing. The surfers that speak like 3-4 languages, huh? Crazy.
And then you look at their bios and they're all, skaters, spearfishing, they're just the talent level goes so deep here at the ISA World Juniors. With 14 and a half left, the first score comes through for Orion. It's 383. So far, throughout this contest, if you get up into the double digits, you have a really good shot of advancing through. As we see a nice little left picked off by Orion Schemmer, going vertical on his backhand. Ooh, that was a nice looking section on the inside. Trying to stay on his feet, he does, so rides out. That was a great combination of maneuvers down the line, going super fast, plenty of power. And I know the judges have been rewarding the surfers that are getting vertical up into the lip. And that wave just had all the opportunities for him.
Beautiful wave by Green. One turn after another. Really good timing to all his turns. Smooth surfing. Hitting those sections. That was a vertical, beautiful turn. Wow. That third turn was beautiful. Great surfing. I think today we're going to see more lefts. There's not as many waves, so I think they're going to have to take advantage of going both sides. And yeah, that was a beautiful left.
Yeah, that thing had a really cool little pocket on it. I think he maximized the potential of that wave for sure. And in my scouting report earlier on, I've seen a couple little ramps on the inside of that left. So hopefully we'll see some of these surfers take to the air. Always makes it just that much more fun when you see surfers risking it all, flying through the sky.
Yeah, I think these rounds, like second round, third round, fourth round, we're going to start seeing more progressive moves. They're going to need it because heats are going to get really stacked.
Yeah, we heard a few times from some of the top surfers saying, these early rounds, you don't want to show everything. Don't go 110%. But I think that's going to change today. Because Orion Schemmer, he's showing us that you don't necessarily have to wait for sets to put up numbers. You got a 5 on the little inside left. This wave, definitely not as good as the previous two. It just kind of flattened out, but I'm not mad at the idea of riding a lot of waves today.
Yeah, for sure. You need to keep building, keep active. The heat goes really fast, so you have to look for every opportunity you can get.
It's Jesus Osaria representing Venezuela. A little bit slower of a cadence on that wave. He was kind of fighting against it. Regardless, he'll put something in his scoreline. Will Dean, meanwhile, just up and down real quick, 1-point ride. Beach is packed. I like that some of these teams, they know you got to get here early to get that front row seat, and that's actually an advantage because you can actually signal to your surfers in the water. You can do a certain whistle, and obviously when you're cheering for your team from right at the edge of that bluff, it's going to help them out emotionally in the heat. So it's 11:30 left. Waiting for that third wave score to come in for Schemmer. Meanwhile, we haven't seen much of Will Dean or Reen Bowden in K, and here we go. Here's Reen. He's a big, powerful surfer. Driving down the line. smashing that inside section. Team England on the beach gets loud. That was big surfing.
Yeah, that was a really good wave by Blue. How you said, a really powerful surfer, solid surfing, solid stance.
So with 10:50, now we're waiting for a score to come through for Reen. While we wait, let's go down the glass. We've got Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, here with Australia's Maverick Wilson, WA zone. Congratulations. What is the reinforcement of being selected for the team once again after your second stint right here at the ISA Juniors, especially with another convincing win, Mav?
Yeah, it feels really good. I mean, there's such a wide range of people that I could choose from, and the talent is super good. So, yeah, it's definitely an achievement to make the team again. And, yeah, I'm stoked to be here.
You're from WA, too. That's a rugged place, a lot of great waves, and, of course, consistency of waves, too. When you showed up and you knew that Peru was going to be the place to compete at, how excited were you?
I was amazed. I mean, it was a new place I get to go to, and, I mean, it feels like the waves are pretty similar to home. So, yeah, I felt like I was pretty comfortable. And, yeah, it was good to get a few days in before all the crew rocked up. So, yeah, it's been fun.
All right, I was checking out your social media. For some reason, you're either a big NBA fan, you're a big rap fan, but what is it about adding that style into your own presence here at the Juniors, too?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something I like to watch, and I know it takes my mind off surfing a little bit if it gets too much or whatever. So, yeah, it's just something I really enjoy watching, and, yeah, try to play a little bit.
Very mature. A shout-out back home?
Yeah, just love all the family and my friends and everyone watching. Love yous.
Congrats, kid.
Great representative for the Irukandjis, Team Australia. You know, they always bring the sting. They brought a really talented group of surfers with them in this under-18 division. And one of those countries that, if you're named to the national team, that is a huge accomplishment, regardless of the results you get.
For sure, there's so many amazing surfers there. Such a big pool to pick from. They're all talented, they are amazing surfers, so you just know that if you have an Australian in your heat, you're going to have to try really hard.
Yeah, always well coached, well prepared. So we expect big things from Team Australia. With 8:44 to go, I would say another one of the most improved and most dangerous teams in the draw is Team England. Reen, Bowden, and Yui, 18 years old. He gets a 4.23. Now we see Will Dean, Team USA. Only one turn available on that wave, and you see he's going to separate himself from the field. So he'll drop into 4th priority. It was a good turn, it's just the wave let him down.
Yeah, the wave didn't really have potential. And there's 8 minutes to go. I'm sure he's starting to feel that pressure. He knows he needs to start his campaign to be able to go through this heat.
8 minutes left. We've got Orion Shimmer representing Israel in the lead with a 5 and a 3.83. Reen, Bowden, and Yui. 4.23 to 0.50. He's searching for a backup. Jesus Osorio starts with a 2. Will Dean only sitting on a 1. We'll see what the judges give him for that previous wave, a 2.57.
I mean, still the scores are not that high. You know, they're kind of in the middle range. Everything is still wide open. But I feel like if you haven't really caught an okay one for the first 10 minutes of the heat, you start feeling a little bit nervous.
Yeah, and it's not like yesterday and the day before where you pretty much knew that waves were going to come, you know, every other minute. As you see now, Orion just overcooks that turn a little bit, flies out the back, 7.15. So he'll drop into the 3rd priority spot. You got Jesus Osorio out the back, top priority. Just talking about Team England and how powerful their team is here in 2025. Reen is 18 years old from Nuki. His favorite wave is Fistral Beach. He's riding a Skin Dog Pintail 5.8, shaped by the coach, Team England, Ben Skinner. Got 11th in the under 16 in the Euros. He's a skater. He's also in college right now studying carpentry. So he surfs whenever he can. And if he's not surfing, he's skating with his friends or working out. He must work out a lot because he's real powerful.
Yeah, he's so strong.
So you see the lineup now pretty well spread out. I'm curious as to how this is going to work out for Will Dean, putting himself way apart from the field. What do you think of the positioning for Team USA right now?
I think that it's a good choice, kind of staying out of the pack. There's like a peak that is a little bit wider. So I think he might have opportunity there. Let's see. Still, like, you never know, you know. Sometimes, like, you think you're sitting in the right place and then the best waves come somewhere else. But there is a peak there. It's not that he's just sitting there and nothing is going to come. There's a good opportunity that a good wave is going to come where he's sitting.
Now it's about remaining calm, right? I mean, with 5 minutes left, you've only got a 2.57, but the good news is you only need a 2.17. This is where what breathing comes into play. This is where your mental process is so important. No time to panic. 5 minutes, 20 seconds left. So Will Dean identifying a little insider here. And with that paddle, he stays in fourth priority.
Yeah, there's some waves at the back, and those waves at the back look like they're going to shift more wider. So let's see where he is sitting. Well, he goes in this little one.
So he needs a 2.17. Throwing some spray, small wave, probably enough for a 2.17. Now he's got 4 minutes and 45 seconds left. ISAsurfing needs a 3.44. Score does come in for Will Dean at 2.87. But Reen Bowden is going to make things interesting here. Power hook around that section. A little hung up there. That's going to impede the flow element of this wave. 4.22. So Bowden Inoue was just looking to get rid of a 0.50. Definitely did that.
Yeah.
That most likely will put him back into second place with 4 minutes left. So Will Dean does have 2 scores, and he's going to put himself in a better priority position. It's just, does he have enough time to get a meaningful wave?
This is a replay of Blue's last wave. This was kind of like the best section that was offered to him. He did a good job. A nice turn. Solid surfer, solid stance, taking advantage of everything that that wave gave him, but unfortunately the wave didn't give him much.
All right, ISAsurfing, he started with a 2. You can tell he's a good, quick, kind of compact surfer. So a little rough on that wave, it's pretty flat on the face. Did get enough to at least put himself back in the conversation. Needs a 4.56. Last wave comes through for Reen. It's a 2.63. Now Will Dean needs a 4-point ride. Orion Schemmer has to be feeling real good about that 5-point wave he got straight off the buzzer. That put him in a really good position throughout the entirety of this heat. He's in the top priority spot. Will Dean now in second priority. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left.
I think there's some waves at the back.
Oh, it's too early in the mornings for these heats to go down to the wire.
Wow.
But that's what it's going to be all day long. I mean, we know the ramifications of a third and fourth place finish here, and we know how important it is for each and every surfer on your team to make it as deep in this contest as possible in order to get those overall team points. We've got a paddle race here. Red and green. Green has priority. Green's going to let Will Dean go on this right.
Yeah, this is a nice wave too.
Got good,
Beautiful
clean face.
Oh.
There we go. I mean, that's more like it from Will Dean. He's a powerful surfer, super consistent. And you can hear the team on the bluff just going wild for every turn.
So much spark in his surfing.
I mean, can you tell he wants it on that wave? He got everything he could out of it. But right behind him, Reen comes through, Team England. A couple big turns down the line, but can't get the finish. Just overextends himself and goes down. So even though Will Dean's wave was a little bit smaller, it just felt like it had more energy on it.
It was one of the best looking waves, I think, of the set. It offered a lot, and he took advantage of that. He's really precise with his surfing, doing beautiful turns.
I feel like that was a momentum shifter as well. You could tell Will he just knew he needed to give everything he had to that wave. Reen again on the inside. So he goes down in his final turn. ISAsurfing is out the back. Second priority, Orion Schemmer, your current leader, is in that top priority spot. Set's coming through.
I think some of the wider ones sometimes have a little bit more of potential, have more wall.
You can see a pretty drastic shift in the peak. All right, here we go. This is Will Dean's last wave.
Will Dean's last wave. Oh, so much water in that first turn. This is a nice section coming at him for that second turn. Beautiful surfing. Really smooth surfing. Oh, green. Go, go.
Oh, late drop for Schemmer. But he gets around the section. The wave just completely flattens out.
Well, he's going to get this double up, maybe. Let's see if he gets that section.
Ooh, it always feels good to kind of glide across a flat section like that and then see the wave start to reform. This could be a nice little insider for Schemmer.
He needed to improve on a 3.83.
So Will Dean was up before the buzzer. Fades to the left, now goes to the right. Things got a little awkward there. So it all comes down to 2 scores. The wave for Reen comes in 3.33 and a 1.60. That means Will Dean needs a 4.69.
Yeah, he's going to get that for sure, I think. What do you think, Chris?
I mean,
we're not judges, but...
Yeah, I feel like he did enough. I feel like the wave, you know, gave him some opportunities, especially on the outside section. Those 2 opening turns were really solid. I mean, when I watched that last wave, you can just tell, like, the effort, the focus, everything was there. You know, that's how you manufacture a score. He kept going down the line, and it didn't really cost him any time, so I think it was smart to just get every last bit of the potential out of that wave for Will Dean. The judges are taking their time, as they should. It was a super important round.
And green had priority in that wave.
And it being this early in the morning, too, you got to set the tempo for your team, and there you go. Will Dean, clutch surfing there for Team USA. Orion Schemmer, I mean, he controlled that heat from the jump. Give it up to Reen Bowden and Yui, Team England. He powered his way to a 4.23. Kept the rest of the surfers in the field honest. And ISAsurfing, he did get a 2.30, but just didn't get things rolling in time. So this is the wave that got Will Dean in that second place and advancing position. Great surfing there, and guess what? More to come. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We'll be right back.
Welcome to day 1 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Makai Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip, throwing tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside, too.
The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come great.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Welcome back, surf fans. We are on. We got an international superheat in the lineup. Spain, Hawaii, Uruguay, and Nicaragua. This is Thomas Kesafon representing Team Uruguay. Big backside snap there. They're already down 18 minutes. Chris Cote or Sofia Milanovic. Got our returning champion, Dylan Donegan, representing Team Spain. Legend Chandler, a bona fide pipe master. This kid is gnarly, 18 years old. from the island of Kauai. Spends most of his winters on the north shore of Oahu. He finished top 10 in last year's Pipe Masters. He's a hunter, fisherman, diving, just all about that oceanic lifestyle. Shout out to his brother, Mananalu, amazing surfer as well. Team Hawaii is stacked. Legend Chandler's got his hands full in this heat. Thomas Casafran, as you could just see on that opening wave, surfer with a lot of speed. And Radislav Jasso from Nicaragua. So you would think blue and white. I don't want to call them underdogs yet. Just, they don't quite have the profile yet as Donegan and Chandler. But again, this is another one of these discovery rounds. You're going to see surfers that you might not have ever heard of that absolutely rip.
Exactly. Here's a replay of Green. First wave. He looks super fast. Ready to attack those sections. Unfortunately, he kind of gets a little bit stuck in that second turn.
Like he was hanging onto the tail pad with his toes.
I like how the Hawaiians surf with their trunks. Here's that replay of Blue. Gets a bit stuck up the top.
Surfers from Kauai are just built different, aren't they? Some of the toughest surfers in the world come from the small island of Kauai. Small but mighty. Nice attempt there for Donegan. Things are starting to heat up now. Jasso unwinding on his backhand. Great turn to start. Wave flattens out a little bit. He hangs in there. I like the wind up he has before he goes into his turns.
Yeah, that first turn was a really nice turn.
Hair's still dry too. Looks like a, kind of got like a young Rob Machado style.
He does.
Which is a big compliment. So we see Thomas Casafant. Another kind of Rob Machado style.
Yeah, he has a beautiful, beautiful style. Right, Craig, also kind of. Right, Craig, no, Craig Anderson, I wanted to say.
Yeah, no, good call.
Yeah.
I think both those guys, especially Rob, has actually spent a lot of time down here in Peru chasing waves.
Yeah.
Lefts.
Yeah.
Chasing lefts, I should say.
He's been up north a few times. Gotten some fun waves, really good waves up north.
14:50 to go. Scores are starting to come through. We got Casafront from Uruguay with a 2.97 and a 1.60. Single wave scores a 3.5 for Dylan Donegan. He's waiting for a second number. It was just kind of a drop, stand up in a failed attempt at a backside snap, but it comes through to 2.50 nonetheless. So he's now in the lead. Still super early. Everybody's on the board. Gotta pay a compliment to the judges throughout the week. I mean, they have watched a lot of waves ridden, and it feels like the numbers have been just locked in, right in the sweet spot. And good clean surfing as well. I think maybe 1 or 2 interferences so far in the past 4 days, which is really good. You know, figuring that you have over 420 surfers in the draw.
The good thing is that the field is open, so lots of surfers decide to be like apart from each other. So we haven't seen that much interference yet. Like 2, you said? Around 2?
Yeah, if that. It's been some close calls. So with 13:40 to go, see Legend Chandler in the red jersey, representing Team Hawaii. He's got that top priority spot. So he's in a dangerous position now. With looks like a potential set rolling through. The field seems to be splitting the difference here. Got Legend way deep. Here we go. Legend Chandler. Really clean style, obviously super powerful, charges.
Beautiful style, I love his style.
Yeah, he is the complete surfer. We'll see what the judges give him there. Well, our surfers make their way back to the lineup. Let's go down to the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys here with the Israeli Orion Shemer. Congratulations. A good heat, one that was competitive too. Right at the end, everybody was moving around. How confident did you feel that you had done enough to move through?
Yeah, I felt really good. I catch the right waves, and yeah, it was a really fun hit.
9th in the European Juniors, obviously high aspirations right here, but a really strong team this year for Team Israel. How cool is it to have everybody right here in Peru?
Yeah, it's really nice. We have a great team this year, and I believe we can do a great result for everyone. Yeah.
I think not only yourself, but the rest of the team agrees with that. They believe in you as well. Let's talk about your board. You're a longtime CI team rider. What are you riding right now from Channel Islands?
Now I'm riding a Fever 5.8, 24.5 liters. This board felt great in these waves and these conditions. And yeah, that's it.
All right, a message back home?
Yeah, miss you everyone. Miss my family, love you guys, and all my friends.
Congratulations.
Nicely done. 11:42, Donegan. Representing Team Spain. Full name is Dylan Donegan dos Santos. He's 17 years old. From Caleta de Famara, which is a relatively small village. He surfs a lot with his brother. And he literally doesn't remember the first time he caught a wave. That's how young he was when he first started surfing. So he's been surfing his whole life. He loves big, powerful carves, barrels, and airs. His hobbies, well, surfing first, always. And fishing, skating, and football, if out of the water. He is a Spanish champion, 2023. And he is obviously very proud to represent Team Spain. They always come through with strong contenders. As we see Legend Chandler, his first score came through at a 5.33, paired it with a 2.17. He's back at it potentially with a great little inside section to work with here. So smooth, so powerful. And I love to watch surfers that can kind of cruise down the line, and then when they need to, they just get that speed burst, seemingly out of nowhere. It's exactly what he did in that end section. That's great surfing. He's going to delete that 2.17 by a mile.
Yeah, I really like how he surfed that wave. That last turn was the money turn. It was a beautiful turn, throwing lots of water. And you can just tell he's an amazing surfer as soon as he stands in his board. Just such a good style.
It looks so natural, right?
Yeah.
10 minutes to go. That must be nice, to just be that naturally gifted. Well, you know he works at it. You don't become a pipeline standout without putting in the work. But you can also tell he was born with that inherent ability to make surfing look so easy. 9:50 to go. We do have 2 podiums running today. You're looking at podium 1 now. If you want to click on the tab for podium 2, we've got the girls under 18, girls under 16 main rounds happening at podium 2 all throughout today. You can see all the results on that podium 2 tab. Find out if your team's doing what you hope they do. And we did have repechage rounds yesterday. Those are the bittersweet rounds where you have to unfortunately send surfers out of the competition, but we saw some amazing highlights. That trend will continue today. We're going to go probably till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon because, hey, if you have waves, let's use them. We're thinking there's going to be a notable score come through for Legend Chandler's 3rd wave ridden. Another thing we're going to see today is surfers probably just being a little bit more selective. And the score does pop in. It's a 5.90. So Legend Chandler puts himself in the double digits with 11.23 as his heat total so far. He still has 8 minutes and 40 seconds left. And he's in 4th priority. So now he has the luxury to hunt for something to potentially better the 5.9 or the 5.33.
In 2nd place is Green from Spain with a 3.5 and a 2.5. And then Blue needs a 3.04 to go to that qualifying place. And we see Blue paddling for this wave.
The Blue exercising his priority over Legend Chandler. This is Thomas Casafront. Quick snap. Gets around the section nicely. Just perfectly places that backside snap. Right behind him, Hasso from Nicaragua. tell. He is a speedy young surfer. Puts together a nice combination there. He started off with a 3.87. Definitely still within striking distance, only needing a 2.13. Casafront needs a 3.04. Donegan having a look at this insider. Winds up into his opening snap. And you can see how complete a surfer Dylan Donegan is as well. Really powerful, precise, and able to make things happen on a wave that didn't look like it was going to give him much, but he definitely surfed it above and beyond what it was offering him. That's going to be a pretty good number. He's got a 3.5 and a 2.5, so room to grow.
Great surfer too. He just never lost speed.
Yeah.
Right? He made it look so easy. This is that replay from Blue. It was a really nice wave by Blue. Beautiful first turn. And straight to that second turn. Wow, that second turn was really good. And unfortunately, he kind of gets stuck here. But that's his best wave, I would say. This is White. First nice turn, then second turn here, throwing lots of water. Wave kind of gets a little bit weird then, no much more opportunity, and he decides to kick out. This is Green's wave, that's last wave. Waiting for the sections. Kind of created the sections in that wave. Such good surfer, Green from Spain. Wow, that was my favorite turn of the wave. Great finish too. Amazing surfing by Green.
He just looks like he's so connected with his board.
Yeah, he just...
It's all one unit.
Solid surfing, solid stance. Aggressive surfing too.
So scores trickling in for Hasso and Casafront. They're enough to shake up the standings, but now we're waiting for what we think is going to be a sizable chunk of points for Dylan Donegan. It is 5.63. And I feel like that's about as big a score as you were going to get on that wave. He surfed it pretty perfectly. And, you know, if you can turn a wave that would, for most people, would probably be a 2 or a 3 into a 5.63, you know, you're doing some masterful small wave surfing.
Exactly. 5 minutes to go. Legend and Dylan are in the first places. Legend is in first place and Dylan is in second place. And Ratlas Hasso from Nicaragua needs a 5.27, and Thomas Casafont from Uruguay needs a 5.47. Still really attainable scores with 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes and a half to go.
Yeah, it's got to be nerve-wracking knowing that you've ridden a couple waves, but you still need your best score in order to get through. I mean, everybody wants to get that buzzer beater, but it's probably a lot nicer to front load your heat with a good score to start off. Kind of take some of the pressure off, but now 4.5 minutes left. This is where the clock really starts to fly. So there you see our 4 surfers here at Podium 1. Just up the screen there, you'll see Podium 2. Plenty of waves up there as well. You know, you need a really consistent break. You need a break that can handle a large number of people and a large number of heats. And you also need a break that's going to give you 2 options for these huge junior events. Over 423 surfers representing 57 nations. The 2-podium system has been a part of ISA competition for a long time now. It's not going anywhere because our field is only going to grow from here on out.
So many participants.
So 3:42 now. Things are probably getting a little tense in the lineup. Dylan Donegan is an Irish mom, Brazilian father. His dad runs a surf camp. He's representing Team Spain. He got 3rd place in the Philippines at the WSL World Junior this year, so has some momentum in big-time competition. Right now, he's got to play defense because Ratislav Hasso and Thomas Casafront don't need much. 5.27, 5.47. 3 minutes left.
Spanish team has some really good surfers. I've also seen surfing the Odriozola brothers, and they surf so good. Here comes Red in this wave.
Great turn there for Legend Chandler.
Beautiful surfing by Red. Nice style, kind of unpredictable style. You kind of don't know what he's gonna do. I like that.
I think the judges appreciate that too. When you know, you're, like I said, you're cruising, and then all of a sudden and you just do one of these big ol' turns. Legend Chandler, that wave dissipated pretty quickly. He might be hanging on to a 5.9 and a 5.33. Nothing wrong with that. He's already into the double digits with an 11.23 total. Meanwhile, Hasso speeding down the line on his back end, getting really low through his bottom turns. Then he kind of decompresses as he gets up into the lip. So a solid series of turns for Team Nicaragua.
Beautiful wave by White. Great surfing.
I feel like that was really appropriate for that wave too. Sometimes you'll see surfers just basically look like they're trying too hard, and you know that takes away a lot of the element of flow. But in the case for Radoslav Hasso on that last wave, I mean, all the turns were done right in the perfect spot, nice and fast, pretty whippy, and you know you do get credit for your bottom turns as well. And I think he's got a great one because you saw him how he can compress into it and then get right up into the lip.
Beautiful deep bottom turns. And he was happy with that.
Yeah.
I could see.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting number because Donegan now has to play defense. You could see just on the outside, green jersey, Dylan Donegan looking back, seeing Casafront up and into the lip. 1 minute left. Surfers getting the memo from our technical beach announcers. Here's Green. He's got a 5.63 and a 3.50. Good looking wave in front of him. A really cool looking two-stage carve. So big turn on the outside. He just puts his hands up. Come on, wave.
Wow, that first turn was so nice to watch. I just love a big old hack.
That never goes out of style, right?
Never goes out of style.
24 seconds left. Legend Chandler's out the back, in the lead, holding priority.
Beautiful carve by Green.
Yeah, and I feel like that one turn is better than a 3.5. I mean...
Yeah, I think so too.
He pushed it hard. So time's up. Legend Chandler now showing us his backhand is just as powerful and precise as his forehand. Nicely done. Team Hawaii's Legend Chandler. Just power surfing, light on his feet too. I mean, put him on the list of medal contenders. It felt like he still got a lot left as well. You know, like he was obviously pushing hard in that heat, but it didn't look like he was stressing. It didn't look like he was, you know, overly exerting himself on his waves. Kind of just cruised his way to victory, and it's not an easy thing to do going up against Dylan Donegan, who's had big results. You know, Radoslav, we're still waiting for a score from him.
This is the replay of White's last wave.
Yeah, he needs a 5.86.
Kind of that first turn, he kind of loses control when he lands, but still. He recovers that control straight away. That turn was really nice. Beautiful surfing by White. It's going to be close.
Yeah, the surfing was there, but was the wave good enough?
Maybe a little bit repetitive too. This is Green. Oh my God, that first turn was so good to watch.
That's just one of those turns as a surfer that feels so good.
Totally committed. The torque in that turn was just beautiful.
Judges liked it. 4.10. So he improves slightly in his score line. And the score comes through for Radoslav Hasso representing Nicaragua. Not enough, 4.70. So we lose Thomas Casafront and Radoslav. Give it up for our two advancing surfers still in this competition. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more live from Punta Rocas. It's the Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome to day 2 of competition here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Goes for the alley-oop, he pulls it too.
It's keeping things really smooth. It's giving him all that speed and momentum through each section. Vertical, you know, turn on the opener, which is now allowed. He's feeling that passion.
And a lip line floater at the end. He loves it. Love the attitude.
Our team's amazing. Everyone's been super supportive of each other, and the vibes are really good, so just excited to keep it going.
Ellie Timperi from Finland, up and riding on his opening ride, looking really sharp as usual. He's a surfer out of Encinitas, California.
Tahiti's Miliani Simon with an 8-point ride. From the United States, Bailey Turner with an 8.1. The Peruvian Catalina Sarique with a 7.33. Tune in tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. local time for day 3 of action at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are live in Punta Rocas, Peru. I'm Chris Cote and with Sofia Milanovic. We've got 4 surfers entering the lineup, representing Colombia, Peru, Puerto Rico, and Greece. Alejandro Bernales, Jack Young, Elias Smith, and Khalil Pinares. And let's start with Alejandro Bernales, representing Peru. Strong snap, a little bit caught behind, but he fights his way around the section. Straight back onto the open face, full extension on that second backside turn. Gets another quick whip through the inside. Blue is up, Jack Young representing Puerto Rico. Slicing his way down the line. Oh yeah, I think he's the guy we saw yesterday do a couple really mean layback turns. Elias Smith now representing Greece. These guys must have got the memo. If you're gonna throw a carve, fully torque through it. A couple good turns there for Smith. It's nice to see that this generation is invested in power surfing.
Yeah, they have really good fundamentals. They're going for it, throwing lots of water. And yeah, it was good to see that first wave of Red was a nice wave. He started solid with a really nice turn. He got a little bit caught behind the section going into that second turn, but he managed really well to do a really nice second turn and finish well. So good start for Alejandro, amazing surfer from Peru.
And it looks like he could be winning this 3-man paddle battle for an important priority allocation. Piñeres, Colombia, comes through with a 3.33 to start.
Well, paddle battle. I like that.
Yeah.
It's entertaining.
Well, just when we thought that Bernales had this one in the bag, Green came up from behind. Blue says, you guys go ahead. I'm going to save my energy. Paddle battling is just part of the game. Here's that first wave for Bernales. Nicely surfed.
Replay. Oh, that first turn was super vertical, attacking it. Then he gets a little bit behind the section, caught behind the section, but then he finds this open wall for that second turn. Beautiful second turn. Third beautiful turn, super clean turn, and then just kicks off. Great start for Alejandro from Peru. Then we see Blue on this wave. Nice turn back to the power source. Second slash. Waiting for that last section. Going back to the power source. Wow, I like that little layback turn. Then we see Blue again.
Yeah, this is Jack Young from Puerto Rico. All these surfers right now fully extending through their turns. Big, strong finish there for Young. So Bernales, the 4.50 in the lead. We're gonna wait for scores now for Blue and White, or Blue and Green. Elias Smith, Team Greece.
That last turn by Blue was a really nice turn. Super powerful.
Khalil Piñeres representing Colombia by way of Maui. He is the Sub-American champion 2021-2022 skater. His message to the world, Vamos Colombia. Team spirit is high with Team Colombia. 14.35, Alejandro Bernales. Quick up and out.
Yeah, I was wondering why he went on that wave. Didn't really have that much wall on it.
He's going to make his way back to the takeoff zone. We've got just over 14 minutes left. While we wait for the next wave to roll through, let's go down to the glass. We got Mitchell Salazar standing by.
Thank you guys here with Kauai's legend Chandler. Congratulations. You came in and you said you're sleeping with your board tonight. This is your baby right here. Talk about the CI surfboard that you have underneath your feet. It's working great so far.
Yeah, I want to thank CI guys, Brent and Britt, for making these blades. They got this one done the day before I left, so I'm riding the Quick Solution. I think it's one of their newer models, and it feels insane. Yeah, I'm psyched.
All right, representing Kauai, obviously, for the Hawaii team, but what kind of honor and privilege do you feel Irons brothers, Malia Manuel, Gabby Bryan this year, top 5 surfer, to be able to compete and represent the same islands as them?
Oh, yeah, I'm honored for sure. I'm grateful to be from that island and part of that community, and yeah, I'm just psyched to be here. This is fun.
What about being unofficial team captain? I know Jason Shibata, your head coach right here, said that you've made it into Hollywood status with the interview right here, but just being able to have these kids look up to you, what kind of privilege do you feel like that?
Oh yeah, that's amazing, you know. Have everyone with me and on my back, and hopefully motivate some younger ones to come do this comp, because they should, and it's experience of a lifetime for sure.
Shout out back home.
Yeah, shout out everyone back home, all my family guys. Love you guys, mom, dad, siblings. Yeah. Shout out the sponsors too, like Black Bear, Teva, the man himself, for making this grip so grippy. Oakley for keeping my eyes fresh, and Tenori for making me look all smooth. Thank you guys.
Can't forget about the future fins either, working well. All right, congrats, legend. Thank you.
I mean, he lives up to his name, doesn't he? He's already an absolute legend.
That was a great interview. He's just such a cool guy.
Yeah,
isn't
kid's
he?
rad. I want to be like Legend. He's cool. You just said it. He's like Mr. Cool. Well, your boys under 18 round 2, heat 6 is going down. Elias Smith, 4.90 and a 4.10, jumps into the top spot. Jack Young, up and at it. He's got a 4 and a 3.33, and he's got a ramp, and he almost has the completed front 3. Just that last part couldn't quite get around. Alejandro Bernales, first wave was a 4.5. Second wave just stood up, pulled out. Still in the conversation, only a 2.83. Alejandro is from literally right down the road, the next town over, San Bartolo, 18 years old. He's been doing this since he was 6 years old. And this is his first Junior World Championship, and he's very proud to be representing Peru, gain experience to go forward.
He's a great surfer, Alejandro. I remember when he was really young, the first time I saw him surfing, I'm like, wow, this kid is good. He was so little and he was just going for it.
Well, I mean, this title, being a Peruvian junior national champion, is huge.
For
because,
sure.
I mean, we're witnessing it here, but I know you see it day in, day out, the incredible talent level from these young Peruvian surfers, boys and girls, coming up. And they do have this awesome facility, the High Performance Center, right here on the beach at Punta Rocas.
And they have
pool,
Cristobal de
ramp.
Cole also as their coach, as one of their coaches, and he's been world champion in under 18s ISA. So, you know, it's good for them, you know, to have a coach that has had the experience.
And they have Olympians to look up to as well. Luca Macinas, Daniela Rosas. 10:30 to go here. Elias Smith now trying to improve on his score line. I think he will. Surfing like that, nice and fast. A lot of energy through each and every turn. Cruising through to this inside section. Clean finish, hits the brakes, sees the rocks coming up quick.
Nice surfing by Green, really smooth surfing, beautiful style. They all have beautiful styles, don't they? They're all great surfers.
Yeah, I feel like it's a generational shift. It's like style fundamentals first, and then work on the airs, and then work on the extracurriculars. It was flipped for a while. Those two surfers riding, looked like two different peaks. Alejandro Bernales fading into this right-hander. And you can tell this guy's got a lot of power. If he gets a section, he will unleash. Just unfortunate that that wave kind of went nowhere. 9 minutes, 20 seconds left. He only needed 283. We'll see if he got that with his opening turns. That was Khalil Panares. Or that was Jack Young on the opposite side of the peak. Pretty far apart. I mean, I don't think there's any risk of interference there. There's the hillside. I'm seeing vegetation. One of the surfers yesterday said there's no grass, but I'm seeing it. Are these wineries?
No, it's just a new place to build your house that has like space for to grow some plants, but I don't think there's wineries. Would be awesome though.
Yeah.
It's a great idea actually.
So 8 minutes, 38 seconds. Really interesting, unique landscape in this area of Peru. I've been just marveling at it. You know, usually sunset, you go out and you look at the ocean, but it's also really cool to look back into those hills.
Yeah.
See blue.
Oh my God, he's going for it. I'm liking.
Yeah.
I'm liking that approach he's taking.
We'll show the judges something new. We haven't seen a lot of airs in this event. I think today's the day. Panares, good combo.
Amazing surfer from Colombian.
What a wave, too.
Wow.
This is like
Super
the gift that
smooth.
just keeps on giving. Slides the tail at the finish. Oh, nearly rode out of it, but wow, I mean, a searing combination of maneuvers from beginning to end there for Khalil Panares. He only needs a 4.01. We had a good feeling about that last wave, and right out the back, Bernales. There's the big power hook. Deep bottom turn, straight back into it. Finds a sneaky little section. His fourth turn sharp as well. His fifth is huge. Okay, now we're talking.
Beautiful wave by Alejandro Bernales. He totally unleashed in that wave. I think that was the first wave that actually had some potential.
I think that's the first wave that we saw his entire skill set as well.
Exactly.
What a surfer. That was, if you can, you know, usually we see surfers, it's like the first turn or the first two turns are the big turns and the rest of it's kind of maybe busy work. That wave escalated from beginning to end. And the big finish, I think the judges are really going to respect that. It's going to be a solid number. Could potentially take him from third to first.
Yeah, that was a great wave by Alejandro.
Waiting for a score from White as well. This whole thing could flip.
Yeah, I really like White's style. He carried so much speed in his surfing. I was impressed.
Another view down the coast. Podium 2, right in the foreground here.
It looks beautiful.
So
I see green, don't you? Lots of green there.
That looks like a cool neighborhood. So we are entering summer down here in Peru, and from what I'm told, in the next few weeks, this place is going to be going off.
Yeah, it gets packed.
These beaches are going to be full. These houses are going to be full. So I'm glad we got to sneak in here before the masses. So this is our second setup, Podium 2, El Bosque. Those surfers are enjoying all the perks that the surfers on Podium 1 are. They got their priority screen there, technical beach announcers. All the results for Podium 2 are available on the website. Click that Podium 2 button, and you can get all the updates as to what's happening over there. Today we have the girls under 18, the girls 16 and under competing in the main round. We're going to start to see our overall team standings come into a clearer picture after today as well. Day 5 of competition here at Punta Rocas. There's your high performance center. And I feel like it's double, triple duty because it is a high performance center to train young Peruvians and visiting surfers, but also it's set up perfectly to host huge events.
Yes, it's a really good arena. It's such a good job they've done to build that center. It has everything. It has a huge gym. It has a super big pool. It's also a hotel. You can stay there. So
killer skate park.
Yeah, it has a skate park too. Have you tried it?
I skated the park in San Bartolo, which is really fun and unique, but I have not skated the park here yet.
Well, you have to bring your skate, Chris.
I'm going to bring it tomorrow. A business first. Skateboarding second. 4:12 to go here. Yeah, as expected, Bernales just unleashed on his last wave. Comes through to 7.50, paired with the 5. A 12.50 total so far will get you through any heat of the day. Piñeras drops a 4.53 and a 3.33, so he made his requirement a little bit more attainable. Now looking for a 4.91. Elias Smith kind of wedging himself into second place with a 4.90 and a 4.53, albeit a bit precarious. Still 3.5 minutes left. Jack Young, he's within reach of an advancing position. He needs a 5.43. Last 2 waves, he had some near makes on some really cool looking airs. You can tell this kid's progressive. Big tail slide there. Super risky. A really cool looking turn. And something that the judges haven't seen much of. He likes it. We like it. Well, the judges like it.
I really like that second turn, how you said he was progressive. We haven't seen turns like that much.
Full lip slide. Yeah, and a risky turn to do in the middle of your wave, releasing the fins and sliding. Here we go.
This is the replay. His first turn, nice turn, kind of like a setup turn for this section. And then, wow, totally goes for it there.
Got a little extra on the slide as well.
Unfortunately, the wave kind of doesn't offer that much, kind of flattens out there. It just looks so much better when you have that last section, right? Like Alejandro's wave. Here's a replay of Alejandro's wave. First beautiful turn up the top, throwing lots of water. Beautiful style. Deep bottom turn for that second turn. Then he's eyeing that like section that is going to come to him. And this turn, this last turn that we're going to see right now, that's the money turn. This was such a good turn.
Yeah, that last turn was absolute perfection. I mean, went into it with plenty of power, whipped it around, tons of spray. Undeniable for the judges throughout the highest single wave score of this heat so far. Khalil Piñeras, representing Colombia, flying down the line, hoping for a section. He goes for the back 3.
He carries so much speed in his surfing. I really like his style, his approach from the Colombian.
You know, in the last 18 or so minutes, I've become a big Khalil Piñeras fan. Have seen him in ISA competitions in the previous years, but I feel like he's come through to Peru as a improved surfer, more speed, more power. And with a minute 28 to go, of course, had he made that last air, we could have a different story developing, but for now, sitting in 4th place, Jack Young from Puerto Rico, waiting to hear a number from the judges. That score comes through a 4.90, paired with a 4. So he needs a 4.54.
Priority number 1 is with green. Priority number 2 is with red.
Yeah, Elias Smith from Team Greece in 2nd place needs to defend that position. Good sales tactic there. Trying to offload a dud to Jack Young, who's in the most dangerous position in this heat just in terms of advancing. If he gets a ramp and connects.
That's what I was going to say. He's probably going to go and try for like a big move. He knows it's probably the only way in this wave.
Yeah, that wave just
unfortunately, the wave didn't offer much.
let him down there. I love the show of emotion that we just saw from Jack. Just wasn't quite there. So Elias Smith now fending off Khalil. Smart use of priority. Jack Young fighting till the end. Time's up. Not quite sure if Khalil Piñeras got up in time. It looked like right on the edge. And I don't think this wave is going to be a 4.91 either. He goes for the little front side ollie. Can't quite make it, but that's going to be it. For round 2, heat 6. Here, the boys 18 and under division. Give it up to Alejandro Bernales. An incredible display of power, enough for a 7-5 and the heat win. Elias Smith in second. We lose Jack Young and Khalil Piñeres, but we'll see a lot more of these young surfers in the future. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Stay tuned.
Welcome to day 3 of competition at Punta Rocas for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Montero out of Italy with a huge backhand attack. Already incredible performance, and he tags the end. And he's got some power to his surfing. Driving hard off the bottom into that next turn, setting himself up just turn after turn, throwing so much spray. And Bastian Arevalo for Peru is already up and riding. The local surfer can see within every ounce of his surfing that he knows this break like the back of his hand.
The waves are absolutely pumping today. Like, couldn't really ask for better waves. Yeah, there was a lot of build up to the first heat, a lot of nerves. So really happy to get that one out of the way.
Australia's Mila Coco Brown with a 6.67. That's it for day 3. Tune in for day 4 tomorrow, starting at 7 a.m. at isasurf.org.
Well, welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We've got our surfer in blue up and riding now, Luis Escudero for Belgium, with a nice backhand attack to kick off his campaign. We're in heat number 7. For our under 18 boys, main round 2, top 2 surfers will be advancing through to the next round. Bottom 2 surfers will be eliminated from competition as the score for first to Belgium is on the way. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Rachel Tilley, reigning world longboard champion for the WSL. You got a few other medals to your name behind the scenes as well. It's been great to have you in the booth. Talk us through this wave.
Yeah, a great opening account. Getting busy right from the start. I really like that. Finishing off clean, rides it out. So it's not going to be a big score, Shannon, but I think getting your feet in the wax within those first 1 to 2 minutes of the heat can really set your pace differently for the rest of the heat.
It's so true. Smart decision. A 3.17 on the board now for Belgium. Alexis Owen from New Zealand is in the lineup, as well as Mario Leopoldo from Portugal and Matar Ziv out of Romania. As we can see the crew celebrating. The Peruvian contingency has been doing a great job down here, and of course they have the biggest support crew on the beach because it's not just the team, but it's the family members, it's the local support as well. As we saw some brilliant surfing in that last round. Alejandro there in the red jersey, getting a hug from mom.
Yeah, this is such a good feeling to come in as the champion of that heat and have your whole team around you. I think they have the best chant, Shannon. I really like the flow and listening to it every time I'm down on the beach.
It's a good thing to pay attention to through the week. We'll definitely have to get, it's been great to have that audio, that little insight down on the shoreline as those surfers come in. USA chant is very direct, sharp.
Mm-hmm.
The Australia chant has a little bit more of that rhythm to it as well.
Costa Rica's another good one. I like that they throw in the Pura Vida.
Pura Vida. Well, out in the water right now, no established priority between actually any of our surfers at the moment, but specifically those 3 that haven't had a wave yet. It'll just be based off of inside positioning. There has been lefts and rights available, but for the most part, it's predominantly a right that these surfers have taken to on takeoff. As we take a look now at Mario for Portugal. So opening lap here for his round 2 heat. And driving down the line, setting himself up, trying very hard to make the connection, and he gets there. That's just a real clue at the decrease in the size today in comparison to the rest of the week. Specifically, found that next section to tag and was able to throw a bit of spray with it. We haven't had to see too many of the kind of, hopping along to make the connection on the inside through our earlier rounds.
Yeah, those past couple days, especially Sunday, it is Tuesday now, but on Sunday, really having a lot of swell, a lot of wipeout sets as well coming through that we're not seeing today.
That's right, no cleanup sets today. Let's go down to the beach to check in with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with the local boy, Alejandro Bernales. You dropped a 7.5 and a 5, a proud product of San Bartolo, just south of here. I saw you paddle out from the rocks. Just talk about the experience competing literally minutes away from where you sleep.
Yeah, I'm super happy. My second hit here in Punta Rocas. I love this wave. I've been training a lot here, like the whole year, because we knew that ISA was coming here. So yeah, I was training a lot. I know the entry for the rocks, the exit also for the rocks, the wave, the little bit wider. And yeah, I don't know, I just love this wave when it's smaller, when it's bigger. And I'm just feeling great with my surfing right now.
I met you and your dad about 5 or 6 years ago. You were in California training, did multiple NSSA events. How much do you think that has really accomplished and helped a lot of the feats that you have? You became Latin American champion this year too.
Yes, I became a Latin American champion this year. I was doing the whole circuit from Dallas. And yeah, I've been trying a lot in my entire life, I think, since I was really young. I went to California a lot of times to train and to surf, to meet new friends. And yeah, I just know that I think that I have a little bit of experience right now. This is my 4th ISA, my last one, so I'm going to give it all,
Congratulations. Anything you want to say to la gente del Perú?
Nada, a todos los que me están viendo, mi hermana que está en casa, pucha, un abrazo, un beso gigante, gracias Mica por estar ahí. A mi familia, a mi abuela que vino acá a la playa, a mi papá, a mi mamá, mis amigos, toda la gente de Perú que está vibrando. Vamos, esto recién está comenzando, Hit 2. Y nada, se vienen unos buenos días. Arriba Perú.
Thanks, Ale. Congratulations.
Great surfing from Ale. That 7.5 really setting himself apart from the pack. Nice to see when a surfer that knows this break, is representing the home crowd, is also able to capitalize on a decent wave. When it's a change of conditions that's come through, it takes a little bit more knowledge of a wave today, specifically, especially with how different it looks from our first few days of competition. 13 minutes on the clock. And our surfer Matar now up and riding from Romania into that first whip on his backhand, and he'll just be in and out very quickly.
Shannon, the wave selection being a huge part of today. This was a nice ride for Mario, getting work done early on. Love that extension of that upper body to bring it all the way around. And this is to build on top of that 3.73 that we already saw this happen during the break. And he's getting a quick account open. Another look at this ride from Alexis, waiting for this score to drop. Beautiful ride. Love the variety in those maneuvers right from the start. Unfortunately, starting to shoulder out quickly. We'll see if he stays with it as he brings it back. He's working really hard to keep that board speed up so he can be ready to do exactly that, and this inside section is delivering for him. I appreciate that he stuck with that in order to get those opportunities.
Luis now up and riding for Belgium into that first opening wrap. Just kind of a couple mid-face sections to start off with. Now starting to connect a little more top to bottom as he pushes a bit of water on that last turn. Couple of threes has Mario sitting in the leading position for Portugal, and the requirement on Luis just a 4.13. He's now sitting with a 3.17 as his backup score. Got a 3.47 for that last one on the 3-turn combination. Alexis waiting for his score to drop in. That's going to be an important one in the context of things. He currently needs a 6.64 to get the advancing position. And that score will do well to chip away at his requirement. As we take a look now at the next set coming through. Priority sitting with Red, who is just out a little bit deeper than the rest of the pack. And we've got a paddle here from Blue, just kind of having a look around on the inside section. I think for these guys, they can see that there's none of those bigger sets coming, wanting to know if any of these little waves on the inside will pop up for anything. Otherwise, they're going to be playing the waiting game.
Yeah, super smart. I mean, pretty much exactly as you see on your screen. First priority to fourth priority goes down accordingly. So red, then green, then blue, then white. And so those people with those lower priorities always sitting just underneath the person with their slightly higher priority so that they can have an opportunity. White sitting the farthest in. But sometimes I like being that last priority because it frees you up to just paddle for anything, go searching, go hunting, maybe try some lefts as well. And while you don't have a pick at maybe the first set, you can still get great scores under priority.
So true. Well, we've got a 4.5 that's dropped in for Alexis. So highest wave of the heat so far. Chipped away at that 6-point requirement, now needing a 2.14, sorry, on the board. He's the New Zealand Open men's champion from Dunedin on the South Island. It's a little bit colder there than the rest of the planet, especially as a surfer. And he's had a great run in competition here at the juniors for the last few years. So he'll be a name to really kind of continue expecting great things from, you know, starting off with that highest wave of the heat. It's not a giant score, but patiently waited it out for the opportunity to put something more decent on the board.
No, it's really important to start off your heat with those tactics, and that's, I'm sure, what their strategy would have been. It's always my strategy, paddling out into heat and paddling out into a heat. And Shannon, I'm reading in Alexis's bio, he often surfs with sea lions, leopard seals, penguins, dolphins, and orcas. Out of those 5 things, what have you surfed with before?
Okay, I have surfed with dolphins. I have surfed with sea lions and seals. I have... Actually, I think
Penguins.
I surfed with literally all of them. Not been
What
in the
about
water with
orcas?
orcas, but South Africa, we'll get
You guys
orcas
get a lot
once
of
in a while.
orcas?
Not a lot, but occasionally I have seen orcas come through the lineup at Super Tubes in J-Bay. So I haven't
Wow.
been in the lineup when that's happened. But aside from that, you know, and it is a more rare occurrence, where for Alexis, if that's the normal occurrence for him back at home, what an incredible experience to be so close to nature, and a special breed of people, I think, getting to, you know, grow up and be raised in a location like that. So different from where, you know, the majority of our Groms are growing up around the world.
Yeah, for sure. That sounds incredible. I would love to be able... I've never seen an orca, and I want to see one really bad. So I would love to get his perspective on that and how
We
it
may
is.
just have to do a South Island trip together. I've got family there. We've got the opportunity to stay with all my little nieces, and we could do some whale watching, some mountain climbing, some surfing.
This sounds fantastic to me.
It is. South Island of New Zealand is the most beautiful place I've ever been, with no question. It has absolutely everything. It's got beautiful coastlines. It has the most incredible mountain ranges. It's got these beautiful icy cold lakes and rivers to go swimming in.
Well, when I went to... so I've been to South Island once, to Queenstown, and to... just in and around that island a little bit. I was so surprised. I was there in January, which is their summer, of course, just as it is here in Peru. We're south of the equator. But they have glaciers year-round. I didn't realize it was that cold year-round. So the fact that Alexis is dealing with that from the very south of that, and those cold degree temperatures year-round, is crazy to me.
Yeah, what an incredible place to grow up in. If you ever have the opportunity and you're looking at the map and you're going, all right, we just want to have a family vacation somewhere, New Zealand is such a good pick. Between the North and the South Island, there's just so much opportunity that the entire family can literally enjoy. You know, I've got 4 little nieces, and they absolutely love growing up between. They've grew up on the North Island, now they're living on the South Island, and there's just so much opportunity to be out in nature, so many great beaches, so many little mountains, the hills, the greenery. I mean, literally, it's just the Lord of the Rings, which was filmed there. So that's exactly what I'm describing, including, you know, Hobbitville, or whatever it was called, where the hobbits are from, and all the mountain ranges. It's an incredible place. I highly
want to go to
recommend it.
Hobbitville.
All right, well, here we go. The Portuguese surfer now up and riding. Another great country that I have loved spending time in the past, and he slams that first turn Finds a little bit of rail here for the second. Now going to see if this wave stands up for him on the inside. We're going to see a lot of waves like this today, especially Rach as we're approaching that high tide. We're still just over an hour off the high, and we can already see that it's getting more challenging to connect that outside peak to the inside.
Well, that wave before that we saw of Alexis, he scratched in so hard for it. As we take another look at this first turn for Mario, he did really well to put so much energy into that because the rest of this wave just fizzled out. So that is a score that he did need for his score line. He's sitting in that first place position already on a couple of threes, but it's Alexis Owen who has that 4.5 looking to back it up.
A 4.93 drops in for last of Mario. That continues to improve his leading position with Escudero of Belgium now sitting, chasing a 5.33 on the board. He's currently sitting with first priority to his name. He's a Belgian-Portuguese surfer who lives in Algarve in Portugal. Started surfing when he was only 8 years old. He's now 18, so a decade of experience under his belt. As we take a look at him now. Into that first opening turn for Blue. Throws a lot of spray. A little bit more speed to this wave than what we were seeing from the last one caught from Mario. Still just those, you know, kind of wraps to continue keeping a little momentum as he waits for this to stand up and give him a critical in section. We'll see if it's going to get there. So far, nice smooth surfing on the rail, and he'll just have to call it with that one. Matar, a quick in and out for Romania. Great to see the Romanian team grow. 2023 World Junior Championships was the first time the ISA had seen a Romanian surfer, and that was in his teammate, Arvis, and so it's great now to have Matar in the conversation as well. And we know that that country has the opportunity for great things with surfers that are, you know, traveling all around the world. So if you are from Romania or you're, you know, from a Romanian family living somewhere else in the world, these two guys want to have some more teammates. There's the opportunity to jump in and surf with the world's best as well, as we see Mario get taken out by that last wave.
Yeah, that was a really nice exchange. Huge advantage now that Mario has that 4.93. It's not easy to find those waves and those opportunities, as we just saw from those exchanges from everybody. And having that jump from those 2s and 3s to those 4s actually is really instrumental to that wave selection. So now that Alexis and Mario both have those 4s in their score line, it's going to give them a huge advantage because we're winding down. Only 3 minutes remaining, and our surfers in blue and white, although blue right now, Shannon, is advancing, if I was sitting out there as red, I'd still be having some, you know, a lot of confidence that I can get the required score because it's only a 2.37.
Yeah, it's very small. He's got, you know, some great scores that he has dropped on the way through his opening round heat specifically, with a decent heat total. So he's just going to patiently wait it out. Hopefully the ocean also gives him that opportunity to get something. You know, at this stage, he could be looking at the lead if he gets anything in that 4-point range and taking away that first place position even from Mario. As we could see some of the surfers just kicking around the soccer ball, getting that little warm up in. It's pretty common now at surf events to see a few balls being thrown around.
Yeah, I think those things are getting more and more connected as like the physical training and the like sport athlete trainers are coming with the teams. They're all incorporating a lot more of those warm-ups before heats and understanding that mind-body connection and how to warm up those like fast twitch muscles and get the mind firing, and that's a really fun way to do it.
Yeah, it really is. It keeps things active. It gets the whole team engaged as well, which is really fun. Even if it's just throwing a hacky sack back and forth, you know? Just anything, like you said, to get those fast twitch muscles firing, especially after wanting to kind of pace your morning, maybe, you know, had an early surf. Now it's been a couple hours since you're in the water, sitting down, having a snack, having a chat, and then getting your brain firing again for contest mode as Matar is up and riding. He goes down on that first section. That's unfortunate. I like that he was, you know, looking on the attack on the inside, though, sitting under priority.
Yeah, he needs to get busy. A 6.73 is now his requirement.
That's right, as a 5.5 has dropped in for last of Alexis, straight up into the leading position. You know, we knew that it was right there within his grasp as we take another look at this one here.
Yeah,
5.5.
Great opening hit. Wraps it around there. Love that extension through that upper body. Another one, not a very fast wave, but look at how fast his board is flying on that wave. A short ride, not a lot of action through that inside, but it's from that strength of that opening ride that shot it straight into the highest single wave score of the heat.
Yeah, that's right, and able to just generate a ton of speed on a wave that lacked it itself. Mario up and riding. He uses priority on this wave. 18 seconds remaining, draws out that opening turn, and he's looking to improve on a 3.87 to increase the requirement on Escudero from Belgium. Pumping down the line, setting himself up for a nice tag to finish. We'll see if that's enough to improve that 3.87. That first turn, he really drove hard through.
Yeah, absolutely. And having that opportunity, you know, finding that connection into that inside, he finished it out clean. So I could see that going into his top two, but I don't know if it's going to be necessary. However, we are waiting for a score for blue.
That's right. So both surfers in second and third getting the opportunity on the finish as our Belgium surfer just rides in on his stomach, but let's take a look at what Lewis was able to find.
Wow, really nice opening turn. Starts strong to this wave, a little bit bigger, wraps it around. I feel like this has him on his way in terms of those first two, and you can see that frustration. The wave just completely disappears. This is that last one of green looking to defend that. Also love that opening turn. A little bit on the flat side, but love the extension, the speed throughout the whole thing, and how he brought it all the way down and was able to manage keeping his speed up to get that little tag.
Well, the scores are in, Rachel. Unfortunately for both surfers, they fall shy of anything to improve their heat totals. What's worked out well for Mario Leopoldo out of Portugal is that he stays in second, and it will be Luis Escudero out of Belgium who will be falling out in that third place position. His last score was a 3.37 and he needed a 5.33. Matar Ziv of Romania also eliminated from competition. Moving forward, Alexis Owen takes out the victory for the small island of New Zealand, the South Island specifically. And we're going to see more of him in the future. Welcome back to the World Junior Surfing Championships here with the ISA in Punta Rocas, Peru. And it's the Portuguese surfer of Salvador Vala up and riding. Looking nice for those first up opening turns, setting himself up down the line here. This will be his opening wave, and it has some big scoring potential in comparison to those last couple waves that we saw at the finish of heat number 7. We're currently in heat number 8 of our under 18 boys main round 2. Taking a look at surfers in the lineup, Japan, Portugal, Chile, and Greece represented with Rio Ono, Salvador Vela, Pascual Lorenz, and Mateo Cristodulo looking to keep themselves in the top 2.
Yeah, a huge start for Salvador, like you said. Not easy to find those waves if you're just tuning in. These waves the conditions look so beautiful today, Shannon. Wind hasn't picked up yet. It's a sunny day. The water is so blue. It's a beautiful day here in Peru, but that wave selection has been tricky.
Pascual now having a look Great looking wall opening up in front of him as he has a deep bottom turn to top turn combo to start. Gets hung up though, and that's unfortunate as it looked like it was going to start out with a great wave.
That's an example of keeping up with the pacing of the wave, Shannon. That's something we've been talking about. The athletes that are really finding those 5, 6s and above range are the ones that are able to identify the different pacing of the wave as it changes throughout. As we see a quick another look as he's trying to wipe off that one, you'd be frustrated with that as a start. And I can do that sometimes too, you know, when you feel like you're frustrated, you fell, and you want to just get your account open again.
Here he is, just like you said, getting that account open once again, and that's a nice way to open it up. Throws a bit of spray off that first turn, and he'll kick out, but that's going to replace that 1-point ride, and also having that completed maneuver itself will feel good.
Yeah, that's so crucial. Within those first few minutes, it's not that he needed to panic, that he needed to score, but I think for your own mind, that's half the battle out here, is having the mind space to be able to perform when given the opportunity.
We've got a 3.33 that has landed for Matteo Christodoulou from Greece in the white jersey, representing Greece from a heritage side of things, but actually born and raised here in Lima and loves surfing at Punta Rocas. As we take a look at this opener wave for him, that 3.33 on the board. Taking a look now at Salvador as he drives down the line. He's got a 5.33 for his opening wave, and this is actually a replay, not a live wave. So the 5.33 is this wave right here, coming from that big turn on the outside section, Rachel, and getting a little look at the inside here.
Yeah, I mean, standing up on this one within that first minute of the heat, such an incredible way to kick off. And taking a look at the replay of this is the one that went well for our surfer from Chile, as he was able to get that one and done turn. Not a huge score, but wiping off that 1-point ride where it wasn't just because of the wave, he did make that mistake, and trying to just reset from that. That will put him now into a good position as second place.
All right, so those were all replays. That 3.33 for Matteo was that left that we got to look at. Salvador opening up with that 5.33 is a great way to open up his account. And now for Ryo Ono out of Japan. He's sitting with just that 0.5, a quick in and out for his start, but he is sitting with first priority. He's going to have a look at this wave. Blue's going to have to give way. And now Red with the opportunity to get his campaign started. A fast surfer. He carries a lot of speed. There's a little hop over the boil. There's a few rocks in the lineup here at Punta Rocas, and he's doing well to navigate it all, keeping things smooth. He's got great style and approach as he finishes off on the inside. Now we got 14 minutes on the clock. We will have scores to drop and replays to come, but let's go down to the beach to catch up with Mitchell Salazar, Alexis Owen putting together a great heat.
Yeah, definitely a great heat for Alexis Owen. It's not your first one this event either. You dropped an excellent score in the opening round, now another victory. How are you really settling into Peru so far? I know you normally come from a lot of beach breaks. You got a lot of point breaks like this.
Like, obviously I love going right, and so this suits me perfectly, but yeah, like getting used to the reef breaks, it's a bit of a change, but yeah, just doing my normal surfing and stick to what I'm good at, and it seems to be working real well.
For NZ, it's usually a good amount of travel. How long was the travel, and what kind of route did you actually take to get here?
Yeah, so I'm from the bottom of New Zealand, so I had to fly to Auckland, Western North Island, then to Santiago in Chile, and then flew up to here. So it was about 2 days of travel, but man, I was so stoked to get to the end of it, to be honest.
Well, worth it though so far?
Oh, totally. It's going so well.
How about the team this year? I mean, as always, you guys have some of the best uniforms, and of course, to me, one of the best presentations with the haka at the opening ceremony as well.
Man, it's just amazing to represent such an amazing country, and I love everyone back home and all the support they're giving me, so thank you very much. And yeah, I love the team. I love everyone in the team. Like, also rep, and obviously really nice people, so loving it this year.
Congrats, kid. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Alexis. It is quite the travel from Dunedin to get to Lima. And I have really enjoyed actually kind of watching our surf community. I don't know if you've seen many of the crew that you follow, Rach, recently, starting to hit the timer to start when they you leave your front door essentially.
Oh,
Okay?
yes. I
And
have
then
done
by
this.
the time you land, oh, you've done this? Okay, I haven't done this before. By the time you land at your location, then like putting the little screenshot online for everyone to see how long your travel time actually took.
Yeah, Shannon, I actually did this for the first time when I went to visit you in South Africa all those years ago. And
You were way ahead of the trend.
yeah, with my layover, and I had like 8 hours in Dubai on my own. It was such a long trip from door to door. It took me like, I think 44 hours.
It's so intense.
It was unbelievable.
Oh my gosh, literally at least 2 days of travel for a lot of these surfers coming from different parts around the world. And yeah, if you add in a long layover, especially if you're literally like living on the opposite side of the planet,
yeah,
it just takes a while. Well, here we go. Mateo, having a look at that, decides not to go. We've got Pascual out the back. He's in a good position, maybe for that last wave, or he'll hold on to his priority. And the unfortunate thing with some of these sets, though, is the shape of them isn't quite standing up to have like a really straight direction with that nice wall to it. As we've got some more of the crew maybe playing with a soccer ball down there, scratching their head, a little confused. And here we go. Juggling.
Oh,
that's pretty good.
What the heck? That's incredible. I think that that is such an awesome skill. This is the Barbados surf team, and we obviously see this a lot from the Brazilians as well. I am hopeless with that. I don't know about you, but they don't want me in their circle. The ball would be going off the cliff.
That's so funny. Well, I actually played soccer. That was
yeah.
my main sport growing up, all the way through college. And the one thing, though, that I was genuinely never very good at was, like, I didn't have the best ball control, so juggling wasn't a good thing. I was just, like, I could run fast,
Kicker.
I could run far. I had a very good, like,
kick.
Right foot.
I believe it.
Yeah, I could kick very far. Once scored a goal as a goalkeeper in my, like, punt. I scored a goal. Yeah.
What?
I actually, one of my best friends, her dad was my coach when we were kids, and he still brings it up every time I see him. And he's like, oh, remember that time? I've never seen that happen again.
We're not talking about this enough. I can't believe 10 years of friendship, and I'm only just learning about this now. That's incredible.
Yeah,
I'm impressed.
It hits the back of my brain, but, you know, I will not go down there to juggle in front of the camera because that's not going to go well. I haven't touched a soccer ball in at least almost 2 decades.
I'll work on it.
Here we
I'll
go.
work on getting her down there, you guys.
Well, 10 minutes on the clock, and Ryo Ono's stolen away that leading position, a 5.43 on the board for Japan. No surprise with the speed he was able to generate, a smaller wave, and he had those kind of lumps within it that he navigated very well.
Yeah, you mentioned speed. That was a huge portion of his wave that just kept him going so effortlessly throughout what was a really slow wave.
Salvador Valla now sitting in that second place position. He's chasing a 0.61, so an extremely small score as I take a look at our scoreboard. Here he is up and riding. Well, he's got the score. He's now going to head into the lead, but he'll be looking to improve and just carry down the line if it opens up for him again, exiting that situation. Sometimes better, Sophie and I were talking about it yesterday, to just get out of the wave. If you've gotten the work done where the majority of that score is going to come from, just kick out clean. Put together, a completed wave for the judges without looking like you're then forcing it and maybe questioning if you've done enough before.
Yeah, that is a huge strategy that I think surfers should be taking out there with them, is cutting out with control. Judges notice everything. They're trying to pick apart literally 0.01 between scores. And, if we're looking at this heat right now, we have a couple of 3s for our bottom 2 surfers and a couple of 5s for our top 2 surfers, really making that divide. And you're trying to find every little point to convince the judges to give you a score, and that is a great strategy to that, Shannon.
We'll see if he turns to go on this one for Mateo. A 2.61 is the requirement, and Salvador's moved up into the lead, so that has changed the requirement slightly. Just a slow turn for Mateo. He can feel that that's not going to be, a good thing for his campaign, and he's going to get out as well.
Smart for him to cut out. It's not even that small requirement, so knowing that he didn't get that done on the outside, that is what he's not looking for, a 2.61. He's looking to try and get in those 5s to really get in that conversation. And I think you have a pretty good feeling of whether it's going to be in that upper realm right from that first turn. So I would have done something similar, get back out there. There's still plenty of time. He's not trying to scrap for a wave. Different strategy when we talk to timing if it was the back half of the heat in terms of those last few minutes.
That's right. Well, Mateo's a really important person for Greek surfing specifically. You know, though he's from here in Lima and spends all of his time for the most part living in Peru. We'll see quickly though if we've got a wave. Rio having a look at this wave under second priority, and he opens up with a nice wrap to start, drawing off the bottom into a little bit of variety for that second turn, really driving through. Looking smooth. He's looking to now improve on that 0.5. He'll get the 2.4 that he's chasing to take away the lead, and it's going to go back and forth for a little bit between Salvador and Rio. But for Mateo, you know, showing up as the only surfer for Team Greece for a long time, eventually had those team members joining in the World Surfing Games. But here for the juniors, it's just been Mateo for about the last 4 years. And he has this goal of seeing an entirely full junior squad for the Greece team. This year, Rachel, he's got 7 other team members for 8 total, and it's awesome to see that increase in the Greek surfing squad.
Yeah, that is huge. It's been great. And they also have one of the youngest competitors of our whole event on their team as well. Her name is Charlotte. She's 11 years old. We got to talk to her in a post heat after one of her heats, and you know, she talked about how she has a dream of becoming a professional surfer one day, and being here at the ISA World Junior Championships is a huge stepping stone and platform to launch into an opportunity like that.
That's right, and I can already see even in Mateo's future, you know, he's got a long time as a competitive surfer ahead of him, but in the future, really being the leading person for that Greek surfing contingency. I mean, with the effort that him and his family have put into just showing up and becoming a presence here, a familiar face, getting the support from their country back at home, and now putting in that effort to really grow a grassroots movement. It's incredible what the Christodoulou family specifically has poured into surfing for the Greek community. And I think one day, you know, we'll see him wearing that coach's cap. We'll see him either as an Olympian himself with the absolute opportunity for many years to come, but also likely taking teams of Olympians in surfing in many, for, you know, I just feel like this is
for years to come.
Yeah, for years
to come. No, I agree. And I mean, talking about that Olympic inclusion, now that the ISA has been able to award surfing with, you know, we're now in the Olympics. That's an incredible opportunity for so many athletes, and has now opened up, like you said, goals and jobs and all together. So as an athlete coming from a nation like that, now looking and seeing that that could be in your future in many ways is amazing.
Pasquale up and riding, and he throws the tail out, chasing a 4.51. The hustle on the paddle, noting that that wave's going to be incomplete. There's a set approaching. Surfer in blue has first priority, white second priority. Blue's going to take a look at this wave, and you can see it standing up with a little bit more of a wall than that one behind. So a great decision from Salvador into those first 2 turns. Really just searing through and looking really comfortable on his equipment. Lining it up here, throws that stall, trying to see if he's going to gain some speed and how he manages this in section. Nice corner. And that wave had a lot more to offer.
Man, both Rio and Salvador have been surfing a really effortless heat. Their wave selection has been on par. They both have surfed only 3 waves respectively, and they have been great waves. This one just kept on offering opportunity. A slopier section here, but he's staying really busy, staying really lively. You know, as you're watching it, your eyes are grabbing onto so much. And watching that spray, exemplifying his power, and so great. He got to finish it off strong. We're talking about finishing with a stamp. It's either cutting out with control, having a clean hit as a finish, however you finish the wave, it needs to be clean. I can't emphasize that enough.
Yeah, it is such an important factor to professional surfing specifically, is learning how to tie up a wave at the end. It sets apart, you know, the difference between paddling out and free surfing, just out, you know, doing your own thing, maybe pushing the limits and testing new things, or just not really paying much attention and kind of flopping off of a wave. When you're wearing a jersey, it needs to be tightened up no matter how the exit comes together.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's steps I think each surfer takes in their career as they advance through, going from your local amateurs to on maybe like these junior world championships onto that world stage, and then going from those juniors to those professionals, as we see
Rio now driving down the line, setting himself up for his first big turn. He's looking to improve on a 4.67. Nice couple roundhouse cutbacks as he just drives through, drags the hand behind, throws that tail out on the finish. Incredible performance. Pascual answering back for Chile. He's chasing a 6.40 on the board, and we're about to see the heat leader increase his lead. That will leave the requirement the same, though, on Pascual as he finishes off on the inside section. Now Mateo out the back with the opportunity to chase down a 6.4 to take the advancing position. Remember, this is elimination. Bottom two surfers will be heading home. Mateo does not want to be one of those. Driving through, and a great wave selection as it hits the reform. It's going to give him more scoring potential down the line, and this is where that local knowledge has come through for Chris Todulo, as he is just looking for more opportunity to finish. Just patiently pacing out. Let's see if this wave stands up. Oh, it just doesn't quite offer him that lip line and the closeout section. Rachel, that was a good exchange. Rio absolutely driving through that last wave.
Yeah, Rio had an incredible, I mean, his wave selection has been like so perfect, but it's Mateo who really needs this score, and it's only so high because he wasn't able to get anything of substance throughout the whole heat. That first turn was incredible. My first reaction, it's not going to be the 6.4 requirement, but I really would have loved to see more from him throughout this heat. Nice floater climb in order to get around the section. Beautiful, man, Shannon, that head turning into that front arm just shows that full commitment. That was beautiful technique. And keeping really busy here, bringing it back around, still waiting for that as we see live action.
Oh, and if Salvador drops a score on this wave that can improve his too, so far the surfing could be on the way there, needing to improve on a 4.4. Multiple turns down the line, throwing in a ton of variety, carrying so much speed and flow, adding power to it as well. He's got the energy. Wow, that is, the judges have some work on their hands as we come down to the finish. Salvador with a score to drop, Mateo with a very important score to drop. Pascual, unfortunately, he's dropping a score as well, but that's not going to factor in to enough to get that 6.4 requirement. Would expect now that the requirement could even grow with that last of Salvador.
It's amazing how many heats come down to these final minutes, and that's because everyone starts feeling that pressure of that time constraint right at the end and gets busy. But I would love to see more busyness from the beginning parts of the heat. We're seeing surfers who have more capability than what they're doing because they're being too patient out there.
All right, the score is in for this. It's a 5.23, Rach.
Yeah, extending his lead. He's looking so comfortable. This is just such beautiful surfing. Every single wave that that I've watched him on so far, the word effortless comes to mind. And even there, we're talking about finishing it off clean, and his foot came unstuck, and he managed to pull it back together. Now this is Salvador trying to improve his situation, increase that requirement, and protect his second place position. You know, he's looking to replace a 4.4. I think this may as well do it. It's very lively and electric surfing on a small wave, so much spray, and you can see that passion. He knows he is trying to ward off Mateo from getting a score.
Taking one more look at it here, Salvador would need a 5.34 to take the leading position, which would then put Rio down into second. And Pascual drops a 4.17 on his last wave as we just see another angle here from last of Salvador. The Chilean bumps up into third for the moment as that score is locked in, but we're waiting for this one specifically. It will be Mateo chasing down that 6.4 to get himself the advancing position over Salvador.
That first turn was incredible, straight into that second turn. And then these are all just those linking maneuvers. I think you can see by his body language, he's a little bit disappointed here, knowing that maybe he felt he needed another opportunity in order to get the score.
Well, it's a 4.70. We could sense that it just wasn't quite going to hit those sixes that he was chasing. It would have needed to be the best wave by more than a point of the entire heat. And so Mateo Christodoulou eliminated from competition, as well as Pascual Lawrence. For Greece and Chile, they'll be supporting their teams for the remainder of the event. We are still waiting for that last score of Salvador. It drops through as a 6.33. He improves the situation, takes over the lead on that final moment. Like you said, Rach, the pressure surfing that we're seeing in the final minute in each of these heats is incredible. Let's see surfers start their campaigns the same way as well. But wow, for Salvador to end things off with that 6.33, incredibly impressive. Rio Ono through in second. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, we've got more action from the under-18 boys.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves in Punta Rocas. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, FENTA, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Well, welcome back to the action. We've seen a lot of buzzer beater finishes throughout competition this week, and the trend continues into competition here on day 5 at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're in Punta Rocas, Peru, and we just saw Salvador Vala out of Carcavelos in Portugal take out the victory. He was already in an advancing position, but nice to see him also solidify that opportunity for a post-heat interview. We'll be catching up with him shortly, as we can see surfers out in the lineup from Italy, Trinidad and Tobago, Japan and Argentina, with Alberto, Aiden, Ren, and Tomas looking for their opening rides. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Rachel Tilley to call the action. And Rach, we've already got a couple small scores on the board. Well, not even small. I mean, they're in that mid-range zone. They could absolutely be keepers at this stage of competition, what we've been seeing, with a 4.5 to start for Aiden out of Trinidad and Tobago, and a 4.93 to start for Tomas out of Argentina.
Yeah, I'd say if these two surfers have been watching the heats prior to paddling out, which I'm sure they have, they know that 4s have been crucial to advancement. So to start out your heat like that just is a really positive thing.
Ren now having a look here, Ren Okano, and setting himself up with a couple of searing turns on a small-sized wave, looking nice and playful as it comes through to the inside section, and then he adds in just that little punch of aggression to finish. He'll have a first score to drop in on the board. 17 minutes on the clock. We got 20-minute heats for competition this week. It was nice to see the 20 minutes added in as well to the repecharge round that ran across all 4 divisions. Typically those tend to be 15 minutes, but due to the fact that there is only one repecharge round in this event, and from here on out it's going to just be elimination in the main rounds, that extra 20 minutes was really crucial for surfers to be able to find some rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that we were just talking about all of these heats seem to have these massive exchanges within those last 5 minutes. So if they're 15-minute heats, that eliminates that opportunity to have that last final push. But I'm hoping to see a bigger push from the first half of the heats from these surfers, and that's what we're already seeing in this heat now.
That's right, and even thinking about, you know, the fact that there's a couple of sets, especially on this kind of slower day like this. The quality is very good when it comes through, but it is slower in between. 15 minutes would be really hard to surf a well-structured heat out here to get 2 of those good waves in. For a lot of surfers, it comes maybe somewhere in that first 10 minutes and somewhere in that second 10 minutes. They're getting an opportunity, where if it was down to like you had, say, 7 minutes on each half because of only a 15-minute heat, definitely would be seeing more surfers come in without any solid opportunity to get a good score on the board. So that was really nice to see through competition yesterday. We're into the main rounds once again today. We're currently tracking with competition here at Punta Roca, where our under 18 boys are in for the afternoon. And Team Japan has been doing a great job supporting from the beach.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Rito Ono on that heat before, he had such great strategy. He was so busy, had great wave selection the whole time. I'm sure Ren got that same coaching from their team, and he started off just as strong as the rest of them in his heat.
4.87, and so, you know, pretty much equal across the board for the opening exchange. It's just Alberto from Italy who has yet to open up his campaign. But as I say that, he's putting himself in position now. Gonna have a look at that wave, decide not to go. Potentially the one behind will give him an opportunity. Just under 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, at this point, I would be feeling a little bit of pressure if I was Alberto. The fact that 3 of the surfers have gotten 4s, it's crucial that he gets a score at least within that range. I would be aiming for above personally, because that gives you a huge advantage to win that exchange. I keep talking about this, Shannon, about this first exchange, but that is a really great strategy to have when you're paddling out. If you're a competitor listening right now, trying to win that opening exchange, get the nod right now. Tomas has that. It's only by a little bit. But, you know, if you could get a wave in the 5s now and win that opening exchange, gives you a huge advantage in how you can play and structure your heat going forward.
It's so true, and the wave that's coming through now could very well give him that opportunity for Alberto. Born to Italian parents in New York, spending his life growing up in Malibu, California, loves a right-hander, and we can see that style coming through with the many right-handers he's caught in his lifetime. Trying to find a 5-point ride to win the best of this opening exchange, as you were saying, Rach. And nice few turns connected together.
All right, I like the start for him. A really strong opening turn will be really helpful to that score. That's where jumping above that 3s really helps, as we see another ride.
Here we go with Tomas, open with that 5.93, setting that board on rail for his first turn. This wave is starting to taper off, and he'll get out quickly. We've got 13 minutes on the clock, and as we wait for scores to drop through for 3 out of our 4 surfers, we'll go down to check in with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you. Here with the Portuguese surfer, Salvador Bala. You're from Carcavelos. Your favorite wave is Cochos. You got the win right at the end, to drop in the 6. How does it feel to go from 2nd to 1st in terms of your confidence?
It feels really good. My first heat was also nice, but I didn't get the first place, so I'm happy to go in the first place now. And the waves are fun, really slow, but when you get the good one, it's fun for some good turns, and really happy.
Also a big-time skateboarder, too. How much do you think that's helped your surfing?
I think it has helped a lot. I don't skate so much right now, but when I was younger, I skated a lot, and I think it was really good for my journey on surfing. So I think it was important.
One of my favorite things to do is chat to people about music. I love Brazilian hip-hop. Is there any Portuguese hip-hop that I should be knowing about?
Yeah, you got some really good Portuguese artists. I don't know which one I like, but I don't really listen to Portuguese music, but Jamie's uncle makes some nice music. Duda tranquilo.
I'll have to listen to it. A message back home?
Yeah. Queria só agradecer aos meus pais que me apoiam muito, à minha namorada que tem sido impecável, sempre a apoiar-me, e bora Portugal!
Obrigado, parabéns.
Well, thanks so much. We're going to have to start listening to Jamie's uncle, Rach.
Yeah, okay, noted. Added to my Spotify playlist.
Ren now up and riding. He's got that 4.87 to start. Second ride for him. Looking smooth so far as he comes through to the inside section and just has a lot of speed and flair to his surfing. I love that last turn as this wave continues to offer a little more opportunity for him. Waves starting to struggle to connect to that inside section, and he did really well to find one that ran, considering that we're, you know, getting really close to that high tide.
Yeah, Team Japan having excellent wave selection that stuck out to me on that last heat. It's sticking out to me in this heat. Ren looking so great. So I think that is going to at least match that opening score for him and skyrocket him straight into the lead.
He's got the opportunity to take the lead, that's for sure. Alberto for Italy, still waiting for his first score to drop in, and now the score for Ren. Couple of 2s on the board for last of blue and last of white, so those didn't factor into their top 2 scores as Alberto is up and riding again. And taking a look at this one here. Spends his time splitting now between LA, between Malibu and Portugal, back and forth between the two. And spends as much time as he can finding those little rights to growing up surfing first point.
Yeah, obviously representing Team Italy. I went to Italy for the first time this year, and while I was there, of course, they don't have ground swell like we're surfing here. They just have wind swell there on the Mediterranean. And I had the opportunity to go out and catch a couple waves for the first time in the Mediterranean Sea. It was so incredible. And Italy now coming out across lots of different disciplines. We're seeing on the, of course, Leonardo Fioravanti on the championship tour. We'll get back to that in a sec.
Taking a look here for Aiden Albada out of Trinidad and Tobago. Great surfing so far on this wave. Trying to hold on to that leading position. Nice bit of variety in the types of turns. Throws that little jam in the pocket, and he'll potentially have the opportunity to find a closeout section here to finish. Does well to connect through, and that style taking him all the way to the inside. White now, Tomas throwing a ton of spray out of that first turn. Frothy section now in front of him here. Just gonna wrap it back and climb the foam, setting himself up through to the inside. Small wave as it starts to kind of taper off. He'll make the decision to get out of there. That first turn kind of just hit the right pocket at the right time to throw a nice fan of spray.
Yeah, well, we've been asking the surfers to have busier heats, and we're getting it. Still scores to drop for blue, green, and white to then really update that situation. But I'm enjoying it, you know, for us as spectators. It's much more exciting to watch a heat when it's busy. However, from the competitive side, I can be guilty of being really selective and not necessarily always the busiest. I'm not saying busy is always the best strategy for every conditions, but today, with the way the waves are, those busiest surfers are the ones that are getting that extra, finding those right waves.
Giving that extra opportunity.
Yep.
As we see Ren with a paddle, he's unable to get into it. So current situation as scores have dropped has shifted around just a little bit. It's Ren in that leading position with a 5.93 and a 4.87. Tomas is sitting in second. He was able to improve his situation with the last wave of a 3.83 on the board. That makes the requirements into a 4 and a mid-range 4, a mid-range 3 on third and fourth place positions. Aiden for Trinidad and Tobago, he will need a 4.27 with this last wave that he caught to take away that advancing spot. Will potentially be his best of the heat, aside with that 4.5. And then Alberto has that 5.23 on the board. He's sitting on the second highest score of the heat so far, Rach, and he's got priority to his name. Now, if he is patient here, he could find himself with the opportunity to really get something great.
Yeah, this is where I would encourage patience, finding that backup to that 5. I wouldn't be looking for a 3 yet. I'm looking for another 5, 6, or 7, and really solidifying that first place position, jumping up into that and holding onto it. But it's almost like they can hear us because they're surfing a great heat. It was Alberto who didn't start his account early. Everyone else got 4s to their name, and we were saying, Shannon, he should open up with a 5 and get that extra nod to his name, and that's exactly what he did.
Taking a look here for Aiden. Quick little snap to start, and he'll exit straight away. We're still waiting for that last score to drop. And it's a 5.53, so there we go. That's now turned this heat around and sets Aiden up in that advancing position. And, you know, thinking about teams, we got some great teams on the ground here, 57 of them in total. 3 girls, 3 boys per team, per age division specifically. So 3 in the under 16s, 3 in the under 18s per gender. And it's been great to see. And Rach, as of yesterday afternoon, these are the official points as far as our leading teams hunting out that gold medal.
Yeah, all tied for first place, 8 teams at the moment. That can still change a ton, but that really, so early in the event, that's really just going off of those teams that still have majority or all of their surfers still in the mix.
Yeah, so great to see, you know, a lot of those teams just being those powerhouse nations for surfing, the names we would expect to be sitting in that pack, like a Brazil, USA, Australia, Peru, the local team here, all finding some great success in their opening rounds across all 4 divisions. Today on our main podium, we're continuing to run with our under 18 boys division round 2, 27 heats in total, and we're going to be able to round out and finish that entire round. On our second podium at El Bosque, the women's, the girls under 18s and under 16s are in the water. We got about half a round for each of them. So we're finishing out round number 2, main round 2 for the under 18 girls this morning. And then once that finishes around midday, we will be into our main round girls under 16s in the lineup, the first 21 heats of that round. So actually, taking a look at my clock there, they've already started that next round. So we're into the under 18 girls on that side. You can follow along with all those scores, situation updates, and that kind of single camera to be able to watch those waves and follow the action on the girls side of things. Some really incredible surfing going on down there with very big names from the sport looking to find themselves with either repeat gold medals or you know, the opportunity to win their first.
Yeah, and you won't be able to hear our voices, obviously, as we're talking about our Punta Rocas podium right now, but you still get to hear that technical beach announcing, so you'll know the situation in its entirety, requirements, scores on the board, and all of that. So bringing it back to our Punta Rocas podium, there are waves coming in, Shannon.
Yeah, there's going to be some opportunity here. We're down to 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Alberto up and riding now for Italy, and he's got a great forehand attack here, nice smooth style. Throw a ton of spray off of that last turn as well, which showcases some great timing. He's now chasing a 4.81 as we see Tomas up and riding for Argentina, and that's a nice looking turn, putting it all on the line now as we come down to the last few minutes, but unable to ride out.
Yeah, I like it. Needing a 5.11. He needs to add in that variety, add in that those major maneuvers, unfortunately coming unstuck, of course, but that was a really nice effort in these final minutes. He will, I think, get another opportunity because, look, they're not that far out from the inside once they catch that wave, that paddle up pretty short today.
Yeah, it's so different from the last few days, right? That interview that you had yesterday afternoon, I believe it was Willow from Team England who took out the victory, and it was just the 2 surfers in the water. They knew they would be advancing through, just based off the fact that that 3rd surfer hadn't paddled out. And you asked for the takeaway, and she said, well, learning how to paddle out at this break, because it was actually, it's a gnarly paddle when it's a little bit bigger.
Yeah, she said she kept sitting in spots where the sets would hit her and learning how to, instead of fighting that, just paddling sideways, getting into the channel. And although that's technically paddling longer, it's an easier paddle and so therefore would be quicker. But we've had a situation change, Shannon, in the last final minutes.
Wow, well, another 5 has dropped in for Alberto, and he's jumped up into 2nd. Ren, waving his arm there, wants to know the exact situation. He's still sitting in that leading position, and he's holding on to priority. Alberto now in 2nd off the strength of 2 5s. He would need a 5.48 which is like about 0.1 higher than what he has in his other scores in order to take away that leading position off the strength of a single score. Aiden now for our surfer in the blue jersey, he's chasing a 5.03 and Tomas chasing a 5.63 in this final minute. Looks like there might be an opportunity. We'll see if either of those waves is kind of, going to stand up enough to give either surfer the opportunity. Aiden sitting with second priority, so he's in a decent position there. You can see though that, our two advancing surfers have split apart to take a little bit of control in that priority situation over the two surfers chasing scores.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm surprised Alberto's not even staying on Tomas even tighter. And I'm enjoying seeing Ren staying as aggressive as he is. He's sitting in that first place position, so sitting pretty comfortable. And sometimes you can see surfers get lazy in that position and suffer because of it. And so the fact that he's wanting to use that first priority, utilize that strategy, is showing how intentional he is about wanting to advance through this heat in that top spot.
It's so true, and it's that respect again to the other surfers. It can be really annoying and frustrating when you're the one being sat on, but it means those surfers know that you've got the skill sets to be knocking them out of competition, and they need to do what they need to. On the other hand, then the buzzer sounds, and you get to see that great camaraderie, great sportsmanship out in the lineup.
Yeah, I love that. I love competitors in the water, friends on the beach. The ISAs are a great way and place to make friends all around the world. And we're all here to do a job. And I think finding that balance of being able to, be competitive out there and respect your competitors, give everything that you can, but then be those friends on the beach.
Well, another great heat here. Rin Okano from Japan taking the lead. Alberto Barzan from Italy in that second place advancing position. We're going to go to a break. We'll be right back with more action after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
We're right back to it. It's the boys under 18 round 2 heat 10. This is the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're live from Punta Rocas, Peru. Strong heat in the lineup. Romeo Stone, Trent Corbin, Jay Phipps, Kishore Kumar, Costa Rica, Barbados, France, and India represented in this international superheat. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Sofia Milanovic. It's been really fun to watch this fresh Indian team compete this week. Kishore Kumar will be the representative from Team India, and he is up and ripping. Almost laces a really cool looking kind of two-stage tailslide snap.
Yeah, he attacked that section.
We're seeing a little bit different of a lineup as the tide just fills in.
Yeah, I think it's filling in. You can tell that the waves break closer to the shore. When it does, carries more water. We see blue.
Trent Corbin, Barbados. They have a great team. I would say not underestimated because everybody knows Barbados has a lot of great surfers. But when you think of, kind of the heavyweights, France, Japan, USA, Brazil, Australia, of course, that list has grown so much in the past few years. Every team is making this very evenly matched here at the under 18 junior level. Overview of the surfers and an interview of our broadcast booth. I'm Chris Cote. This is Sofia Milanovic. Sofia, so far so good. Day 5 of competition. Waves have been with us all week. The performances have been next level.
Yes, this contest has been so good. Beautiful waves, beautiful surfing, and everybody's fired up. They won those medals.
Well, Punta Rocas has been an incredible host location for us. So many waves, 2 podiums that have been firing all week long. Today's the smallest day we've seen yet of the contest window, but still super high performance waves out there. We've seen some big air attempts. We've seen some huge scores come through earlier on, and I think this heat is gonna start to pick up because Romeo Stone from Costa Rica is an absolute ripper. He's in the red jersey, already dropped a 4.83. Jay Phipps from Team France came through with a 2.50. And we still have a score to come through for green.
There's some waves at the back.
We've been so impressed with the styles that we're seeing and the power on display from these under 18 surfers.
Yes, beautiful styles. Everybody's surfing. Such mature surfing for these young kids. They're like ready for it. Super powerful surfing, good stances, and going for it. We've seen a couple of really progressive moves too. Remember that alley-oop we saw in one of the first days? That was amazing surfing.
Here's Kumar. His first wave's just 0.93. This one already much better. Damn. Blasting his fins out in the second turn. Comes around the section again. It's amplifying with every turn that he's done.
Wow.
Another big bash through the inside. See? I mean, have you ever seen Kishore Kumar surf before?
Wow. No, I'm amazed. That one of those turns was like so good.
That was world class.
So powerful.
I mean, these are the surprises we love to see. I mean, not surprised. Just making the, Indian national team is huge. But when you start a heat with a wave like that, that's why you got to watch every minute of every heat. As you see Trent Corbin now getting involved in his backhand. So Kishore Kumar showing us that India has talent. That was a great wave. So well surfed on his backhand. 14:24 to go. Judges are locking in some scores. While we wait for those, let's go down to the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Ren Okano. Ren, congratulations. You're in the U18s and the U16s back in 2023. You got 5th. Your goal this year is to win gold, and obviously your favorite wave being lower trestles. How much fun did you have out there in the Peruvian lower trestles?
Yeah, he is near the trestle, so I like this wave. Yeah.
Anything you would like to say back home in Japanese?
応援ありがとうございます。次もどんどん勝って、どんどん勝っていきます。応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
Great surfer right there, Ren. And talking to the coach from Team Japan, he says one thing that they've been working on is actually post-heat interviews. And, the whole team is tasked with working on their English, as most of the broadcasts you see around the world at this elite level feature, English post-heat interviews.
For sure.
And it's, it's a big part of raising your raising the awareness of your name, right? And I give a lot of credit to Team Japan. I mean, they have come here to do business.
Yeah, actually, they've hired Miguel Tudela, one of the locals here.
How smart is that?
That's super smart. He's one of the best surfers of Peru, one of the best surfers here. He knows the wave really well, so that was really a really good tactic by Team Japan.
Here's Jay Phipps from Team France. Big power blaster on that closeout section. Only one turn on offer, but it was a good one.
That was a great turn by Green.
Kumar again. So Kumar's first wave comes through it as a 4.67. Some strong surfing there from this young representative from Team India. There's the Costa Rican flag flying. Barbados. Oh, they got a tightly grouped fan base right here. Pura Vida, Team Costa Rica, Romeo Stone. He's an amazing surfer. He has a 483. It's a Costa Rican Bufacella. Conch shell.
Such a beautiful country, Costa Rica.
Oh, I mean, the Pura Vida moniker is just, it's so fitting, right? It's like they just live a pure life, always field teams with tons of spirit.
And I feel they're just really connected to nature, the outdoor, and it's just a good place to go.
Yeah, and so many of our surfers, you know, they're representing nations all over Europe and the Americas, and a lot of them actually live and train in Costa Rica. You see Romeo Stone. Nice smooth flow down the line. Wave flattens out a little bit, but he got some work done on the outside section. So Stone will back up the 483. That is some serious focus right there from one of the team coaches. Score dropped quick for Romeo Stone, so 3.4. It's enough to get him in second place. Now Kumar needs a 3.57, and Corbin needs a 4.93. And here's Jay Phipps again from Team France. Saw Championship Tour surfer Pauline Ado show up to Peru as one of the coaches.
Yeah, Pauline's a really good friend of mine. Amazing surfer from France. She's been a world champion too. Here comes Blue in a wave.
Corbin now wrapping it around through to the inside. Hoping for things to escalate a little bit. He's kind of just fighting against the flatness of this wave. You know, he's in that inside rock section, but he's going to keep it going. Get out of there. Goes dry right in front of him. So Barbados has something to celebrate. Mid-range, you know, probably just below the mid-range score, just because the wave was really kind of slower and a little slopey on the face. Did some good work. Will earn some points, but he needs something in the 5 range in order to get into one of those top 2 advancing spots.
Yeah, he can still build his scores. You know, maybe it's gonna be a little bit better than 3.3. We don't know, but yeah, he's keeping active. I think that's a good thing. Just keep active. Find every opportunity that comes to you and go for it.
Halfway through this round 2, heat 10 for the boys 18 and under division. Jay Phipps is 17 years old from Seños. His favorite wave is La Gravière. He likes Hossiger, Snapper Rocks. His board was actually shaped by his dad. It's Mark Phipps shake, the Knee Hawk. And he is your French junior champion for 2024, snowboarder, mountain biker. His dad's Australian, mom's Welsh. So he spends the colder European months in Victoria, Australia every year. He loves to travel. And pretty cool that his dad's a shaper. You can imagine the connection they have there. 8:30 to go. Sun's out today. It's blazing down here on the beach. Punta Rocas. Check out ISAsurf on Instagram to see some of the incredible photos and stunning photography work of our staff. That was one of our crew members right there. Sean down there doing anything it takes to get the shot. These guys are real good.
Yeah, I've seen some amazing shots of the contest. Both lifestyle and surfing.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had. When you're out of your heat, you know, you're mingling with surfers from 57 nations. So we know there's a lot of friendships being formed. Romeo Stone jumped into second place on those last wave and looks like he's going to elevate again. A couple really nice turns. He works it through to the inside. Great style. Goes plenty fast. Making full use of the rail of his board on those turns. It's really cool looking. 728. Judge is going to appreciate that one. He's trying to delete a 3.4 out of his score line. Probably did that.
Yeah, I think for sure he did that. That was really good surfing from Red.
So the judges have to reset their scale every heat, basically every, you know, as the conditions change a little bit, every day definitely. And right now, you know, we're seeing those open face carves being rewarded a little bit more than they have been in previous days, just because there's not quite as much opportunity for those critical sections. We've seen a few great air attempts. I think it's time that we see a big air landed. And it's going to be Kishore Kumar using his priority. Kind of extended backside carve there. Kumar stalling, hoping for this wave to form up. And he goes with the backside reverse. Wow. Nice and smooth. Getting some progression there. Yeah, that was right when I said, let's see an air. We saw a progressive maneuver. Backside reverse. That was one of the most popular tricks to do in the 90s. Faded a little bit, but still pretty impressive when you do it with speed like that in a section that was just asking for it.
That was a great move by White, risking a lot, committing to the section. There was just one section to the wave, and he went for it.
Yeah, it shows me that he can blast when given the opportunity. You could just see the little stall that he did in the whitewater to kind of wait for that wave to form up a little bit. That was a technique, I would say, if not invented, definitely popularized by Jason Ratboy Collins. You know, it's not about pumping as fast as you can down the line to get this section. You got to wait for that section to develop. And Ratboy had this way of kind of stalling and getting up towards the top of the whitewater, and then accelerating straight into it. It's exactly what Kumar did on his last wave.
Legend Ratboy. All those guys from Santa Cruz, right? Great surfers.
One of the birthplaces of aerial surfing. 5 minutes, 15 seconds left. You see Jay Phipps out the back with priority, controlling this heat so far. Waiting for that score to come through from Kishore Kumar. Got pretty progressive, and it
looks like this is gonna be a good wave, but
surfers, don't forget about these lefts. Could be something happening over there. As you see Phipps, a little late. So he used his priority on a wave that just bypassed him, and now he's at the back of the line. Trent Corbin now gets that P1 spot. Romeo Stone in second priority, Kumar in third.
Kumar needs a 5.27 to get into that advancing place. And Trent needs a 6.6. Still available scores for both of these surfers. But the 6.6 would have to be the best wave of the heat till now, so they're gonna have to compare that with a 5.8 and 5.3, so we'll see what happens.
Well, as expected, Kumar's last wave was a little better than his second effort. Doesn't get the required 5.27, but helps himself out a little bit with the 3.70. This is a look at Romeo Stone's last wave. This is a 5.30, so the best wave of the heat or second best wave of the heat so far.
Great surfer, Red. There's a replay. This turn was such a nice turn, throwing lots of water. Great timing to both of his turns.
Reminds me a little bit about his fellow Costa Rican, Noemar McGonigal.
Yeah, Noemar is such a powerful surfer. His backside is mind-blowing.
Oh, yeah. Here's your current conditions. Swell, 3 to 4 foot. Pretty consistent. Obviously a little slower than yesterday, but very contestable. Wind is very chill. The tide is low at 10:13. And your air water temp evenly matched, 68 and 66. The perfect day to go surfing with your friends.
Mm-hmm. Looks fun.
Time's flying. We've got 2 minutes, 40 seconds left. Solid surfing from Romeo Stone. He's got a 10.13 total. Kumar still needs that 5.27. Corbin, it looked like he was getting some momentum early on. Slow down a little bit. He needs a 6.63. That would have to be a pretty good wave, or one big radical maneuver. 2:14 left. Looks like Green from 4th priority sneaks to the inside, finds himself a little right. Quick turn through to the inside. Trying to get rid of a 4-1-0. Yeah, really clean style. Let's get down to the wire. Kumar is in 3rd priority. Corbin's in 1st priority. Everybody's back out in the lineup. It's going to make Kumar's job of finding a wave a little bit more difficult, but we could have a set coming through just in time. All the surfers see it. Now it's a battle to get into position. Swinging a little bit to the right. All right, Corbin strikes first. Two good turns, but the wave fades out. And now we see Kumar. Kumar's looking for a ramp. Comes around this section, big backside snap, frees the fins, but goes over the handlebars. He had to push it.
Yeah, he got stuck up top, but he had a really good projection into that move. Unfortunately, he falls off at the top.
Now there's 43 seconds left. That could have been the last chance for Corbin and for Kumar. Always bittersweet to lose such talented surfers, but that is the nature of the beast. Competition is not easy, especially at this elite level for the world's best juniors. 24 seconds left. I wish we could just add another 20 minutes to this heat because I want to see more from Kumar and Trent Corbin. These guys have done really well. Just didn't quite get the quality of waves that Romeo Stone and Jay Phipps had. So from the Punta Nation of Costa Rica, it's going to be Romeo Stone getting the win. Jay Phipps comes through in 2nd place. Unfortunately, we lose Kishore Kumar representing Team India, as well as Trent Corbin from Barbados. But I'm sure they'll be back in junior competition, so that is definitely not the last we've seen of these two talented surfers. Give it up to Costa Rica. Romeo Stone ripped that heat. So as these surfers make their way back in from heat 10, continue rolling through your boys under 18 round 2 here at podium 1. We got podium 2 going off as well. You can click the tab on podium 2 to find out all the results and what's happening over there. But for now, we're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more action. Coming up next, Portugal, Indonesia, Barbados, and Panama. Stick around.
The main objective of the Women's Leadership and Coaching Program is a focus on gender equality, as well as women empowerment. So the purpose of this program is to be able to uplift female surfers within the Latin Americas, to see them become leaders within their sport and see them be able to become decision makers within their federations, and really just playing a positive role in creating even more change for the sport of surfing. It's not just the technical aspect of surfing, it was also focused on leadership, and so kind of teaching the ladies different styles of leadership, being able to educate them on how to be decision makers, to be change makers, to be problem solvers. And then we really elevated it a bit with the fundamental side of coaching, but what it means to lead a national team. There was also a massive empowerment as a community. We were able to include the local community here in Dominical. We were able to have these ladies work with both males and females, young, old, locals who have never competed, to some surfers that have competed on the international stage. But what kind of meant the most to me was to see these women come together. And I know it sounds a little cliche, but there was a lot of girl power. there really was an incredible energy from these women, and I think they're all going to walk away with more confidence. So for me, I'm very grateful for the ISA and for how they are striving to be able to play a beneficial role in the equality of the sport. And I think we're going to see some incredible stories come out of this, and we're also going to see women that are going to be a part of decision making for their country and hopefully globally for the sport one day.
We are back. This is your boys under 18 round 2, heat 11, and it's stacked. Representatives from Indonesia, Barbados, Portugal, and Panama in the lineup now. A couple of waves ridden straight off the buzzer. It's going to be Bruno Amato, Rendra Attard, Tommaso Layson, and Moises Zabide. And the waves pulsing just in time. Quick up and down there, but Rendra from Team Indonesia already has a 5.5 in his scoreline.
That's a good start for him, 5.5 in the first 3 minutes of the heat.
Sophia, I know you've been around the world and back a lot of times, but I'm sure you've spent time in Indonesia. In fact,
Yeah.
I remember you were on a Transworld Surf boat trip in Indonesia. Is it really hard for surfers that come from places like Indonesia, you know, Hawaiian Islands? Is it actually hard for them to leave those wonderful places to come compete, or is that kind of a myth?
That's a really good, this is the 5.5. He did like some really good moves. That first turn was pretty much the money turn. Then the wave kind of slowed down a little bit. He's eyeing that last section. Great last section for him, for blue. Great start for the Indonesian. This is green. I love this kid surfing. Looks so smooth.
Yeah, we became big Tommaso Layson fans yesterday.
Yeah, he's a great surfer. And then this is a replay from Red, this last wave. Beautiful turn up the top to start that wave. Second beautiful turn. Nice surfing by surfing Red. Bruno Amao from Portugal. Great heat in our hands. They all look like amazing surfers. Here comes White.
Moises representing Panama, hung up in the whitewater there. 15 minutes left.
Yeah, how you were saying, I think, I mean, doesn't really get better than Indonesia and Hawaii and those amazing places of waves and just beautiful sceneries, you know, beaches and stuff. But I'm sure they want to experience other parts of the world, different cultures, different food. It's always beautiful to travel. It's just an adventure.
Yeah, and if you get the accolade of being named to your national team, I'm sure, that sometimes the swell at home is going to sting a little bit. I think Legend Chandler was saying that his brother's been sending him photos from Pipeline just to kind of rub it in a little bit, but Legend seems to be enjoying himself down here in Peru as well. So 14:27 to go. Situation stands like this. Team Indonesia, Rendra Attard in the lead with a 5.5. Bruno just posted a solid score of 5.67. Tommaso, just a 1.93. Wave kind of died beneath his feet. And for Zabide, 0.67. So really yet to get the ball rolling there. Tommaso Layson from Barbados has to be considered as one of the most stylish surfers in this round. What we saw him do yesterday and in the previous days, it was just really eye-opening. You know, the kid is so smooth.
So smooth. He looks kind of like a young Mick Fanning kind of style. He has priority right now. Priority number 2 is with blue. Priority number 3 with red.
How much will priority become a factor since the waves have dropped down and the consistency is decreased a little bit?
I think it's a big factor now. You can take off on the wave you want. So, yeah, when there's not that many waves, I think it works good for you if you're in the right position.
Right, in that top priority spot, it is Tommaso Layson. Whips it around that section. Nice vertical foam climb there. His carves are just so precise. Board looks great. And you can just tell this kid is doing it now, but also you can tell he's got a bright future ahead of him. I mean,
Wow.
effortlessly makes the transitions to the inside section.
So smooth.
Right? I mean,
Connecting each maneuver with so much speed and precision, right?
it doesn't get much cleaner than that. And the wave gave him some opportunities, but I mean, he just maximized every bit of the potential of that wave. 12:27 to go. Now Bruno leaning hard on his heels, throwing a lot of water. Big carve. Makes his first 2 turns count. Identifies a good section here on the inside. Slicing it again. Gets out of there in time, so some power surfing on display from Amato, and right behind him, got Rendra Attar, Team Indonesia.
Great surfers in this heat, yeah. They're all ripping. Different styles, different approaches to the wave, but they're all like taking advantage of each section, surfing so well.
That's a huge part of what makes these heats so fun to watch when you have such a mix of styles in the water. You know, you got your power surfers, you kind of more like finesse, speedy surfers. And then you got the surfer out there that you can tell just wants to find that one big ramp.
Yeah.
So halfway through, Moises Zavede out the back with priority. Needs to get moving. 11 minutes, 20 seconds left. So this would be a cool kind of illustration of what the judges are looking for with 3 waves in a row. Now all 3 scores coming through. So with 11 minutes to go, judges are going to lock their scores in. While they do that, let's go down to the glass. We've got Mitchell Salazar standing by.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with the Costa Rican Romeo Stone. Romeo, the cool thing about this event over the course of the years at the juniors, get to know everybody. It's been multiple times that I've been able to see you at ISA Junior Competition. How satisfying is it to be here in your last year, especially with a great team like this?
It feels incredible. The ISA has been such a cool experience. I'm so grateful that I've been able to compete in it so much. And this being my last year, I feel like I'm here for a greater purpose, and I'm here to inspire all the young kids on my team and just leave my flag, my country, like in high, yeah. So super stoked and happy.
Where did that kind of motivation come from?
I think that there's a big difference between like the kids my age, like the 18-year-olds, and like the younger ones in Costa Rica. Like there isn't a big middle ground of like 16, 15. It's like a lot of groms. So I feel like I have that role of just like inspiring them and just setting a good positive example of like just how to be at contests and how to train and just have that positive mindset.
What's the main thing you've learned from these events, especially from the very first one up until right now?
I think that just having a family and having a group behind you is so important. I've seen like all the best teams always have this really big family and just motivation and everything behind them, and I think that's something that we've lacked a couple of years prior, and this year it really feels like we have a really solid crew and it's no negativity and everyone's just positive, uplifting, so it feels really good.
It's crazy to me how mature you become, man. Congratulations. Anything you want to say in Spanish to Costa Rica?
Bueno, no, saludos a toda ahí, no, Sara. Estoy muy feliz de estar aquí representando. Gracias a mi mamá, a todos mis amigos, a todos que me apoyan y no, pura vida. Vámonos.
Felicidades.
What a guy.
Great guy, yeah.
Just a really cool kid, and I love that he identified his role as team leader. You know, that's only going to make that team that much better because he is not only a standout surfer, but a stand-up human.
Yeah, and stand-up communicator. I think everything he said was so well said.
We're lucky he surfs so good. He seems like he could be coming for our jobs anytime. Well, he's got a big future in, I'm sure, World Surfing Games, as he is graduating from the junior level. Remember, this is only available to surfers 18 and under. And when it's your last year in your final junior surfing championship, you know, that can give you some serious motivation. So watch out for Romeo Stone. Big things coming for the Costa Rican. And meanwhile, some scores coming through now and going back to back. Rendra Attar representing Indonesia. Couple nice slices as he speeds through the inside section. gets out of there, and we've got an update for you. Bruno Amando, he dropped to 6.33, pairs that with his opening ride at 5.67. He's in the lead. Rendra, second place with a 5.5 and a 4.77. We wait for that last score to come through. Most likely, I don't know if it's going to be better than the 4.77. We'll see. Green, Tommaso Layson, starting nicely with a 4.60. Moises Abede got involved with 1.17 with room to grow. 7.5 left.
You see them patiently waiting for that set, those waves.
And reflecting and watching highlights of yesterday, would you say, in my opinion, I've only been in Peru for 5 days, but I've been researching this wave. Yesterday seemed like the perfect size for Punta Rocas.
Yeah, yesterday was a really good size for it. Today is really small. Like today, it doesn't really get smaller than this.
And that's pretty incredible because there's still head-high waves coming through.
Yeah, there's still a lot of waves, opportunity. It never goes flat here.
It's good to know. Team Indonesia looked fired up. Rendra currently in second, but Bruno keeps pushing. Keeps putting himself in good positions on these waves. Goes for the front side reverse. And with 2 scores like that, yeah, you got a little bit of freedom in the lineup. Freedom to get a little bit rowdy on these waves. So Bruno showing us that he's got progression in his back pocket. If he gets a section, most likely we'll see him ramp out. So Layson climbs up into that top priority spot. Looks like we could have some opportunity out the back. Cool element of the lineup here at Punta Rocas is how much time you have when you see those sets. They kind of perk up out the back and then they don't break quite until they get to the surfers. So you have some time to make that decision.
Yeah, for sure. There is 5 minutes and a half left. You see red eyeing like a wider wave.
Ooh, this could be a good call. This wave peaking up. Fade to the right, cranks it off the bottom. It's a strong carve. I think it's like Team Portugal at the junior level and the World Surfing Games level. They have a look and feel. Powerful, very consistent, and you know, like they do have flash, but you can tell that they're really studied in having form, having good, you know, like a power base. Think of all the big names that have come out of Portugal in the past, and I mean Bruno Amado, he just fits right into that mold.
Yeah, for sure. They're really powerful surfers. They have a lot of precision. They, you know, they surf waves to the book, you know, to get the good scores.
Here we go, Tommaso Layson. Yeah, I see the Mick Fanning influence here. And even those 2 little turns that he did on the end section, like that's not going to potentially, you know, that might not equate to a huge score, but that just shows you how good a surfer he is.
He's a really good surfer.
To do those 2 turns in that tight of a space that fast, that was impressive. Zabede now, Team Panama. Good snapping carve. He's winding up into the turn. Just push a little too hard at the back foot. He goes down. So what do you think the easiest way to make a cutback on a flatter face is? Like what are you doing with your body to engage that rail and keep that turn as an arc all the way through?
I think it's good when you like change. You look at the wash, you know, so you kind of where your eyes go, your body and your board goes. So yeah, basically. But you tell me, Chris, you're a ripper.
I'm nowhere near as good as you, Sophia. You know it. 3:30. All right, so this could be a decent number for Tommaso. It's a 3.23. Not quite the requirement. Still needs a 5.67. 3 minutes, 22 seconds left. Lawson now out the back in 3rd priority. You've got Rendra representing Indonesia in that 1st priority spot. Looks like we have a paddle race for a potential set wave. I think that one fooled these guys. The peak shifted back over to the right. But we're seeing some excitement and some energy in the lineup right now. Everybody knows This heat's still within reach. I would say Layson is probably the most dangerous surfer right now, needing a 5.67. If he gets just a little bit bigger, a little bit better of a wave, I mean, that style really shines. But Rendra Attard is not giving him anything.
He's not gonna let him go anywhere where he can get a good wave.
Yeah, this is, earlier on we were talking about priority coming into play. Well, it's all about priority right now. So Rendra sitting in that top priority spot. He knows how dangerous Tommaso Layson is. He knows exactly what he's capable of, so he's not going to give him an inch. And, you know, it's not pretty, but it's part of the game.
Tommaso has to sell him a wave. Just so look at this. This is a really good wave.
Could be a little double up.
Yeah, this is a good wave.
So both surfers paddling. Rendra backs off, but here goes Tommaso Layson. He's hoping for a big finish, and that wave completely
Maybe it was not
died.
as good.
But it looked like it had
looked,
a
he was
good
going to double
section.
up a little bit on the inside, but
Bruno Amato. It looks like everything's gone according to plan for Bruno. Finds another little right-hand runner. Power slash to start. Another tight arc. So 3 turns down the line, all powerful, all precise. That is the Portuguese way, it seems like.
always strong team, Portugal.
So this is Bruno's last year in the juniors. He's 18, born in Peniche. His favorite wave is Super Tubos. He's on a Paulin surfboard. He is a 3-time under-18 national champ. He loves surfing, and his favorite surfer is Ethan Ewing. See, I see a resemblance there. Ethan Ewing, you know, fans tend to be purists.
Yeah.
You know, they tend to be real technically sound, or at least aspire to be technically sound, as Ethan is widely considered one of the most technically perfect surfers.
Yeah. His rail surfing is unmatched.
34 seconds left. One last chance potentially for Layson, but he has to give way because Rendra did his job playing defense. So 23 seconds left. Wasn't a great wave. We'll see if Layson has another opportunity. Layson, unfortunately, got hit by the wave behind that wave he paddled for. Small insider, but with 7 seconds left, you got to go and do whatever you can do. Well, if this is the last we see of Tommaso Layson, let's just enjoy it. He is a really fun surfer to watch. Super good style, laser sharp. That is not the last we've seen of Tommaso Layson. He's got a huge future in front of him, representing Team Barbados. But at the end of the day, the power surfing of Bruno Amato comes through with a 12-point total. Rendra Attard from Team Indonesia gets second place. I'd like to see a show of good sportsmanship. These guys were battling for the last 3 minutes, and the buzzer blows and we're friends again. Give it up to Moises Zavede as well from Team Panama. Great finish in the second round. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with more under 18 action here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome to day 1 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip, throwing tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too.
The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come great.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Well, welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Got a great heat. This is your boys under 18 round 2. We're about to watch Heat 12, an international super heat. We've got Japan, New Zealand, Ireland, and Hawaii represented. Kasai Adachi, Tao Moldy, Connor Maroney, and Tiger Abubo. 4 of the coolest names we've seen of the draw, and they're all in one heat.
Really cool names. Tao, Connor, Tiger. That's such a good name.
Connor Maroney sounds like a famous actor name or something.
Right.
And Tao, that's always going to be a cool name.
I like Kaisei too.
Yeah, Kaisei, it's fun to say.
Yeah.
And Tiger Abubo has an incredibly talented family. I would say probably 2 of the most talented aunties of anyone in this 420-plus surfer field. Elena Height and Megan Abubo.
This is the replay of Red, his first wave, Kaisei Adais from Japan. Beautiful first turn. Gets a little bit stuck, but still manages to come out of it. Eyeing that power source. Nice catback. Heat in the wide water.
I like the look of that Slater Designs board under his feet.
Yeah. 5.33 for that last wave of Red.
He was going really fast.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
here he is
wow.
again. He's fired up. 2 big turns out the back. Ripping into this inside section. Unfortunately for Team Japan, they've lost a couple of their heavy hitters. So that has a way of firing up the rest of the team. All right, now we got to take this on our backs and go for it. And that's a great start for Kasai. Already with a 5.33. That one could have been even better.
Super fast surfer. Lots of speed in his surfing. And yeah, Tiger's auntie, Megan Abubo, she's one of my good friends. Shout out to Mex. Hopefully she's watching this hit. Amazing surfer, amazing person.
She's a great announcer too.
She is.
Gotta get her on one of these events.
She is.
With 16 minutes left, score comes through for Kasai Adachi. It is a 5.33 and a 5.27. So he's comboed everybody.
Yeah.
No one else has caught a wave yet, and Kasai just got busy quick.
In 5 minutes, he got those 2 scores. Really good start to the heat for the Japanese.
And that's got to give you so much confidence. I mean, you know what it's like. If you catch 2 waves that quick and post a couple good scores, you're thinking, oh yeah, I got this one.
For sure, this is the replay. His last wave, throwing lots of water. The second turn was a really good torque. Third turn, gets a little bit stuck in that third turn, but still. He got some really good moves in that wave. That wave didn't really offer that much, but he surfed it so well. This is his first wave. That first turn was really good. Second turn and this third turn. This is a little bit of control, but wow, he's so fast, huh? He just keeps going. Even if there's no wave, the wave gets flat, he still carries so much speed.
That was probably the best score on the flattest wave that we've seen yet.
Yeah.
I mean, he made that happen. And it looks like he's got a really nice relationship with his surfboard. It's just, everything's flowing as one.
Yeah. Yeah, his surfboard looks magical.
And the rest of the field is just going, what just happened? Where is Kasai finding these waves?
Exactly, especially in a day like this when there's not that many waves. There's still plenty of opportunity, but not as many waves as yesterday. So much more important to have a good start to the heat.
And Kasai just wisely staying away from the crowd. Hawaii has fielded an incredible team for this year's Junior World Championship from pretty much all the islands. I know they have representatives from Big Island, from Maui, Oahu, and Kauai. Actually, I think the bulk of their men's team actually represents Kauai.
We see Red paddling.
Kasai Adachi. That was rad. I like when surfers are right on the edge of out of control. All right. Finally, we see a wave ridden by someone outside of the red jersey. As you see, Tao Maldi. He's got a great backhand. You see how quick, easy it is for him to just press that board up towards the lip. The wave kind of flattened out, but he got some work done. At least he's on the board. We yet to see waves ridden from Connor or Tiger. 13 minutes, 10 seconds left.
Yeah, that was a nice little wave for Blue. Still, the wave didn't offer that much, but he surfed it super well, super active, like hitting anything that came his way.
So Tiger Abubo in the white jersey. Looks like he's positioning himself. One of these waves is going to be Connor Maroney on the first wave of the set, representing Ireland. Carving down the line, this wave starts to build up a little bit more steam. Through to the inside. So Maroney now finishes with a little tail slide of his own. One more turn as the wave dies out, but he sees maybe some opportunity. Watch out for the rocks, he gets out of that one. 12 minutes, 15 seconds left.
And we hear Team Ireland at the back cheering for their surfer.
Love that team support. I mean, the judges know they're not affected by the crowd on the beach, but you know, it definitely makes your surfer feel good. I've talked to a bunch of these guys and girls out there about, you know, what does it mean for them to hear their team just going off on the bluff, and they say it just means everything. It just gives you that energy burst. You know, and if you're feeling down and you hear your team go wild for you on the sand, like that has a way of changing your attitude.
Sends you the good energy.
So it looked like a wave was potentially coming towards Tiger, but just didn't materialize. Next heat, we got Australia, Morocco, Peru, Tahiti.
Beautiful heat, next heat. You see the Peruvian there. Adrián de Osma, amazing surfer from Peru.
Now, Kasai has pretty much run away with this one, but the good news for Maroney and for Abubo is they don't need big scores. Tiger Abubo needs a 3.84, and it looks like he is going to be going for it. Big backside smash.
Wow.
Only one turn available there, but it was a big one.
He went for it. He probably knew that was the only opportunity he was going to have in that wave, and he totally attacked that section. Tiger Abubo from Hawaii.
17 years old, two-time NSSA national champ. Born and bred at Pine Trees on the island of Kauai. He's very grateful for this opportunity. He competed for his first time at the ISA junior level in El Salvador last year. So he knows the format. And he knows he's going to be going up against some really good surfers. And I include Kasai Adachi on that list. He's just, I mean, he is in control of this heat. Looks like he's working closely with the ocean right now. These waves just keep coming right to him.
I'm
Cranks
sure he's
it off the
gotten
bottom, blast the tail.
Wow. That was a beautiful wave.
I mean, and it just came to a spot that we really haven't seen many other waves coming down. So Adachi just went off. So as we react to Kasai Adachi's last wave, let's go down to Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Here with Portugal's Bruno Amado. Bruno, parabéns. From the first day that I spoke to you up until right now, what have you learned? What have the differences been, especially with the decrease of swell out there at the moment?
Thank you. The waves are kind of fat, it's hard to surf, but there are good waves. The wave is power, so it's always able to surf. It's good.
All right, this event is long. I was speaking to Jamie earlier, and he said that everybody on the team got sick. There were a couple people that actually passed out yesterday. They're grueling, they're grindy, but how do you just stay intact yourself and make sure that you do enough to make it through?
The sick people are in one room, and we are all separate, so it's like easy to stay good.
All right, so far everybody's been doing great on the team. I know so far when it comes to teams, there's only been 4 that's had everybody in the event so far. What does that do for you knowing that Portugal still has every surfer alive?
Yeah, we are confident and we are surfing well, so let's keep going.
Mensagem em português para Portugal.
Bora, Portugal!
Guys.
Thank you.
Well said right there. I mean, that is part of, the international travel, especially when you're with a big group like that. As you see Adachi coming through as we wait for his score to drop. Kid's been on fire. This is 4th wave ridden. He made every one of them count.
I think he got some advice from Miguel Tudela where to sit in this heat, because he's getting the best waves by far.
He's cracked the code, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Tiger's wave comes through at 297. Now he only needs 0.88. This thing's still wide open. Kasai Adachi, he's 17 years old, born in Izu. See him on his Slater design board. He did get a 2nd place finish in a QS 3000. That's not easy to do. His hobbies are watching surf contests, and he has a message for all of us. Please watch my surfing.
This is the replay of his last wave. He took off on this wave way wider. It was like a wider peak. Look at those first turns, so controlled, beautiful surfing. The wave kept showing potential for him, and he totally took advantage of every section and ripped that wave. 7.17 for the last wave of red.
Oh yeah, I mean that was an obvious best wave of this heat. As we see now, Tiger Obubo leaning into his outside turns. Laying back, now flying down the line, straight up and into it. Really strong surfer. He loves getting out in waves like Haliva, Pipeline. And obviously he shines in right-hand point breaks. That's going to be a solid score for Tiger. Just looking to better at 0.88. He's obviously going to go way beyond that. Saw Tao quick up and down.
That was beautiful surfing by White. So much power in every move.
Score drops quick. 6-point ride for Tiger Obubo. Goes from 4th to 2nd. Knocks Connor Maroney into 3rd. Tao Moldy 4th. Both Connor and Tao need a score in the high 5 range. Kasai just keeps it rolling.
I think he's found like a different peak. Wow, oh my god, that was such a sick turn. Then the wave kind of dies off, but he's just having fun now. Here's Tiger's wave. This is his best wave. Beautiful turn up the top. Throwing some really nice hacks, throwing some water. Wow, that was a really nice turn. Another turn. Just pushing really hard in each turn. Finishing really well. Beautiful wave by White. It's a 6.0 for the Hawaiian.
He's just so solid, isn't he?
Yeah.
And then this guy, he kind of reminds me of a young Shane Dorian.
Yeah, he looks so smooth, huh? He's surfing, and yeah, I see that resemblance.
That
little bit of Kanoiga Rashi too, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like he was composing a wave exactly for what the judges wanted, because he mixed up his maneuvers. Not one turn was the same. He hit every section right in the perfect spot. Didn't waste any movements, so the flow was all there. I mean, there's a reason why he's way out in the lead right now. 717, the high mark in this heat. He's backed that up with a 5.33. Tiger just came through with a 6-point ride. So I wouldn't say he's necessarily safe in 2nd place right now, because there's still 4 minutes left. Tao only needs 391. Connor a little bit bigger of a number required, a 571.
But look how many waves has Red got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the rest only have 2 waves. He's been so active in this hit.
Yeah, and I mean, you think it might have something to do with luck, but he's put himself in the position to catch all those waves. He's made his own luck.
Exactly.
This is actually one of the first times we're seeing him sitting with the rest of the surfers.
Yeah, he's been sitting wider the whole time.
Priority is with Connor Maroney. Tal Moldy in second priority. Kaisi and Tiger, 3 and 4. This has been a really entertaining heat. I want more. I want to watch these surfers at least get another 1 or 2 waves, because I am now a fan of all 4 of them. 3 minutes, Tiger making a break way to the right. This one has an interesting line to it. Take a quick look back to the beach. Most likely saw Jason Chibata doing something with the flag signifying do not go on that wave. Tiger keeps paddling up the point. He's trying to fight his way into this one, and he does. So Tiger from way up. This wave could be growing down the line. So we got this one in 4th priority. And it looks like he sees a section, hammers it, wraps it back around for a quick foam climb. So knowing that in order to make his position a little less precarious, he needs to do something better than a 297. That had a good feeling to it. It's not going to be a 6, but he's probably going to get rid of that 297. He does. Judges throw out a quick score there, 4.20. That makes everybody's job tougher if you're in 3rd and 4th place. Tao now needs a 5.14. Connor now needs a 6.93. Time is not on their side. 1:45.
Couple of waves coming at the back.
Tiger's bolt up to the right. Such a smart decision. That tells me he's got a high heat IQ.
He knew he had 4th priority, so he needed to get out of the pack and find opportunity, and that's exactly what he did.
All right, here's Tal Moldy's chance. Looking for a 5.14. Good first turn. Setting things up through to this inside section. Just weaving down the line. Making these turns matter. Just throwing a little bit of extra flair with that back leg, kicking it out. Jeez, he went into attack mode on this wave.
He doesn't need much. 5.14.
Well, now the judges really have something to think about. There wasn't really any consequential sections on that wave, but he just kept pushing his tail out down the line, going through that series of turns. I'm not even going to ask you if you think that's the score, because I feel like it's way too close to call.
I don't know. I mean, he surfed it really well, but he was maybe a little bit repetitive with his turns, but he did a lot of turns, though. And, I mean, he's a great surfer, so the turns look good. Still, the wave didn't really offer that much. I don't know. It's going to be a close call.
Yeah, he was going plenty fast down the line. He's throwing spray. I feel like he was doing pretty much everything he could have done on that wave, but there just wasn't that one section to really open up. So now it's in the hands of the judges. We have an international panel of 5 judges.
Anything
male,
can happen.
Female. Oh man, it's like every heat just comes down to the wire, full drama.
5.1, it's not much. Huh? Here, this is the replay of Last of Blue. First turn, throwing lots of water, nice turn. Second, good turn. He keeps going, like staying really active, taking advantage of every little opportunity that came to him.
I mean, I don't think you could have surfed that wave
Oh my
any
God,
better,
yeah,
really, right?
I don't know. I think he might get it. I don't know. Let's see.
I mean, everybody was involved in that heat.
And if he doesn't get it, it's going to be really close. But I think he might get it. That was good surfing. He attacked every section that came to him. The wave was not the best, but he He surfed well. He didn't need much.
Well, we got to give a lot of credit to Kasai Adachi. He started strong, controlled the heat all the way through. The score comes in just under the requirement,
wow.
507.
That was like...
Oh, heartbreaker for Tal Moldy. Coming through in third place, Connor Maroney in fourth, but give it up to Tiger Abubo, powering his way into that second place position. And full credit to Kasai Adachi, ripping his way to a first place finish. That's it for round 2, heat 12. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more from the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome back to the action. We're here at Punta Rocas, and I just saw some dolphins going through the lineup right as we were about to jump back in the booth. It's such an incredible location to be able to spend some time in this week, and all these groms from around the world are having the best time visiting Adrian de Osama's home here in Peru. We've got Sammy Lowe from Australia, Neil Zaz from Morocco, and Liam Sham Kawa from Tahiti out in the water. So another great heat being set here. Looking at the scoreboard, we have no waves written, and it's not really a surprise. It looks pretty flat out there in the first minute of this heat.
Yeah, but we know that there have been lots of waves throughout the day. Each heat serving multiple opportunities for each athlete. However, wave selection has been the name of the game today. Those athletes that are able to find those diamond in the roughs, you know, that wind really hasn't picked up yet. You can see a little bit more texture on the water, Shannon. So it's not so much about those waves that don't have those bumps. It's those waves that have the opportunity through the inside and that stand up a little bit more on the outside.
We're just coming off of the high tide, so that's nice to see that, you know, through the afternoon, hopefully those conditions start to link together a little bit better as well, where with this fullness of the tide, there's just a lot of water on the rocks right now, and it's been a little trickier to find that connection through to those ones that really run, like you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting those, and that's the difference between getting those ones with those shouldery sections, shouldery faces, as compared to those longer ones, is the difference between those 3s to those 4, 5, 6 range that we've been seeing given out very, I want to say reservedly. You know, the judges reserving those scores until it goes really, really, until it's really deserved.
Yeah, that's right. There's definitely some opportunities for big scores out there, but it takes a bit to get to it, and wave selection really being the most crucial way to find a good score out there. You know, there's the opportunity range. We've talked about it so many times in the past in different conversations to manufacture a score, and we see it in competitive surfing a lot. But then there's those waves that are just begging you to surf it to the 8-point expectation that it has as it's breaking.
Yeah, exactly. And judges want to give a 10. Like, their day is so made if they give a 10 or they give excellent scores. So sometimes surfers can get it in their mind like, oh, the judges, they don't want to score me well. They take it personally. They talk about it from a personal perspective. But I really encourage surfers to not get in that mindset. And you're trying to work with the judges on what are the judges looking for so that I can give them the surfing that goes excellent. And let's see what happens here, our opening exchange.
Well, our surfer in green is going to take a look at this first wave. The Peruvian Adrian up and riding as he connects into that lip line for the first section, drives through the pocket on the second, setting himself up down the line as we can see the sun just shining on the face of that wave, glimmering as it comes through to the inside. Great wave selection from the local, no surprise here, as he's on the best wave of the heat, the only one ridden, and it's a decent one.
Yeah, but I mean, I know you said best wave of the heat. It is the only one ridden, like you said, but we know that that is what a quality wave looks like out here. That would be a great wave in every heat we have seen so far, or at least one of those real contestable ones. And he surfed it so well. Talking about that wave selection, he found that one that gave him multiple opportunities to surf in a critical manner.
That's right. You could see that the Australian in red was having a good look at it as well, but Adrian was just in the perfect position on takeoff. So we'll have that score to drop through. 15.5 minutes on the clock remaining. It doesn't look like our 3 other surfers were able to get a wave just behind that. So they're all sitting still out of backline. It's going to be Neil for Morocco with the opportunity on this first wave. A little bit of a rib in the top section as he comes through. Starting to draw off the reef a little bit better here at Punta Rocas, and giving him some great scoring potential as he's just hammering it down the line. The outside section, that first section, had that little lump in it, and then we really got to see it open up and come alive, which was really exciting to see. It's been a big day of surfing here, Rachel. It's been a real pleasure and honor to be able to call heats alongside of you. Thanks so much for tuning in around the world, and it's a really great location to be here in Peru. I mean, you took out a victory here, or sorry, well, a silver medal. A silver medal victory many years ago.
Yeah, no, one I'm very proud of, but that was when I was 15 years old. This is my second time back to Peru. Since then, we were at Huanchaco, which is a wave about an hour flight away. So it's been so great to get to see Punta Rocas, the world-class wave, this high-performance center that we are based in right now and working out of. I mean, these facilities, these waves, has just been incredible.
Whoa, Sam Lowe just paddling in essentially on top of Liam and gets that first turn, using a bit of aggression to kick off his campaign.
Yeah, that was really aggressive off the takeoff. Very impressive tactics, but unfortunately that kind of then took him out of position to get something really nice throughout the wave.
Yeah, and not necessarily going to be the biggest scoring wave, but gets those feet in the wax. Let's go down to the beach to check in with Mitchell Salazar off the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Japan's Kaisei Adachi. Kaisei, congratulations, a 6 and a 5. Very well structured heat. How'd it feel to compete today in comparison to the other day? Less size.
There's like contest is always nervous, but I relax and just keep busy and catch the wave. Yeah.
All Japan champion this year, multiple times. Anything you want to say to your people watching back home?
次も明日か明後日あるんで応援お願いします。勝ちます。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. Getting the job done out there for Kaisei. Incredible performance that he was able to string together for the lead. As we take a look now at the back half of this wave for the Australian in red. And he's just going to connect through, looking for that finishing section. I like this angle for a moment. You know, we don't know how critical that finishing turn was, but you really get a sense of how shallow it is and how many rocas there are on the inside.
Oh, I liked that Espanol, Shannon. But you're right, like, we see these rocks kind of pop up in front of the surfers as they're coming in, but you don't really get a sense of how much they're putting it on the line and how far they're taking it in. And on that one, you could really see he was charging into that inside, those rocks popping all around, and still choosing to go for that end section. We're seeing a lot of our athletes do that and, you know, risking. We've seen some athletes as they're paddling back out, rocks pop up underneath them, around them. I saw that yesterday from the young Tahitian getting beached on a rock as he was paddling, went to duck dive, and this rock just came up from under him, and he was like stuck. But it's because these athletes know that they need to take advantage of every point of this wave.
Let's take a look at some replays here as we saw this 7-point ride drop in for Adrian de Osama.
Big score for the Peruvian at home. Makes sense that he finds this gem right off the bat and surfs it beautifully. Shannon, what's sticking out to me on this wave is the variety that he's using. Releases the fins there to finish and cuts out super clean. So let's take a look at what Sammy was able to do on the outside here, setting it up on his backhand. Nice opening turn, brings it around, staying on that upper third of the wave, looking for that wave to stand up so he can do maybe a little bit more of top to bottom surfing. but you can see this wave just dying out a little bit more as compared to Adrian's wave, and that will be a big scoring difference that the judges will, take note of and separate those two scores. As we take one more look at this ride from our Moroccan surfer, that boil creating that rib in the face of the wave, getting a little bit stuck at the beginning, but did well to recover and got some nice top to bottom turns towards the end as it stood back up. But the real standout of that opening exchange was our Peruvian.
Wow, the Peruvian Adrian de Osma with a great 7-point ride to start things off with. Sammy Lowe drops in a 4.17 to better his 2.5 on that second wave. Neil Zaz for Morocco with a 3.83 on the board. And we've got Liam looking for his opening ride still. The Tahitian sitting with first priority on the board. So he's got the pick of the lineup. And we'll see what happens as he's now up and riding. Perfect timing for the Tahitian. Setting up that first turn. A little bit of a, kind of a small turn. Really starting to open up on the rail a little bit better for that next one. And unfortunately, he'll just have that 2-turn combo to kick things off.
Yeah, so I'm remembering back to his heat yesterday, and that's what we were talking about before. He really got that action happening in the last back half of the heat, finding those waves that allowed him to get into that advancing position. So he's kind of putting himself back into that position right now, with 9.5 minutes. He needs to get busy. That's not going to be one of those top 2 advancing scores. So throwing that away, getting back out there, and trying to get at least into the 5s so you can jump into that second place position off a single wave score.
That's right. He's just 12 years old, the young Tahitian, surfing between both divisions. He's had some incredible results to his name within his career so far, taking out the European Rip Curl Grom Search under 12s division in both 2023 and in 2024. He's the winner of the Aki Grom Comp for the under 12s as well back in 2023 as we take a look at him here. So he's now 12. Over the last couple years, since 10 years old, he's been taking out some big events around the world for the juniors.
Yeah, that's huge. Those events that you just listed, those events bring a lot of talent, and a lot of international talent as well. So he's used to surfing on an international field at such a young age. That is a huge advantage.
Yeah, it's really, really incredible, and that would give him the kind of self-belief that he needs coming into an under 18s heat. There are surfers in the lineup right now that are 6 years older than him.
Yeah, that heat experience just in between that time makes a huge difference. And playing out your heat time-wise, strategy-wise, priority, use of all of those things. I always say it's not always the best or most talented surfer that wins a heat or wins a contest. It's the surfer that was able to put all of their talent together, package it up in 20 minutes, and use the priority and surf so smartly. And so it's a real skill to learn how to surf those heats.
That's right. It takes so much more than just being a good surfer. There's a lot more behind the scenes to being a good competitor. As we take a look now at Adrian. So he started with that 7. This is going to be his second ride. He's been patiently holding on to selection as he just drives through each of these sections, looking really smooth from Lima, and knows this wave very well. As he looks for this finish on the inside section, it starts to stand up for him just a little bit better. Still has a lot of water underneath it. It's kind of got that slow taper, and he's done very well to match the timing.
Yeah, a great wave, well served, and we see Neil on and one on his backhand.
All right, Neil with the opportunity to answer back, chasing down a 2.85 at the moment, as we don't have a very strong backup score for Sam in that second place position. And so it's really kept that advancing spot wide open as we're coming down to 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yeah, so a huge advantage for Adrian to start with that 7-point ride. And thinking back to that opening exchange, Shannon, all 3 surfers minus Adrian were sitting more towards that right, sitting on that deeper peak. And I did take note that Adrian from Peru, our local surfer out here, was sitting wider, and so he found that one all by himself. Real testament to his knowledge to this wave and how it breaks.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a great thing to take note of. You know, the surfers that are able to find a peak separate from anyone else out there, figuring out if there's something maybe more consistent breaking or potentially even just a little less consistent but has really nice shape to it that's worth waiting for. Little paddle there for Neil Zaz out of Morocco. It's been great to have him in the conversation, you know, still attending high school, dual nationality between Morocco and France. And, you know, Morocco's just right across the water from Europe. There's a lot of these surfers from Morocco who are flying up. They're competing in those European events on the regular. And for Neil, he's getting that opportunity to travel between the two of them pretty easily with 2 passports as well, which makes a big difference to accessibility to some of those locations. He's taken out a couple of big championships in Morocco specifically. He was already the champion in the under 14s and the under 16s for the Morocco national titles. He's been working his way hard to take out an open championship, which he hasn't quite found yet. His highest placing in the opens is a 3rd place. That's impressive for the, you know, Grom still competing in the juniors. So we'll see without a doubt, maybe within this next season, if Neil will become a Moroccan national champion, as we have the Australian junior champion currently up and riding in Samuel Lowe. Nice quick surfing on his backhand for these first couple of turns. He surfs Sanded Point back at home and has a lot of opportunity to surf rights as he's just linking it together, putting a lot of effort and power into this small wave, trying to improve on a 4.17, Rach.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, that will go into his score line because he's throwing away a 2.5, and he's really just trying to up that requirement for this surfer here.
Liam now up and riding on a big open face
Oh,
carve.
my gosh.
I love the style of that. Sets himself up now for a check on the 2nd. This wave is starting to taper off, have that kind of shoulder to it, but it's got just enough speed and momentum to keep him carrying through.
Wow, that opening turn, wise beyond his years. I think I've said that every single time I've commentated one of his heats because I love the lines that he draws. Much, much more mature than the 12 years that he is.
That's right. I mean, it's been really impressive. You know, we're 5 days into competition. We've gotten to see really the likes of every surfer out in the lineup. And to see a lot of these little groms, you know, the 11, 12, 13-year-olds that have been surfing such well-structured heats specifically. They already have, you know, the technical aspects of their surfing really dialed in. They're small in stature, but they're able to put that board in the right place and generate as much power as possible. But to also be able to do that while holding together a good competitive heat has been very, very impressive from the youngest generation here.
Yeah, as we take a look at this replay of Sammy's wave, nice opening turn, then goes a bit wider, brings it back around, staying very active on this wave. He got a lot done, hits the lip there, another slash, bringing it around again. It's a little bit wobbly. You can see the ribs on the face, Shannon, that he's having to deal with. Make it a little bit harder sometimes to set that rail and execute cleanly. I can't wait to rewatch this opening turn. Look at that. That was just such a beautiful line. Shannon, the judges drop a 3.43 for this, so that's not a huge score. And I think the way that we're talking, you probably would have thought it was going to go excellent. But what I'm seeing there is fantastic technical surfing, and he's such small in stature, so once he gets a bit more size to him, that's really going to benefit.
As we take a look now at Neil on his forehand, opting to take off on the left. Just goes down on the finish there, really trying to put in that final effort as we're down to 2 minutes remaining on the clock. And yeah, I think that explanation of the 3.43 was very good, Rachel. You know, for Liam, it's those technical aspects that are really exciting in his surfing. But the fact that he's probably at least a foot shorter than the majority of competitors in the draw, not to speak even to, you know, the lightness of his weight on the board on a wave, he's got the opportunity as he grows and gets a little stronger and bigger to really start matching some of that power that we're seeing from the bigger surfers in the lineup like Sammy Lowe right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I'd say Liam, I'm so impressed with his heat surfing. I'm impressed with the lines that he's drawing and those foundations that he has set in his fundamentals. So for him getting this heat experience, getting this experience with the pressure. Now it's just a matter of time as he grows that we will really be seeing him dominate these heats, I have no doubt.
That's right. You know, he loves hanging out with his friends, surfing or skating, and is really enjoying his first time in Peru, as is the Australian team. As we see Sam up and riding into the lip for that first turn, seamless through for the second, displacing a lot of water with each of these turns. And the 6.27 for his last wave will do well to help him gain a leading position if he can score that 5.01 he's chasing for on this one.
You can see he's passionate about that one, trying to defend that second place right now and push into the lead. I'm pretty confident that will do that, push him up. He needs a 5.01, a really well surfed wave, and he's feeling good about it in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, really impressive surfing. You know, we've been talking about the Peruvians having that hometown advantage here. Sam Lowe took out the national championship to qualify for this event back at home, just a beach, you know, a couple minutes away from his home beach in Thurul earlier this year.
Yeah, his previous wave to this is 6.27, and I don't know if this will go higher than it, but Shen and I appreciate this wave more. A lot more fluid surfing, a lot more explosive. He got in a nice rhythm and flow, and I think that's where we see that passion from him too, like finally finding his feet.
Well, it's an 8-point ride, an excellent score for Sam Lowe, the team captain for the Australians, alongside of Mila Coco Brown. Taking out a leading position as the buzzer sounds. Impressive performance. The Peruvian Adrian de Osma holding on to second as well. We're going to go to a quick commercial. When we return, more action, elimination heats throughout today.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championship. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome back to the action here. 19 minutes on the clock remaining for round 2 of the under 18 boys. Heat number 14 out in the lineup. And Raimundo Berry from Team Chile drawing through a beautiful opening wrap, sets it up for the second, opting to go on his forehand here as he connects through and adds in a vertical turn for that third, gets a connection on the fourth. And just an absolutely beautiful way to kick off his heat, Rachel.
Yeah, and we got to see it on the left, on his front side. I'm sure him getting to surf his front side feels good too. The first few days of this competition, those lefts not being as prevalent in choice for these athletes, but with this swell drop, we're getting to see a lot more split peaks.
Yeah, it's nice to see some more opportunity for both, you know, some split peak opportunities of lefts and rights. We're still seeing more of those scoring potential today on the rights, although I'm thinking through, we did see a 7 early this morning in one of our first heats that we called, Rach, from the lefts. As we take a look now at Mateo Vasquez out of Team Spain, comes in a little bit late to that opening turn and he'll take a dive.
Yeah, and that would have been a really nice one to open up with. Had he just mistimed it a bit, got to it a little bit late, didn't allow his board to float over that whitewash. But he, advantage of, you know, if there is one of falling so soon, is that you're right back out there in the lineup. So he's there waiting for his next opportunity.
That's so true. You can basically just pretend like it didn't happen.
Exactly. That's, if I have those moments, that's what I try and do.
On the inside section, the paddle back out, Raimundo's going to swing to go on this wave. He dropped a 5-point ride on the board for that opening. And now he's looking to just build on that score line, opting to showcase his surfing on the right here. It's just not standing up for him quite like that 5 did on the left-hander. But he gets a lot of work done, and he's just right there on the rocks. Again, the reminder that it's high tide right now. That tide's going to be dropping out, you know, through the afternoon until our finish of competition. And it will be nice to just kind of see how this place continues to link together. But still, with those fuller water conditions, there's been a lot of scoring potential as we take another look at this wave.
Yeah, I can't believe he's on another one already, Shannon, finding this one on his paddle back out after that left. Now we get to see him on his backside, and his backhand looks just as good as his front hand wave. I think his left had a little bit more opportunity to have some clean turns. That one, he was working a little bit harder to manufacture, so it won't be as high of a score, but man, it feels good to just like get into rhythm with the ocean that quickly into the heat.
Yeah, it's a really nice thing to just find a couple of waves like that. Currently in that leading position for Raimundo, a 5 and a 3.5 on the board. Our surfer in blue sitting with first priority now, having not caught a wave out in the lineup, Finn Lindsay Lang for Team Germany. The other German on the roster for this heat, Jarko Kruzetter out of Team Germany. Unfortunately, we've just received the information that he's had to withdraw due to being sick.
Oh.
So that is such a shame for Team Germany and for Jarko. We hope that that recovery is quick, as Finn is now up and riding with his opportunity to get that first score on his card. Wraps it around after that opening section, just setting himself up here, looking to connect something more critical on the inside if it will offer. That last turn, he's able to throw a bit of spray.
Yeah, that was a nice wave. I think he will feel good to open up his campaign like that. You know, a shame, like you were saying, Jarko, not being able to be in this heat. These are elimination heats now, so he doesn't have that rapid charge to fall back into. Let's take a look at this replay of Finn's. A nice opening turn and a little bit sleepy through the middle here, but staying busy, and then gets another strong turn there right before he cuts out strong. I think it'll go mid-range.
Yeah, it's a 4.23 we've just seen dropped in for last of Finn, representing Germany from Margaret River on the west coast of Australia, and just picking his way through the right here to the inside section. It's a decent way to start the opening exchange. Mateo, again, just had that quick fall on his first turn. He's now in first priority, and he still has, 14 minutes on the clock. There's plenty of time for him to get that campaign really started. A little bit of that texture starting to come into play in the last little while, Rachel. Some light winds out there as we see Raimundo Berry now with a look, paddling in and eyeing off the left. He got that 5-point ride on the left, goes in for a nice snap to start for that first turn.
Yeah, I was surprised he took the left. He was a little bit deep for it and did the work to make it around that section and got to take advantage of a little snap. He's looking to replace the 3.5. Not sure if it'll go there. We'll probably be around it.
Well, that last heat was another victory for the Australians. On the glass with Chris Cote is Sammy Lowe.
Yeah, thanks, team. Sammy, great surfing out there. We're just talking a little bit about it's definitely slowed down a little bit from the previous days, but you went out there, you made it happen.
Yeah, definitely a bit smaller and a bit slower since my first heat, so that was something that we had to adjust with. A word that's been going around our camp has been awareness, and yeah, just felt super aware out there and in tune with the waves and the sets, yeah, so feeling good over here.
So first and last ISA junior, 18 years old, you were named team captain. Did that give you a little extra swagger coming down here, or did it add a little bit of pressure?
Nah, definitely a bit of extra swagger. Australia, we just have so much presence already coming from back-to-back, or hopefully back-to-back champions, but winning last year. So walking around and being named captain for my country has been, yeah, it's been so sick, and it's just awesome to see the presence Australia has down here in the surfing world.
And give me your overall impression of the other 56 nations that you're surfing against. You probably have been going up against a lot of guys you've never even heard of, but the skill level is massive down here in Peru.
Yeah, definitely. You can sort of stay sheltered in your own country and like think you're the best, but when you come over to these World Games, it's so eye-opening to see the talent around the world and the things you have to be doing to be at the top of your games. Yeah, it's been sick and it's been good experience so far.
Right on. Well, I know you got a lot of support here on the beach with the Irukandjis, but of course back at home, you want to send a message?
Yeah, huge thanks to anyone who's watching at home. I know it's the middle of the night, so if you are watching, thanks heaps, and yeah, keen to keep it going for you guys.
Right on. Keep it rolling, brother.
Thanks heaps, Chris.
Well spoken from Sam, and great surfed heat. Interesting to hear his insights on, being able to travel around the world now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he was so well spoken. I see why he was named that co-team captain with Mila Coco Brown. And what an honor that is. And I love, a lot of these juniors are balancing going to school and having to compete on the world stage. Competing on the world stage, Finn, this wave took place during the interview with Sammy, releases the fins and comes unstuck. But Shannon, a really awesome thing to see those athletes that are able to manage going to school and compete and having to, they're managing a lot on their plates.
Yeah, that's right. Sammy Lowe, he just finished out high school. It's the end of the school year there in Australia as it's approaching summer, and the school year will reset in January or February. And he actually, I think it was just before coming for this trip, surely it would be finished now because when he goes home it's essentially Christmas, writing the HSC, which is like the high school exit exams in Australia. And so he was just able to get that done before traveling here for his World Championship opportunity. It's his first time representing the team here in the juniors. And I know for the family, we're from the same town in Thirroul in New South Wales, and they were kind of waiting to hear the dates that would drop, specifically because he was really focused on wanting to write those exams, get it out of the way, finish out strong for his high school career, and then kind of come to an event like this. And he wasn't sure if the dates were going to overlap with the dates he had to write the exams. And so thankfully, everything lined up really well.
Awesome.
Mateo now with a paddle in first priority. And we'll see that first opening turn, just a little bit wider, looking to gain some speed and momentum as he comes down the line. Connects with that next section. It's a little bit soft looking as that wind has started to crumble the face of the wave.
He was doing such great work. I think, look, you can see his frustration in that. That was an unforced error. Everything was looking good. And so he's still kind of back at the drawing board trying to get something substantial in his scoreline in order to be competitive. That is kind of frustrating. He still has plenty of time though, but I can feel where he's at. And Shannon, back to what you were saying before, is I love those athletes that are still able to manage going to school and taking that seriously and seeing its importance and competing. It is possible to do both. I think obviously I come from California. The movement that we've seen in California a lot is all of the surfers, young surfers, going to homeschool, and I understand the desire for that, and there are benefits to that, but there's so many benefits to being able to go to actual school too, and I think Sammy's a great representation of that.
Yeah, great to see that dynamic being played out. Out in the lineup, we got 8 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and our surfer in the blue jersey sitting in that second place position. He's got first priority to his name. Under priority and in a position needing a score now is Mateo Vasquez, representing Spain. 18 years old, it'll be his final opportunity to try for a world title here in the juniors, specifically for the ISA. As we take a look now at Barry up and riding. He's been able to hold on to that lead based off of that opening left that he took off on. That was a nice way to finish off on the right as well. Finally gave him that open face with a critical section.
Yeah, that was really nice to replace that 3.5. He's sitting already comfortably in the lead, and so for him, everything's feeling like butter at the moment, I think, and you're just having to build on top of that. You're feeling confident as opposed to the headspace that we were just talking about for Mateo. Just he's frustrated with himself. He's frustrated that he's had a few unforced errors, and so having to reset that, watching him paddle all the way out the back. He's going way far away. You can see Finn there on the left of your screen. He's in first priority, and Mateo's just paddled so much farther out, choosing to just sit completely different.
Yeah, really just setting himself away from the rest of the pack, trying to get some of that pressure out of his head probably, and feel like if the right wave comes, he's going to, you know, decidedly be in position for it. As we take a look here, he's sitting with second priority, and he's going to have a paddle. See if he takes off on the left or the right, and he's going to just let that one go, maybe having a look for the one behind. On the inside section, though, in a nice way, Finn, sitting a little bit more to the inside, has the opportunity to take off farther down the line on this right. He's looking to improve on a 1.4. That would increase the requirement on that 2.74 that Mateo's currently sitting with. At that stage, we hadn't seen any major maneuvers, and he'll just kick out, noting that, you know, that wave didn't have much to offer.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if that set behind that one ended up materializing. It didn't quite, but it looks like there is one now on the horizon. Maybe an opportunity for Mateo. This wave's looking really beautiful as the sun is shining on it and it's rolling in, Shan.
Yeah, it looks like such a great day. We were saying just off air that, you know, we'd love to have boards and go surfing right now. It just looks like such a fun, playful opportunity out there. But right now, it's not playful for Mateo. He's got advancement on the line here. He needs to surf so well in order to get himself into that advancing position, and this is exactly what he's doing. Chasing down a 3.44 as that increased requirement has now dropped, and with this wave opening up on the inside, great wave selection, tags it all the way to the finish. We haven't seen a wave open up like that for a while. He is very good to capitalize.
Man, and I love how I feel like we can read exactly what he's thinking every time he paddles off. You can see he's pumped with that one. He's feeling good. He's like, come on, let's go. Let's get back out there. Plenty of time, 5.5 minutes in this type of conditions right now is enough time to get back out there and get another one under your belt. But that might just be the best single ride of this heat, Shannon. It was really nice. Taking another look at it. So he's, remember, sat way farther out, way deeper. So these are bonus sections than what we've seen earlier on some of those better rides. Coming around, nice turns. This is where he starts to be able to lay into it. Already coming into those steeper parts with speed because of where he took off. Love that turn. Finding every opportunity to push it so hard and finish it off clean. Now those falls are surely out of his mind.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a very well surfed wave. I love that that little corner pocket just continued to open up as well. Finn now with the opportunity to battle back. He's trying to improve on that 2.73 from his last wave and make the requirement steeper. This wave has got a corner to it. It's got a nice finishing section for him as he comes through to the inside. Got a lot of work done there, and he still has maybe a little bit more. That wave's not going to stand up again. And Raimundo, he's, you know, knows that the two surfers that he's up against have caught waves. He wants to make sure he's going to be in advancing position by the end of this, because that 3.77 is a weak backup score at the moment. That 5 was really good, but looking to try and improve and make sure that he's in that top position so that if Mateo jumps, it's Finn Lindsay heading down into that third place position.
Yeah, that is a small exchange for both blue and white, smaller than I think they would have hoped. Those waves not really materializing like the one that we saw for Mateo. And now it's Mateo making his way back out. He gets the lineup to himself. This has been a real back and forth battle. I've been really enjoying it. But with 3.5 minutes, I think we're going to see situation changes, and I think we're going to see more action right up into those last seconds.
It keeps happening heat after heat where, you know, we kind of think things might be wrapped up, and then with literally 10 seconds to go, someone drops a score, we go on hold, scores have to be, you know, kind of watched and compared by the judges panel, and we've seen some major shifts within those last few seconds. 3 minutes on the clock. Mateo has a look, decides not to go. There's a little set here, and he might have the opportunity. It's been a little back and forth, and he drops in a decent sized score. It's a 6.67 for the last of Mateo, takes him up into that leading position, now pushes Raimundo down into second, and Finn down into third. Finn still has a score to drop. Raimundo also has a score to drop. Finn looking now for a 4.55 if Raimundo was unable to improve on that 3.77 for his backup score.
Okay, so Mateo has two options now. He's sitting in the lead, but that's a weak backup score of 2.9. What he could do is either sit and stay out there with first priority, banking and hoping that blue and white scores were not big enough to take him out of the lead, and then really defend his position with that first priority in those last few minutes, or he can take his chances knowing that he just wants to replace that 2.9, and if a great wave comes through, go for it and try and replace it. Two completely different strategies. Really depends if the opportunity comes, and it does.
Well, he's going to take the opportunity to surf and try and improve the 2.9, but that will not do it.
Okay, so that was option number 3, which was not an option. Now the other two boys are going to have priority, and we're still waiting for their scores to drop. So he's sitting out there not sure if there's going to be another situation change, and would have been great for him to hold that priority because we do have a situation change.
Wow, well, Raimundo's now jumped himself back into the lead. A 5.93 drops for his 6th wave to better the 5-point ride that he opened up with. Mateo down into 2nd, had that opportunity, was unable to capitalize. He's going to look again here. That leaves Finn chasing currently a 5.35 to take the advancing position. Mateo now driving down the line. He's got some work to do just to try and improve that 2.9 and make the requirement that much harder.
Oh,
and
my
he's
gosh.
done it, absolutely. To take away the leading position, Rach, he would need a 4.26 on that wave to take first away from Raimundo.
Well, that was a huge turn on a really small wave. So I'm going to leave that to the judges and see where they put that into the score line.
Yeah, it was a very small wave, but a very, very large turn in comparison. So 50 seconds on the clock. And wow, I mean, between Finn and Mateo, they've been battling back and forth for that advancing position. Raimundo has regained the lead with a couple of 5s on the board. 30 seconds to go. Finn has priority, but is he going to get the chance? It's looking unlikely at this stage, even with him kind of looking back to the shoreline. You know, you get that feeling that it could be a little tricky, except that we see this little glimmer of hope with the sunshine hitting that wave. He's paddling out as fast as he can. He's got 10 seconds remaining on the clock. He'll hear the countdown as well from the beach announcers, and he's going to try and get himself in position. Rachel, I think it's going to be too late as he's turning to go, and that buzzer would have sounded from what we can see here on broadcast. He's going to surf it to the best of his abilities, chasing down that 5.07. We'll leave it to the finish here to find out if it's a counting ride. I think it's after the buzzer, but you can see that he's going to just surf it out and make sure that he gets the job done regardless. We did have another score, though, drop through for the last of Mateo. 4.43 Rach for that single turn, really.
Wow.
Takes Mateo back into the leading position for Spain. Raimundo into 2nd, and Finn now in 3rd. And at the moment, I do not see our little red spinning circle that indicates a score to drop for our surfer in blue. And I will say that it seems like that wave was just literally 1 second after the buzzer. And unfortunately, that last opportunity, it would have needed to be a 5.07 as well.
Yeah, and I'd have to say Mateo was blessed with that last opportunity, because that wave coming in for Finn at 5.87 would have pushed Mateo back into that, you know, if he kept that 2.9. So that was really good that Mateo was able to, you know, find that opportunity after having that fall, and he went and found that 4.43. So instead of not advancing, he jumped straight into the lead.
That's right. Wow, what a change around. I mean, there was so much action in the back half of that heat. To be able to see our Spanish surfer take away the leading position, Mateo Vasquez. We'll hear from him shortly. We've got more action when we return for the ISA World Surfing Championships for the juniors. Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're here at Punta Rocas in Peru. There's a great break right in front of this high performance facility that is one of the absolute best in the world. And from a surfing context, it really is the best in the world, because not only is the facility incredible with so much going on behind the scenes for training opportunities for these athletes, it's located on top of a world-class break. You wake up in bed if you come here for a training camp and you're looking at the ocean. You're eating lunch, you're looking at the ocean. Literally, you cannot not see the ocean from anywhere in the facility. And then with that, you're able to paddle out and surf a world-class break right in front.
Yeah, I mean, that is an amazing opportunity for these Peruvian surfers, but now also for 57 nations here competing to get to utilize this space and surf these incredible waves. What an amazing day it is here. Look at all of those lines all up the coast, Shannon, just wave and wave after wave.
Wave after wave after wave. In the location where you can see the ocean from basically anywhere, you know? I mean, what a great place to think. Coming for a training camp, you wake up and you see the ocean, you get to eat your eggs for breakfast, see the ocean, and I mean, life doesn't really get much better for the Groms for Team Peru, I'll say that much.
Absolutely.
Taking a look here at Finn Gillespie for Team England. He opened up with a 4.5 through the tail, free on that opening turn. Looking really sharp in his surfing throughout this week. I've really noticed the amount of intention that he puts into every wave he catches. You know, you can really see from this opening, you know, straight off the buzzer, he wants to make this wave count.
Yeah, well, the under 18 boys from Team England, a really strong one.
Tuan now up and riding for the Netherlands. Gets a little hung up on that opening turn. Finds that snap and again just gets a little hung up in the projection coming down.
Yeah, that won't be a big score. So it is Finn who's gotten the nod on that exchange. And what I was going to go into, Shannon, is the boys U18 team from Team England looking like a really strong one. And I feel like as I've been watching their camps, they're all feeding off of each other and pushing each other and building upon each other in a really healthy, competitive way. It's been fun to watch.
Milo now getting his first wave underway for Team Sweden. Just a quick in and out. And that will leave Nemo with first priority for Finland. Waiting for his opening ride in the white jersey, sorry. As we take a look at him now, Nemo up and riding. Just a little drive through that opening section, setting it up here hard off the bottom, and he'll snap the lip and go down. A 4.5 was that opener for Finn, a 2.33 on the board for Tuan, as well as that 1.6. And then Nemo drops a 1.87. We're going to go down to the beach to check in with the winner of that last heat alongside Chris Cote.
Thanks, team. Mateo, great job out there. What a stressful way to finish. You were basically holding your breath all the way up the stairs. How did that feel for you out there?
Yeah, it felt really good to clutch the heat in the last couple of minutes. But yeah, so I hit so exhausted after the heat, and happy to making this heat and to the next round.
Now, just making it onto Team Spain is an incredible achievement. Always have such a strong team, such amazing surfers coming from Spain. What did it mean to you to get the call up to the national team?
Well, the day they called me up, it was such a happy day for me. So to represent my country here in Peru and try to do my best, I'm representing my whole team.
Well, your board looks great. Your surfing was awesome in that last heat. What are your goals for this event?
I don't have really goals, just keep going until I gonna do what I can, so let's keep doing.
And a message, friends, fans, family back home watching?
Yeah. Bueno, un saludo a todos los que me apoyáis desde casa, desde Asturias, desde España. Seguimos, intentaremos seguir pasando mangas y no haceros sufrir tanto desde casa.
Right on, brother. Nice work. Keep it going.
Thanks so much. A very impressive finish there for Mateo, and able to find himself not just the advancing position, which he was kind of battling for a little while, but able to get that lead off the strength of that last wave that he shook off on, Rach.
Yeah, it's so important. He was kind of surfing an uphill battle all heat against himself, really, because he had a few falls and you could see that frustration from his body language. So really great to see him pull it around. Wow, this is such a cool angle.
All the hands in together for Team Spain.
Shout out to our cameraman, AJ, down there on the beach getting all those shots. That's something he's been planning as we've been doing sidelines. He goes, I really want to find an opportunity to be in the middle of one of those circles, and that was really cool to see.
I love that. He's doing a great job always on the ground for our ISA events. As we see 12 minutes, 50 seconds remaining on the clock. And it is our surfer in the lead with that first priority next to his name for Finn. Everyone's kind of starting to paddle out, which gives us the indication, though we can't see it, that there must be a wave approaching. See if anyone's able to pull a takeoff on this one. And there, everyone has a look and no one decides to go.
Yeah, a little bit sleepier of a start so far. Huge that Finn was able to get that 4.5 and that nod of an advantage right now. He's sitting back out with first priority. Those are the advantages of getting that quick start, is good score right off the bat if you can manage it, and then back out there and then you have first priority. So he's playing an excellent heat so far.
Yeah, smart surfing so far. Nemo out of Finland, up and riding now. Drives through that first turn looking really sharp. That's all that it will offer him. Little split peak as well. So we saw our other surfer head off on the right. So a quick turn. That'll improve on his 1.87, give him a backup score. He's chasing a 2.07 for that single maneuver to move into the advancing position. And a paddle here for Tuan. He decides not to go. I've seen in the bios of a few of the surfers in this last round of heats race that we have called, including that of Nemo and of Milo, that they either enjoy fishing or spearfishing.
Oh.
And I thought, this would be a great venue, you know, to kind of combine surfing and fishing together, especially on the sleepier days like this, as we take a look at some replays here, because in the lulls, there's all these schools of fish swimming around.
No, that's true. That is true. We've seen a lot of wildlife, which has been awesome to see. Another thing awesome to see is this wave lining up in front of Finn. This is our first look at it, and it continued to offer opportunity after opportunity. That is a nice one to go with his 4.5.
Yeah, great surfing for Finn. It's a 3.87. But, you know, just imagine if there was a contest at a location like this, and it was like the surfer that got the best wave, but also they had like a little hook on their board where they had a fishing pole, and then whoever caught the best fish, and there was like a combination score that, you know, brought the two of those together.
I like that. I've done some fishing off my surfboard before, and it's really fun. I like, especially as compared to like being on the beach or a boat, like, you know, those are like more locations that are standard, you know, but to be like on your board and fishing, and you catch a fish, you're kind of like, yeah, that's like an extra little win. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, growing up, my family would camp at San Alejo in, you know, Southern California at Cardiff Reef every summer for like at least a week or two. And my dad would always paddle out on his longboard. He's got like a full fishing setup to the kelp beds off the coast. Go fishing and come into the campground and make some fish tacos for us for dinner.
Whoa.
Some of the best memories.
That is awesome. That's so cool. I've also talked with my shaper. He's said, you know, what if, and he's an ideas guy, but he was like, what if we put a little hook on your foil? And so if you're foiling, let's say at a wave like Chicama,
and you're just like trolling,
that you're trolling.
Foil?
Wouldn't that be amazing? Like, let's say you go to Chicama. Peru is home to the longest left-hand point in the world. Go to that. That's kind of become a foil haven. And then you just are trolling behind as you're, I mean, if
would it not like you just come to like a full stop and just
well, you would, but you've caught a fish.
And your warning sign that you caught
your
the fish
warning sign is that you face plant.
Had a face plant, and you're hoping the foil also didn't chop you in half while you're at it.
No, you control those things.
This sounds a little bit
It's
dangerous.
a foolproof idea.
Okay, Josh, great offer up of an idea. I don't know that Rachel's the best person to test it out.
Me? I would love to.
8 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Sleepy heat out here, you know, a couple of little moments to discuss some other things.
Okay, so I'm looking at Shannon, though, blue and green there. Did you see how those waves kind of split off into two different places? So we kind of have two peak opportunities now in places to sit. Nemo sitting by himself over towards that left and that other peak. Also rights coming in off that peak that you can see too, but with the tide now starting to drain, 2 different takeoff opportunities.
Here we go, splitting things up, giving, you know, the chance for either one surfer to be completely solo in a surf session, or, you know, maybe 2 and 2 together. Some repositioning here. Might have an opportunity for Nemo on the right. He is sitting in 4th priority, so if anyone takes off down the line from him, he'll have to duck out. But he's going to get going on this first turn. We've seen that same little boil popping up in the last few heats with this high tide. And a nice decision for him to separate from the pack. He only needs a 2.04. He's going to get it with that wave, although he couldn't ride out complete from that turn.
Yeah, that would have been nice to see that last ride, that last turn complete, but got some nice work done on that. He only has a couple of 1s in his scoreline right now, so nice to see a wave that had a little bit more energy to it. And Shannon, while we have a break in the lineup right now, I want to give a shout out to Nemo Aini as well. Yesterday, there was a mix-up with the Israeli team not understanding that they had 2 girls coming up at the end of the day, and it was up to Nemo that he called them, realized that there was a miscommunication for them, and gave them a call, and they ran down. And so he was there at the end of the day, Team Finland and Nemo cheering with them, because of course Nemo, while his mom is from Finland, his dad is from Israel, so they have tight connections to that team as well.
As we take a look at him now up and riding, just, you know, that 3.6 dropped in for his last wave. That's put him up into that advancing position. And now to see how much he can increase that 1.9 with this last wave. And I love hearing that, you know, of course he's got that heritage, or that, you know, he was born in Tel Aviv. He's got friends there that are competing on the Israeli surf team. But even just that camaraderie of different kids from around the world, finding out that something's going down, it's very good sportsmanship. You know, really incredible to just take note of something. All right, I've got the opportunity to have a solution right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to help somebody else out.
Yeah, and that's the heart of the ISA, you know, and I mean, the tagline of ISA is a better world through surfing, and that comes through sportsmanship, through friendship, through shared experiences like that. So that was awesome for Nemo, and it's Nemo who gets the scores on that last to change up his position.
A 2.23. He's been improving his 2nd place position and staying active on the inside. I mean, freed up under priority. He also had moved himself completely away from the pack race. You pointed that out as we had that last pan back view. And it's done good to set him up with the advancing position at the moment. Milo getting a piece of the action there for Team Sweden. That single re-entry looked really stylish. Chasing down a 5.50 now, as scores have just narrowly improved to a 2.4 for last Nemo.
But that is, we have been waiting for Milo to open up his account, really. Only a 0.5 in his scoreline with 5 minutes remaining. So we already know this heat isn't necessarily going how he would have wanted. So nice to see him get something on the board, a completed maneuver that will help his case.
Milo is 16 years old. He's competing across both divisions here for this year's World Junior Championships. He doesn't have great surf spots back at home, so he travels around the world as much as he can in order to work on his surfing, just because, you know, his hometown doesn't offer the greatest of surf. He loves surfing spots like Jeffreys Bay, California, and Portugal. It's his first time here in Peru, and I think he's been enjoying his time so far, as he's got that 3.63 that dropped through for his last wave rate, and that's changed up his situation greatly. It's put him right back into that conversation, chasing a 2.37 on the board. Nice to see some of these surfers that have the opportunity, you know, whether it's their families like to travel, or their families then being able to invest in the development of their surfing specifically, even if they're living in a location that is either landlocked or has a coastline but just doesn't have the highest quality of surf when it comes to wanting to train to be a professional surfer. For someone like Milo to have the family with resources, it's able to get him on the road traveling to surf some of the greatest breaks and to see some of those really important surf communities across the globe, like the Portuguese surf community and the, you know, surf community that's there in California, just being 2 of the most important globally for him to really be spending time surfing amongst, even in the free surfs, very high talented surfers.
Well, it's an opportunity that he it means he's probably met a lot of these surfers that are competing here. He knows what he's up against. He understands the talent level that's expected of him.
3 minutes on the clock, and it's Nemo just staying active. Foam climb on his backhand, looking to improve on a 2.4 right now. And his intention this heat is certainly to stay active. That's been the game plan on the paddle out. I'm just guessing, but showcasing from the number of waves he's had, he's certainly following through with that sort of game plan.
That was his 7th ride.
That in comparison to the 2 waves ridden each for Finn and Tuan. Finn is sitting in that leading position, that 4.5 still being the highest wave of the heat. For him, Rach, you know, from a strategy perspective, is it worth just waiting it out for one of those better waves since he opened up early with the opportunity to be in the lead? And a score has just dropped through, a 5.27 on the board for Milo Shani for Sweden, and that's just changed the game. Now Finn needs to be on the lookout as he's going to be that surfer in the knockout position should Nemo or Tuan get a score that takes them into an advancing spot. That score of Milo as well, it knocks Nemo down into the elimination position of a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, so we didn't get to see this one off the takeoff, so a little bit of a surprise to all of us. Let's see what he did here, finding that left under priority situation, and that wave Shannon just stood up that whole time, allowed him to get a bunch of exchanges on it and finish it out clean. So man, he's had a quick turnaround in his heat in these last 5 minutes.
Wow, incredible, you know, I guess mental game to kind of hold it together. He'd only had those 2 waves. A 0.5 was one of them, and then that 3.63. And be very patient with his wave selection, eyeing off that left.
Yeah, really smart surfing. That meant he would have had to break away from that pack, paddling back out, knowing he had to convert 2 scores within the last 5 minutes if he wanted to stay in this event. And we see another paddle from Nemo.
Up and riding, having a look here, chasing down that 4.77 now for advancement. And finds that first turn, connects through with the second. Just continuing to kind of pick away at what is available under priority for everyone else. It's been Tuan, though, that I'm curious about. He's been holding on to priority for a while and has a big requirement. As Milo is up and riding, that last wave freed him up on the left. He'll take a stumble on the final turn. And there you can see that he's coming really close into the play of field for our girls under 16s main rounds that's running at our 2nd podium.
Yeah, so they're a lot closer together today because of that decrease in swell height, those peaks not that far apart from each other. So those beach announcers trying to stay really diligent on deciding between the 2.
Tuan now up and riding. It's been a long time coming for this wave from our surfer out of the Netherlands, driving back into the section as he's hopeful to get a wave that would have offered him opportunity. He spends time mostly living in Portugal now and gets to surf a lot of great waves back at home. Nemo now with the final chance as well. He has just been out there having a full-on surf session. He's caught like 10 waves, Rachel, as he comes through to the inside section. Chasing on that 4.77 though, at this stage it's going to need to be kind of a weighty score in the context of it all as he's really feeling the passion.
And he took that right into the rocks to make sure, and there we go, getting beached on those giant boulders, but that's because he took it all the way to the inside, making every moment count on that wave, knowing that this wave does count.
Yeah, just putting in all of that effort to the finish here, Rachel, as we can see that Milo's going to hold on to that leading position. He's got that 5.27, and that final wave of Nemo drops through as a 3.07. It does increase his heat total, but unfortunately it's not the 4.77 he would have needed to take an advancing position. And it's going to be Milo from Sweden and Finn from England holding on to those advancing spots moving forward into our main round 3.
Yeah, a great heat for Milo coming out of nowhere, and he will, I'm sure, be feeling good with that one with his team.
Yeah, he really did come out of nowhere on that one. Well done to Milo. Impressive surfing.
The main objective of the Women's Leadership and Coaching Program is a focus on gender equality, as well as women empowerment. So the purpose of this program is to be able to uplift female surfers within the Latin Americas to see them become leaders within their sport and see them be able to become decision makers within their federations and really just playing a positive role in creating even more change for the sport of surfing. It's not just the technical aspect of surfing, it was also focused on leadership, and so kind of teaching the ladies different styles of leadership, being able to educate them on how to be decision makers, to be change makers, to be problem solvers. And then we really elevated it a bit with the fundamental side of coaching, but what it means to lead a national team. There was also a massive empowerment as a community. We were able to include the local community here in Dominical. We were able to have these ladies work with both males and females, young, old, locals who have never competed, to some surfers that have competed on the international stage. But what kind of meant the most to me was to see these women come together. And I know it sounds a little cliche, but there was a lot of girl power. There really was an incredible energy from these women, and I think they're all going to walk away with more confidence. So for me, I'm very grateful for the ISA and for how they are striving to be able to play a beneficial role in the equality of the sport. And I think we're going to see some incredible stories come out of this, and we're also going to see women that are going to be a part of decision making for their country and hopefully globally for the sport one day.
Welcome back to beautiful Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Punta Rocas, the location we're at right now for the boys U18 second round, heat 16 out there in the water right now. Carla Nijeno from Brazil, Tanner Sandvik from Canada, Oscar Hernandez from Colombia, and Matt Canning from the Republic of South Africa out there in the whites. Mitchell Salazar here with one of the all-time greats, Sofia Mulanovic. We're at your home break, Sofia, Punta Rocas, Lima 2019. The Pan Ams were dealt at this place, and of course, Lima 2027 coming back in a couple of years also for the Pan Ams once again. But here we're going to crown gold medalists, 18 years or younger. I mean, you have 4 potential winners out there in the water right now for the boys U18, and it seems like Sandvik, the Canadian, got things going early on.
That first turn was a really nice turn off the top. Wow, that second turn, unfortunately he gets stuck at the top in that turn. Then we see red in this wave. Good first turn. Going straight into that second turn. Eye in that third section, goes for it. Great surfing by red. Kailani from Brazil. Wow. Those couple last turns were such good turns. Lots of turns in that wave, and he's on fire. He wants it.
A lot of flow right there from Kailani, a 6.83, so pretty much a 7-point ride for the surfer representing Brazil. Hernandez out there from Colombia in the green, having a look at this one. Can't get into it, so despite the paddle, he still hasn't caught a wave. Same thing as Canning. So first and second priority haven't been established yet. Meanwhile, Matt on the outside, he's up. Father Paul was on the championship tour for a number of years. Get a flow, tall, lanky surfer. Second time we've seen him at ISA competition already at the junior level. And another cool thing about a lot of these South Africans, I know you can take a lot of pride in it too, Sophia, as Canning's still going, the 2-for-1 at the end. He rides Graham Smith shapes, and you know, you ride for Milano Surfboards, and of course seeing a lot of these young kids use something that was born and bred in their home country too. Must be able to take a lot of pride from that yourself.
Yes, of course. I absolutely love my shaper, love my boards. They're really good boards. Especially for these kind of waves, he's a specialist doing boards for waves in Peru, so yeah, I'm really happy with what he's doing. Dario Milano. Here comes green.
Hernandez now, the surfer representing Colombia. Nice 2-stage carve right there for Oscar. And they have 2 coastlines, Pacific and the Caribbean too. Still going through right here. Only thing maybe for Colombia every now and then, Soph, is the lack of consistency perhaps, but they do have some incredible waves though, and we've seen a few of them do really well in ISA competition before. Khalil Piñeres was out there earlier this morning. And of course, we all know South America, a couple of gems that still haven't been discovered either. I probably think that you have a few in your back pocket that you keep to yourself every now and then too.
Yeah, I'm sure Colombia has some good waves too. I've never been there. I've always wanted to go surf there, maybe in the near future.
Everybody thinks, oh, it's super easy to get to, there is proximity, and yeah, certain flights might be easier, but that doesn't mean that there's a ton of roads to get to a lot of spots too, right?
Exactly.
13 minutes 20 on the clock. Brazilian out there in red with the lead, 6.83. The opener of white, 5.83. And it seems like Kailani going on his second one. Off of the bottom well, get pace and tempo. We've seen Brazilian champions here in Peru in the past. Of course, got to remember Felipe Toledo winning back in 2011, the boys U16. That's what gave him a shot at stardom. Nice flow right here. Great extension, Sophia, and he is feeling it right here with 13 minutes still remaining in the heat.
Wow, he's having a really good heat. Red.
And now the surfer in blue, Sandvig. Nice way to manufacture some speed into the lip. Nice explosion right there for Tanner Sandvig, representative of Canada. 12:20 on the clock. While we got a break in the action, let's go downstairs to Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. You know, Team Sweden, small but mighty. You went out there, you did your job, you went off. Milo, how you feeling after a heat like that?
Feeling really good, really pumped up to win another heat, and waves are really fun, and just to surf here with 3 more people is just really, really good.
And did you have a plan going out into that heat, and did it go according to that plan?
Yeah, I had a plan. Me and Harold, we wanted to be able to catch the first wave, but it didn't really happen. It took me a long time to find myself at the peak, and yeah, it didn't really happen as planned, but it still went well.
Now, I know you get around a lot. You've been around the world and back, so I'm sure you have a lot of friends, fans, family out there watching. You want to give them a message?
Yeah, thank you everyone that's watching me. Liam, Alma, Mama, I love you all. Thank you very much.
Right on. Good luck going forward, brother.
Team Sweden has a Peruvian coach, local coach Harold Keklin. He knows this wave really well, so I'm sure he gave him some really good insights.
What are the cooler flags too? Very clean, 2 colors.
Yeah.
I like the Parade of Nations that we do, the opening ceremony, the flags of the world, and of course sands of the world too. I always felt for a couple of countries where there isn't a ton of beach that they bring rocks to throw into, you know, the little sand pouring thing, but luckily for us there is enough sand in most parts of the world, Sofia. Same thing for Peru. I was expecting a rock every now and then, given that we are at Rocky Point.
There is a couple of rocks coming to say hi every once in a while.
You think? I mean, it's pretty exposed over there on the inside.
Here comes the waves at the back. He got a 4.77 Kailani for that last wave.
Pretty crazy though. I've seen all these kids just jump around the rocks like if it were nothing. They got calluses on their feet.
Yeah. They usually, like, older groms, like, go to surf, like, through the rocks, and they come in by the rocks too. I'm like, why would you do that? Like, the beach is, like, right there, you know?
Well,
it's just a grom thing too.
They're groms for a reason, yeah. Hernandez now has a 2.6 to start things off. Beautiful roundhouse cut back there from Oscar. This one already looking like it has potential to be his best ride. Another 2-stager for the surfer representing Colombia. And perhaps some more down the line. He'll be able to get a finish, so good work right there. And those are the rocks that we're speaking of. Watch out. It's shallow right there. Especially not head first. Always want to protect that part of your body right there. 9 minutes 30 to go.
So Kailani Heno in the lead, 6.83.477. The last of Sandvig, his best, a 4.53. Into second, Canning drops a 5.83, so he's in a good position in this heat. Just over 9 minutes. Did it ever affect the way you surfed, the way you competed, when you saw a beautiful sunny day in comparison to maybe something gloomy, something colder, Sophia, given that, you know, good time of the year right here, it's usually overcast too.
Yeah, I love sunny days. It's a different feel, I think. But I mean, I love good waves. It doesn't really matter if it's, you know, like a little bit like foggy. Still, if you get good waves, you're stoked.
Main point of emphasis, stoke is dependent on really the waves.
Yeah, for sure. But I do think though, if it's a scary wave, you know, like when it's foggy, it makes it a lot more scarier.
You ever surf Pico Alto at all too? That's very close to your house.
I caught one wave once. But yeah, after that, I'm like, okay, done.
One wave is enough. Successfully accomplishing the mission. Why even put yourself in that position once again? Some people playing some, what appears to be some foot volley over there in the athletes area. Pretty warm today, Sophia. Been stoked on the weather so far.
Yeah, it's been beautiful since the morning. Beautiful sunny day.
Yeah,
here in
definitely
Peru.
the warmest of the 5 so far, I felt.
Yeah.
So the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. More than 50 different nations represented right here in Punta, Rocas, Peru. And this beautiful country we're in has hosted this event and many others that have been big events worldwide multiple times. 2010, 2011 with the juniors. Of course, the Pan American Games a couple of times now, with 2027 coming up in a few years. Here we will be crowning gold medalists, though, in a few days. Sunday afternoon, our finals, and potentially some brand new ISA World Junior Champions. 7 minutes on the clock. The Brazilian out there in the red, 6.83.477 with the lead. Sandvig, the Canadian, in second, 4.53, 3.33. Hernandez from Colombia does get his best. A 3.4, now needs a 4.47. And Canning, you know, first priority, 2.03 the requirement. It's small, Sophia. He doesn't need a whole lot. We've seen big scores really with just a single turn. But as you have pointed out, the swell has decreased. And even though it seems like certain waves do stand up, that is not the case for all of them, though. You still need the right section out there.
Yes, for sure. But he has priority number 1 and 6 minutes to go. I think he's in a pretty good position. He knows he is. I think he's gonna be patient. At least for the next 2 minutes, he's gonna be patient. Maybe if he doesn't get anything by the last 3 minutes, he's gonna start getting a little bit more active and going to look for that score. It's not much at all what he needs, just a 2.03.
Were you one of those people that surfed towards the score, or did you always try to surf above it?
Just depending, you know, how much.
Situational?
Yeah, just depending how much I need it. Like, I mean, if you need like a 1 or a 2, like you kind of have to play it safe, you know. But if you need like a bigger score, you have to go for it, because if you play it safe, you're not gonna get it.
5 people in the end that you need to impress. The judges.
Exactly.
Everybody else, they're going to be stoked on your performance, but in the end, it's those people that either give you the advancement or not. And of course, majority of our judges have been competitors themselves. A lot of experience in the panel, fully international as well. How about the wildlife right here? The pelicans. Then our water patrol in the background too. So I heard you and Chris talking about, you know, maybe the green in the background. Still a lot of desert though. But the beautiful Pacific, well, some of the most beautiful birds on the planet right here. And that pelican, I mean, both of them really enjoying life.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot.
It's putting me to sleep
Wow.
too.
Yeah.
It's mesmerizing. That thing was having the time of its life out here at Punta Rocas. 4 minutes on the clock. Tanner Sandvig out there in the blue represents Canada from San Clemente, California. Sister Tegan in the event too. So the young product at a SoCal representing his mother's birthland. Mom is a professional hockey player, by the way.
Wow.
A couple of big athletes in the family. And Tanner actually just did very well at one of the last USA Surfing Prime events in Pismo Beach. It's a cool thing about California, Sophia. I know you spent a good amount of time there, living there too. But you see people from all different parts of the world on that coastline. And of course for us, it's been very beneficial. We've seen a good amount of surfers represent different countries that have, you know, lived in San Diego, in the Los Angeles area, Northern California too. Just talk about a plenitude of waves too. A bit colder depending on where you're living at, but a good amount of different waves to choose from too.
So many waves in California. You can always go and surf something. It's never really flat, right? It's not like the East Coast that I think it gets more flat.
That is just true suffering over there in the summertime. East Coast in the summertime, it's hot, it's humid, it's beautiful, it's typically sunny, but a lot of lack of swell too. 3 minutes. Canning right here has priority, needs just a 2:03, and as Sofia Milanovic was pointing out, you want to leave no doubt in the eyes of the judges either that you get that score. Hernandez, well, he needs a 4.47. Smaller insider, throws the tail. That was a solid attempt. And now Canning. Oh! He hits a boil. And that'll cost him. Unfortunately, used priority right there. And Matt did not need much, Sophia. A 2:03. Waited forever for that wave, too.
With just 2 minutes to go, I think he's going to probably stay out of the pack and try and sneak a little one. This is the replay for that wave. Beautiful turn, but unfortunately, he kind of loses control there. How you said, I think he got stuck in that boil.
That is wild. You have the second best score of the heat, needing a low 2.
Wow, I bet he's a bit nervous by now. He knows he needs to get something.
Well, and those ones sting too. You've been waiting for nearly half of the heat for the opportunity. You get it, and unfortunately, just hit a chop right there, and his fins lost control. Now, there's still time though. 1:20.
Yeah, I see Blue starting to paddle near him.
Kind of surprised it took him this long to
Yeah,
recognize
I was
that.
just thinking the same. Like if Blue knows what's happening, because he has priority number 1, and Matt Canning doesn't need much, so I'm sure he's gonna go and try to block him from getting a wave. But I think he's not really doing it.
Well, Canning on the inside, he's gonna be up. So still only needing the 2:03. That's more like it from Matt. Going left. Couple of big snaps on the forehand right here. Really solid effort to never give up. And right on the rocks. That should be more than enough for Matt Canning. And gotta be thinking that Tanner Sandvik will be needing a score. 35 seconds. What great heat awareness, heat IQ for Matt Canning to get that wave. It's a 3-2-3 up in a second. Sandvik now needing a 4.54. And the heat leader, Heno, having a paddle at this wave with second priority. But he's way out in front. A quick one for him. And both Hernandez and Sandvik, they're needing scores, potentially one more wave. And this wave counts.
That counts.
He's up right in the nick of time. 2-turn combination so far. Needs something big. He's got an air game too. Throws the rotation and he'll pull it. And of course it had to be right at the end of the heat, like we've seen so many times in the event.
Wow. That was great heat.
I can't believe it, honestly, Sophia. There's been so many times in the event where it's come down literally to the last second. looking at his last.
This is the first nice turn, second turn. And then you can just see, well, right, there we go. I was just going to say that you can just see that he got like that aerial stance, you know, for that last move. He knew he needed to do something to get the score. That was the only opportunity he had in front of him, and he took it. And he went for it, and he pulled it. So great job by Blue.
And guess what? It's enough to retake second.
Wow, what a hit.
With the heat on the line, the Canadian Sandvik able to pull it off, moves back up into second place. 5-2-7 for Tanner Sandvik. Unfortunately, Matt Canning just a little too late right here. The South African out. Same thing with the Colombian Hernandez. And taking away the win, Kailani Heno from Brazil. Heat 17 coming up when we come back to Punta Rocas.
Welcome to day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip during tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too.
The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come great.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Well, if this heat is anything like the last, it will be an exciting one. Heat 17 of the second round of boys U18 out there right now. Michele Scopa representing Italy in the red. Mario Gutierrez from Ecuador in the blue. Laird Lavick from the US of A in the green. And Luke Payne, the Canadian, is in the white. Mitchell Salazar here with one of the all-time greats, Sofia Mulanovic. Sofia, how was the ending to that last one? A heartbreak for Matt Canning, but a big buzzer beater to retake second place for Tanner Sandvik. We have another Canadian out there in the white. We're going to watch the surfer out of the US first in the green. Laird Lavick, surfer representing San Clemente, California, slides the fins, lost control, somehow was close to recovering his footing, but he is going to go down. It'll be incomplete for Lavick. Younger brother Noah, also a fantastic surfer. And it seems like the Ecuadorian Gutierrez right here having a look at this one. He's up on the back end. Now they have some incredible waves in Ecuador. Montañita being one of them. Long right-hand point break in. That was a sharp backhand surfing by Mario Gutierrez. Great stuff so far, a lot of flow. Looking for perhaps one more section.
Great timing in all his moves from the Ecuadorian.
Really like the patience that he displayed right there. Paddle battle between Scopa and Lavick. Michele Scopa, 8-time national champion. That's saying something. He is from Rome, Italy, homegrown. And of course, when it comes to Italy, everybody thinks about pasta, about, you know, going on a summer vacation. When the waves are on, they're really fun. And I know he kind of undersold it, but you get the right kind of swell, the right wind swell. Everybody gets off of work. Everybody says, you know what, I'm taking my siesta. I'm going out, I'm going surfing, Sofia.
Nice.
Just one of those places where it's got a bit of everything. You go to the northern part of Italy, close to Switzerland, great for skiing and snowboarding. You go to the south, much warmer. Over there in the Mediterranean, though, they really enjoy, you know, being in the water the entire time.
Such a beautiful area.
Oh my goodness.
The color of the water is just so beautiful.
Turquoise.
Yeah.
So different too. Incredible culture as well. People in Europe, I just feel like they're alive.
Yeah.
They truly get out. They go out and live their lives. A lot of wine too. Of course, maybe sometimes a little too much wine. But all in all, perhaps some of the best cuisine in the world. Luke Payne out there, the Canadian, drops a 3.17, 2.57 on his first two. Gutierrez is last, a 5, and Scopa already has a 6.5 himself. Opener of Lavic, 2.7, so the fall, unfortunately, for Laird, it's going to cost him here, Sofia.
Yeah, unfortunately, he fell off on that wave. Laird from the USA, he looked good, but I don't know, it just kind of slipped. Here he comes again.
This wave, yep, kind of seemed that way from the start, just going to shoulder off. So he's going to go down in the priority order. So San Clemente, you know, we have the Board Riders events now in the United States since about late 2016, early 2017. They have one of the best and most complete teams there is. Not only, I would say, in the United States, probably in the world, too. Probably make maybe 5 different teams from the one that they have in their hometown. And it seems like kid we're speaking of going left. First time in this heat. Lefts tend to be much shorter, it seems, but every now and then they do stand up, Sofia.
Yeah, that's a couple lefts for sure. He needs to pick right.
So just under 14 minutes on the clock. Let's go downstairs. The Brazilian Kailani Heno with Chris.
Yeah, thank you, team. Parabéns, ripping out there. I want to first and foremost talk about this board. I'm a fan of carbon, so why don't you tell me about this board you're riding? It looks magic.
Yeah, this board is half a carbon, and I use this board in every conditions, bigger and smaller, but I like this board because they have a lot of speed and I can do like big turns and airs too, but it's not air session today. But I'm happy, hit by hit, and I'm stoked to be a good hit right now.
How many times have you competed for Team Brazil?
That was my first time, so that was a lot of pressure too because this is the first time we don't have a repertoire, so it's a little bit pressure, but I'm happy. I just want to like feel the moment and give it a gold medal back to Brazil.
Oh, there's a couple guys from Brazil who've done well here at ISA events. Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, the list goes on and on. How would it feel for you to put your name on that list of greats coming out of Brazil?
That was my dream. I always want to be with them, like with the top. And I watched their videos, and yeah, that's this. And Ryan Cainalo won in Brazil, the under 18, so he's living close to me in Brazil, in Ubatuba, and just want to surf and enjoy the moment.
Right on. I know you got a lot of fans out there watching. What do you want to say to them?
In Português? Obrigado a todo mundo que está assistindo aí. Passamos mais uma. Vamos com tudo aí para as próximas e é isso. Vamos com tudo para a final, que eu tô no momento, tô com foco e tô com vontade para conseguir. Bora.
Right on. Parabéns, brother. Keep it going.
Nice kid from Sao Paulo. Same area as you mentioned. Ryan Cainalo did win the event back in 2023 in Rio when we had the ISA World Juniors over there. Cool area, Sao Paulo. I don't know if you've been before, but plenty of different beaches. Wow, waves get really good to Ubatuba, as they call it, Ubajuva, because it never stops raining. But Maresias is, to me, one of the most consistent beach breaks on the planet.
Wow.
And, of course, the great Gabriel Medina from that location, too. Underrated place to go on a surf trip, for sure.
I've never been to Sao Paulo or Maresias. But, yeah, it's in my list, too. It's such a beautiful country, Brazil.
I'm giving you a ton of different places to eventually take your family to. We actually spoke the other day about how big Brazil is and how many different waves and locations they have. Fernando Noronha in the northeast, a beautiful island off of the coast. One of my favorite places has to be definitely the city of Rio.
Yeah, I love Rio. I've been there a few times, and it's such a special place.
It's so fun. A lot of waves. They got the great lifestyle. Speaking of great lifestyle, head coach Ryan Simmons, team captain Will Dean to his left, staying covered. U.S. looking good so far this week. A lot of great young talent, and same thing for them. They have a lot of people to pick from and choose as well. I know the Peruvian team is like that too. There's different qualifying systems, and of course, there are times where you do want to select from a certain event, but in the end, Sophia, you want the most well-rounded surfer there is, especially when it comes to competing right here at your home break. Being a coach isn't easy in that sense.
Yeah, for sure. There's so much talent here, and how you said, like these kids are really good. There's here comes Blue. Better talk about him in this wave.
Gutierrez, had the second explosive snap. He's going to go down, unfortunately, but that will improve his low score. He's more than likely taking lead. He does, a 2.47, so in the first place. Scopa, though, has the 6.5. Best wave of the heat so far. Laird Lavick out there in the green. Generating some speed. And he has just looked a bit off in this heat so far. Scopa, the Italian. Setup turn. Steeper section, much better. Fully extends. Uses every single inch of his body right there too. Whippy snap. Bit more on the inside perhaps. And he'll fit in. Another turn right on the rocks too.
Great surfing from the Italian. That's just his second wave. It's really effective. First wave 6.5, and that second wave looked like a really good wave for him too.
Seen him a couple of times, but I have to say this is probably the best I've seen him compete. You know, you mentioned the word efficiency. Also probably have to add in the word intelligence right there for Scopa.
Exactly. He's a smart surfer. And he throws a lot of water, huh?
Knows where and when to time those turns. Lavick. He's kind of running away from him. He needs to get in the mix. Best score so far, 2.7. Much better right here for Laird, and that's what's up. On rail. Possibly something on the inside right here. And he's going to kick out, but with authority. His best wave by a significant margin, Sophia, so he's going to be on the board as well with 7 minutes and 50 still remaining in this heat.
There's still time left. He needs to start building on those scores.
And especially today, the paddle out isn't even as complicated as it has been.
Exactly. It doesn't take that long to paddle back out. Here's the replay of Green. This is his best wave yet. Good setup turn. Beautiful turn up the top. Another nice carve back to the power source. Never losing speed, always ready for the next sections. Fortunately, the wave kind of flattens out for him. But that's probably going to be his best score, so that's going to put him in a bit of a better position.
And then the wave you enjoyed right here from Michele.
This is red. Look how good he times his turns. Wow, beautiful turn, throwing buckets of water straight into this second one that I really liked. Really explosive second turn. Beautiful surfing by Red. 6.6 for that last wave.
Yeah, he moves up into first, his best actually. So Michele Scopa, if you hadn't heard the name before, remember it now. 6 minutes 40 to go. We have a situation change. As Gutierrez in second. Low score 2.47. Still waiting on the last of both Payne and Laird Lavick. Luke Payne out of Tofino, British Columbia, Canada. Been training a lot in the preparation of this event when it comes to practicing over at some waves that resemble this. Over on Vancouver Island. A couple of great beach breaks, of course. Probably the most consistent one being Cox Bay. A lot of reef breaks, though, in that area. 6 minutes. And there it is, a 5 for Lavick. So with that score alone, moves up into second place, Sophia.
Yeah, now Blue needs a 2.7 to go back to that second place, and Luke Payne needs a 4.54. Here comes White.
And Luke Payne now, the Canadian.
Oh.
Maybe just getting a bit ahead of himself right there. Well coached, the Canadian team. They have Shannon Brown, longtime resident of Tofino. Shannon's originally from Australia, but wife from Canada. He's been living there for a number of years. And of course, super coach right now, a former ISA junior competitor, Reed Platenius. He's also one of the coaches for the Canadian team.
They always have strong team, Canada.
And I don't know if you remember, I think you were still on tour, still doing a good number of your travels. There used to be a Coldwater Classic over there in Tofino, a 6-star. Peter DeVries won the event,
Oh,
the
really?
local boy.
All right.
He
I
beat
don't remember, but that's great.
Jay Bottle Thompson in the final too, who was on the CT for a number of years. Lavick backed up the 5 with a 4.1, and I believe this is another wave for Laird. So activity has been good for Laird. Under priority, out of position for everybody else's waves, but he's gotten to work. This has been good stuff from Laird Lavick, especially when you consider that in the first 10 minutes, best score had only been a 2, Sophia.
Yeah, for sure. Look how he's building his scores. He's a lot more active, looking for opportunity, and I think it's paying off.
His 7th wave already in this heat. What would you say about, on average, 3-4 waves at the most per surfer per heat? If that, he's got 7.
Yeah,
he's
he has
doubling
a
it
lot
right
of
here.
waves, but it's working. He's second. And on the other hand, you have the Michelle Scupa with just 2 waves, but winning the heat. So, I mean, both tactics are working for them.
Good point. 5.93, what Payne needs. Get a flow on this. This wave standing up on the inside, well done, slides the fins. So say it isn't, you know, the high 5 that he needs, but that should make things easier for him. Definitely
Just
his
3
best.
minutes. Yeah, definitely his best. Still got a little bit stuck in a couple moves, but that was well served. I think he's going to improve to that 2.57.
I don't know if you remember, but Chris the other day mentioned a Mama Roca right here, and there are a couple of rocks that are, you know, sticking out a bit. Is there one especially where you know that there's a marker, as we see the last of Lavick? This comes through as a 3-2-3, so doesn't go into his top 2. Are there a few that stick out that you know where you're positioned at?
Honestly, I never get as close to the rocks. This is White in his last wave. He does a couple more turns here in the inside. I think when you're in a contest, you know, like you wanna like milk it all the way and like find any opportunity so you get closer to the rocks. But usually in a free surf, surfers don't get as close. So that's why, like, you know, the rocks don't have names or anything like that, you know?
Except there should be a name for the rock where all the locals jump off from, though, right?
Yeah.
I've seen those kids do it every single heat so far that they've surfed in this event.
I mean, in front of my house in Señoritas, there is a left, there is one rock that comes out that has a name.
Yeah.
It's called La Pelona.
La Pelona.
La
oh,
Pelona.
The bald one. The bald eagle, almost. I don't think I want to know that rock, Sophia. I'm good just being here in my seat at the moment. Here goes the heat leader playing some defense, Scopa. He's trying to improve on a 6.5. And whether he does that or not, going to be very difficult to keep him out of this heat. I mean, wow.
He looks super confident. He's just having fun right now. He knows he has a really strong lead. It's going to be really hard to get to him with just 1 minute to go.
He has just had a substantial amount of flow, though. I mean, for somebody that tall to get that extension, that kind of projection down the line like that on his bottom turns, very impressive. Gutierrez, 60 seconds, needs a 4.1 after the 5. He has struggled to get anything substantial in this heat. A lot of these small turns. He loves it, but given how tiny that wave was, never really stood up. Lavic with the response on the outside, 30 seconds. Multiple carves in the pocket right now. That wave not offering up a whole lot after that.
That second carve was really nice looking.
It's got great technique. And as you know, as most of us know, you can be the best surfer in the world, but you're not on the right waves out there, your chances of making the heat are pretty slim.
Exactly.
We're in countdown, and the last of Gutierrez, it's gonna fall short a 3.3, and this one gonna be just a tad late for Luke Payne. So that means that the Italian Scopa, the surfer out of the US Lavic, they're gonna be moving through into round number 3. Another impressive performance by the Italian Michele. And for Laird Lavic, a comeback advancement right here in second place. Great surfing by both surfers moving through. Gutierrez and Payne, will see them at other iterations of either the World Juniors or the World Surfing Games. Be right back with Heat 18 when we return to Peru.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
It's been a fun day so far. It's been a warm day here in Punta Rocas. Day 5 of competition at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Mitchell here with Sophia. And it's Heat 18 out there in the water right now. This is Aaron Bacon representing Team France. Cool and smooth style from surfer in green at the moment. Wider stance, and I was about to say that wide stance typically helps you to ride out of the majority maneuvers, but not the case right here, Sophia, unfortunately. It might have been the commentator's curse. 2.5, the opener for the surfer from Chinese Taipei, Mingjiang Liu. Fermina Wed out there from Argentina in the red, and also Wesson Hurst from Indonesia in the white. Here goes surfer out of Chinese Taipei. Great to see there, not only representation here at this event, they're awesome surfing too. Very impressed with what we've seen so far. They got some great waves over there in the tropics too, so they're not used to wearing a wetsuit the majority of the time, but here in El Peru, luckily for us, it's been relatively warm going into the summertime right now, Sophia, in South America.
Yeah, it gets warmer in the summertime, the water. So you'll probably need like a short arm, long leg.
Mm-hmm. My favorite type of wetsuit, by the way, too.
Yeah.
Covers your knees, but I usually get warmer in the upper part of my body, too, so I like having less neoprene to paddle for. But I did hear you saying when Legend Chandler was out there, Hawaiians in board shorts.
Yeah.
That would be me. I'm a member of the Big Boy Surf Club.
I've seen actually a couple competitors with board shorts. I think they're just so in their, like, you know, like in their heat and like focus on what they need to do in the heat to make it that they don't even realize about the cold.
When you're typically paddling so much too in 20 minutes. It's almost
Yeah.
like at times you could potentially overheat too. You rather have a little bit of, would you rather be too warm or just a bit too cold yourself?
I think I prefer to be too warm,
Yeah?
like a bit warm than a bit cold.
Opposites attract. I think that's why we're working together. I run hot normally. There's just something about wearing board shorts year round. When you can do it,
Yeah.
I'm out there every single chance I get with board shorts. A wetsuit top too, doesn't hurt, but wearing a full suit's different.
In the other hand, I like wearing a wetsuit.
You do?
Yeah. I
You
feel
grew
more
up that way.
compact. Yeah, I
Yeah?
feel more compact. Like sometimes I get rashes, like if I don't use it. So
There's people like that. I know people that even in the summertime wear booties too.
yeah.
Water's not that cold. You know, they're already wearing a full suit anyways, but there's people that just like, I like the grips. I like the way it feels on my feet too.
Yeah, it's used to it.
And you know what's crazy though? You have people like Nat Young that grew up in Santa Cruz. He's never worn booties in his life because he
Wow.
doesn't like it. Yeah. But to each their own, everybody's different too. Speaking of different, Ming Zhanglu looking for a different approach to this wave right here. Previous ride his best at 3.27. This one pretty flat so far, but maybe something more on the inside for the surfer out of Chinese Taipei. Cool little Larry layback at the end. That'll be incomplete though. Nice little hair flick. 15:50 on the clock. 14:50, excuse me, on the clock. Bacon drops a 3.67. Opener of the kid from Indonesia, Weston Hurst, a 2.87. And with priority is the Argentinian out there in the red, Fermin Awed. Might be using his priority right here. Good positioning for this wave, but
Looks like it has a little wedge on it.
could be something that he really uses to his advantage. More of a two-stage cutback right there. Standing up on the inside, well done by the South American surfer in red. Perhaps something more on the inside. Get energy, I like what I'm seeing. And nothing overly critical, but he likes it. And that kind of attitude, that positivity goes a really long way, Sophia. 14 minutes to go, might be the best wave of this heat so far.
We see Green right here paddling hard.
And here he is, Bacon. Beautiful style. Once again, brings it back all the way around. Much more emphasis on that third turn for Aron. And he's going to kick out with authority. So a lot of the same maneuvers on that wave, but a bit different from each other. 13:20 to go right here. He might be taking the lead with this last one.
Yeah, I think that's gonna give him the lead. Still, there's no really waves of consequences yet. I think it's still wide open for everyone. It's gonna be interesting to see how much Fermin got for that first wave of his.
Do you remember the lowest heat total you've ever had for advancement? It's a complicated question to answer too, because there's probably not many memorable heats that you have where you've won with 4 or 5 points.
I think I've made a couple hits with 4 points or 5 points.
Really, a couple of 2s or maybe a 3 and a 1?
Yeah.
Or maybe just one wave of a 4.
Yeah, I think conditions were just super hard and like nobody was really getting more than once, you know. So.
And then you had an infinite number of heats where you had more than 14 points. I remember especially one event, Women's 6-star in Punta Roca in El Salvador, 2016.
Oh,
You had multiple heats of more than 15 points.
the waves were firing that time.
I still think it's one of the greatest events I've ever worked.
Yeah.
Keely Andrew, the champion that year, over Alessa Quizon. So interesting, too, because when you come to these events right here, there's, you know, all these different nations, more than 400 surfers. Everybody wants to win an event with, you know, 16 points, right, Soph? But in the end, sometimes 5-6 points will get it done, as
Exactly.
Fermin out there in the red, he drops a 5 on his opener. Quick one on his second. He's going to kick out. The last of Bacon, a 3.63. So as we had thought, he's in the lead and he's going left. Setup carve. This one might pull up. It does. Well done by Aron. Throws the tail.
He looks really comfortable on his backside.
As soon as you said that, he had it in the last turn right over the rock too.
Yeah.
So great work right there from the Frenchman Bacon. While we have a break in the action right now, let's go downstairs. Michele Scopa with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, team. So you went out there, you did your job. Did you know anything about the competitors you had in that heat?
Nah, not really. I just went in the water, see the condition, do the strategy with my coach, and yeah, that's it. Try to do my best.
Can you give us a little bit of insight on what that strategy was before you paddled out?
So yeah, the strategy was to start fast and start good, and yeah, it worked out because I got a good one like first wave, and yeah, from there the heat was pretty easy. So yeah, that was the strategy.
Now, Italy has been fielding some really impressive teams in the past few years here at the junior level. What do you think about your chances here in 2025?
So yeah, yesterday we lost a couple of teammates, but the team is strong. We have a couple guys still in, and yeah, we go 100%.
Forza Italia, I know you got friends and family watching back home. What do you want to tell them?
Ciao a tutti ragazzi, pure la seconda hit è andata, condizioni abbastanza difficili ma è andata bene. Adesso forza per le prossime hit, Forza Italia, dai.
Forza Italia!
Nice work, bro.
Thank you.
You mind translating that, Sofia?
I know what he said about Forza Italia.
I'm joking, by the way, too. I had to put you on the spot. But they do have a great team. I'm impressed. I've seen Michele compete a couple of times, but I feel like this is the best I've ever seen him surf and compete as well. Awed right now, the Argentinian out there in the red jersey. Couple of open face snaps. 9 minutes 30 to go. Ooh, an outside left. This is cool. Worse than hers. Surfer out of Indonesia. That's much better. And unfortunately, that wave just dies out after the second carve, so wasn't needing a ton. But the issue is that Fermin out there in the red did get a score that is more than likely to be better than his one. And now Mingjang Lu, Chinese Taipei in blue. Use priority on this wave. Frothy one. Maybe something on the inside, much better right there. Get energy throughout that turn. Into the lip, brings it back around again. So combination of multiple maneuvers in a row. Great effort by Mingjang Liu. So now 8 minutes 40, Sofia. And Bacon drops a 5.13 on that left that we enjoyed.
Yeah, that was a great wave for him. Bacon from France. And that last wave of blue was also a nice wave. He gets a 4.17. Goes straight to the second place. Now white needs a 4.17 and red needs a 2.44.
And still waiting on his last, by the way, too. A mid-2, basically, what he's requiring. Great shot right there from the drone, too. Big shout out to Tony Di Maria, our great drone operator here at the ISA. Our fantastic crew from Action Sports Productions. Gio Bryan, our director. Mike Morrissey, Sam Lee, everybody else involved. Dan Stafford, of course, our incredible cameraman. 7:40 to go. Bacon barely got into this and was using priority too. But he's making up for it though. A little late to the party on the first one. Out onto the open face. Nice down carve right there into the lip. Great flow from Aron. And kicks out with great body language too. Outside Hurst. Talk about style. This kid has it. 7 minutes to go. We didn't see everything on the outside. We'll see it on the replay, Sofia, but you can just tell from the kick out right there, this kid has a lot of authority when it comes to his decision making.
Yeah, he's a great surfer. You can just tell that he's good. I noticed that when he was going to the left, I'm like, oh, this kid looks really good.
Nice mechanics, doesn't he?
In that last left, I thought that, but this right looked better for sure. Had more opportunity.
with this size, I feel like on your back and you're able to get into the lip a bit easier.
Yeah. This is the replay of White in that last wave.
You're right.
Beautiful first turn. His eye in that section. Second beautiful turn. Third turn. Good wave by White.
And this one, the last of Fermin. He drops a 3.57 up into second place now.
This is the last of Red, Fermin. First good turn. Waiting for that last section. He knows it's important to try and hit it in that last section if it stands up. Unfortunately, I feel that section is not really gonna do much.
So at the moment, it's really this wave that...
This is the replay of last of White.
This one might make a difference. He's needing a 5.3. It would have to be the best of the heat so far, Sofia.
That was a nice turn, and this third turn was super nice too. And then he didn't try and do anything else. He knew he was done with those 3 moves. I like that approach. Instead of going all the way to the beach, doing little turns, it's better to just kick out after a good turn.
It looks better that way too in the eyes of the judges.
Cleaner, yeah, it looks cleaner.
And not only were you right, judges appreciated it a lot too. 6:07 for Weston Hurst out of the beautiful country of Indonesia. 5 minutes on the clock. Awed gets dropped down to third in the red. He's a 4.35 for second, and Ming Jong Liu, he's needing a 5.18. Not going out there in the green with a couple of 5.13s. He is in first in just under 5 minutes. When you work with a lot of the youth, Sofia, you have these kids that look up to you first of all, but fundamentally, what's the first thing that you need them to understand in terms of their mechanics? What's really the one thing that you can feel is their strength overall?
I think you have to show them, they have to learn about good fundamentals, like a good base surfing before starting, I think, all the progressive moves. I think it's important. I think it just looks better if a surfer does a big, huge turn, base turn, and then he does an air, because he shows both sides of surfing. So I think, I don't know, I just like that, to see that.
I remember Jeremy Flores, former ISA gold medalist Jeremy Flores, back in 2007, qualified for the CT, first year on tour, and that movie Young Guns, the third
Young
one.
Guns, yeah.
He mentioned that on the championship tour, to be able to get an excellent score, you had to do not just one turn, you had to do 3 different major maneuvers in a row to be able to get those large scores, and at times it humbles you.
For sure.
You probably went through the same thing, in your early years of competition at that level, but I think it's really important when a lot of these young kids are able to see these people that have had success have very similar struggles to the ones that they are currently having. Everybody's human in the end, Sofia.
For sure.
Seems like White had a look. I don't know if that was a paddle though, and it was. So he goes down all the way to 4th priority. And that could be a big game changer at the moment.
Yeah, Fermin doesn't need much, color red. He just needs a 4.35, and he has priority number 1. So, wow, it's gonna go to again, another hit that is gonna come to the wire, I think.
Had a look at that. It's gonna go underneath him. And look at how close blue, white, and red are at the moment.
Yeah, but White just needs to improve on a 3.27. So, yeah, he should be getting he should be getting active to try and improve that second score and make things a little bit harder for Fermin. But no waves coming, so it's easy to say, but if you're in the water,
it's nervous moments.
Yeah, for sure.
Luckily for them, a few lines on the outside, 2 minutes on the clock right here. And waiting for these surfers to get a chance. Something on the outside. Unconditional right away with the surfer in red. He does have first priority. Awed. a surfer from Argentina. It's a pretty easy flight for them to be able to get here to Lima. He's trying to make his home nation proud. Same thing for Mingjang Liu. He needs a 5.18. On the inside, Hurst had to give way to Bacon.
Wow.
Aron had higher priority than him. And a beautiful backhand snap. He looked in for a little bit right there, as this is the important wave. Fermin Awed needs a 4.35 or better. He is just going to town on this thing right here.
He's ripping that wave.
It's
Super
now
powerful
or
surfer.
never. It's this kind of attitude that gets you a long way in the event, Sophia. Liu on the outside. Before the last of red was needing a 5.18. Catches a rail. At the end, incomplete. Probably not going to be the score that he needs.
Here comes White.
And he might be needing a score. He might be needing a score now. 25 seconds.
Wow.
Beautiful tail slide. One more big section. He hammers it shut. And this wave potentially giving him something more. And wow.
Beautiful
what an
surfing
exchange.
by White.
Why does it have to happen at the end of the heat every time?
Every heat is the same.
So waiting on several different numbers. And just being real here, Bacon surfed that last wave great too. He's looking to improve on a low 5 though. Even still, I wouldn't say that he's necessarily safe in first at the moment.
I think White is going to go to first with that last one. And I really also liked Red's wave. This is the replay of Blue. Kind of a little bit behind the section. Still attacking that wave. But yeah, that was a really exciting heat. Anything can happen.
So that one not enough, a 2.77. You like this one a lot,
I love
Soph.
this wave. Beautiful hack. Then he attacks here. Whoa, really hard, throwing some water. And another turn to finish that wave. I think that's going to put him into first. And then this is the last wave of Red. Wow, that first turn, throwing so much water. Powerful surfer. Second, nice turn. Third, nice turn.
I mean, he surfed that wave as good as you could have for
He needs
what it
to
was
improve
worth.
on a 4.87, right?
Well, that was the score. So he
Oh,
moved
that's
up
it.
into second,
Okay.
and the requirement for the Indonesian Hurst,
How much is the requirement?
it's small. It's a 3.8.
Oh yeah, he's gonna go to first for sure, I think. But well, let's see. I'm not the judge, but
Well, for second, I mean, for advancement, he only needs a 3.8, but he gets something above a 4. He's taking lead right here. Really, at a 4.3 is what he's needing for first, but
that was a great wave. Like, there's no doubt about that. So if I had to bet, I would bet that he will go to first.
well, you were right. A 6.47, the best of the heat for the Indonesian Weston Hurst. A massive comeback for him. Great effort by both Fermin Awed and Mingjang Liu. And Aron Bacon was able to hold on to second place right at the end. But Hurst advancing with the W. We'll hear from him with Chris Cote in just a few minutes. Everything is happening right at the end of these heats here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Don't go anywhere. Heat 19 coming up once we return from the break.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing, You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action. Here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Taking a look at the beautiful view here. We're just located outside of Lima, and there are so many beautiful coastal towns with incredible waves, as you can see. Just more than one little point break stripping off in the background. We're here at Punta Rocas this week for the juniors world titles, and there's a lot on the line. 4 gold medals for individuals will be handed out across our 4 divisions for the girls and the boys categories, under 16s and under 18s. And of course that coveted team gold medal, with these surfers doing the best they can to get points on the board for their individual teams. In the lineup right now we have 2 Finnish surfers up against 1 from Puerto Rico and the Brazilian as well. 17 minutes on the clock. We'll take a few looks at the replays here. Shannon Hughes alongside Rachel Tilley in the booth.
Yeah, and starting off strong already. Judges quick to drop this one, and it's a good score because he is doing good surfing on it, Shannon. Nice and clean. You can see he's feeling really comfortable and really confident to start his heat out with a bang like that.
Yeah, Ellie Tim Perry's already dropped excellent scores on the way to this heat right now. Round 2, his opening round was really, really outstanding. So he's going to be a surfer with a kind of a target on his back. He's obviously got that red jersey on as well. Coming through with a win in his first round heat sets him up as the highest seed in the lineup right now.
Yeah, and that is, you know, a confident place to come from. Being able to, those round 1 heats are always your most nerve-wracking ones, and so to build that house, he is benefiting from that.
16 minutes remaining on the clock, and let's go down to the beach to check in with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Great job out there, Weston. You did have your team on pins and needles here on the beach. The first thing you said when you showed up was, that was scary. I know you're not talking about the waves. Why was it scary?
Oh yeah, I had a super slow start out there. Started with like a 2 and then got a 3. And then my third wave finally got a 6. And then I was still in third, needed like a 4. And like last 4 seconds, I got one, dropped the 6-4. Yeah, stoked.
What are you telling yourself when you're sitting in third place with a minute left, knowing that you need a pretty proper score?
Basically just try to pray and like hopefully a wave comes and just try surf it normally. Yeah, and it did, came.
Now, obviously, Indonesia, one of the best training grounds in the world. You come from a wave called Lakey Peak that's absolutely perfect. Is it hard to leave home sometimes, or when you get that call up, you know you got to go?
Yeah, it's hard. Well, I live in Bali now, but I try to go back to Lakeys a lot, improve my surfing there, and yeah, it's good.
Right on. I know you got a lot of friends, fans, family back home. What do you want to tell them?
Teman-teman, supporters, Ibu Bapak, thank you for watching, and yeah, let's go. Next round.
Let's go, Indo. Good job.
Thank you.
Solid surfing from Weston in that last heat as we take a look at Ellie having another lap. He's got that 5.17 that he opened up with, and he's looking to just, you know, bank in a couple good scores here in the first 5 minutes. Alan Selby of Puerto Rico opened up with his first ride just at 0.43 for a quick in and out. He's wearing the white jersey and having another look here, maybe. A couple small waves on the inside section. Everyone's maybe trying to get their feet in the wax to start things off. We do have a score in for the Brazilian, Pedro Ferreira, with a 2.83 on the board. And now Alan setting himself up down the line. Nice opening snap, connects for that second section. Nice and easy as he kicks off on the inside. And those 3 surfers in the water up against Yoki Bjork out of Finland.
Yeah, and Finland having 2 surfers in this heat right now. I love to hear the strategies from those surfers. Here's one of those Finnish surfers right now. We're still waiting for this score to drop. Nice wraparound, great snap. He's from Encinitas, California, lives in Encinitas, California, and he is looking right at home. The waves around there, especially Swami's and Seaside, breaking really similarly. It's the Puerto Rican answering back. This one drops in quickly as we see the other Finnish starting his account.
Yoki, the younger of the 2 Finnish surfers in the lineup, sets himself up with a nice exchange to start. Into that first turn, snaps off the lip for the second. Now wrapping it around, really pushing through that back foot on the tail as well, and perfectly times that finishing maneuver.
Yeah, his upper body showing so much commitment. Actually, reminding me of notes of Sally Fitzgibbons when she does that push. Also
So
throwing
true.
that upper body very similarly.
Ellie now up and riding just behind the boil on the takeoff, wraps it around easily as he drives hard through the first turn. Pumping and driving down the line, putting that board on rail. He's just looking right at home here, you know, with the ability to throw in a maneuver like that after the surfing he's done so far. Taking a look at a huge opening turn from Pedro out of Brazil, finding some rhythm as he comes down the line as well. This heat's starting to really turn on.
Gosh, it's been so busy. We've barely even been able to catch up with what the situation is, and the judges still waiting to drop some of their scores now, so you can update the situation, Shan. But a busy heat that's indicating that that tide running out is helping with that consistency of those sets.
I was just thinking the same thing as we saw that wave from Pedro stand up just behind after the last of Ellie, just showcasing how much opportunity there is out there. We can also see, you know, the team for the Puerto Rican in Alan Selsby, just getting a little passionate there. His dad on the beach. A lot of these surfers this week, they've got their parents here with them because it is a juniors contest, and a lot of kids being really young in the draw, even if they are in that under 18s, you know, in their last year being able to compete. As we take a look now at Alan, and he's been holding on to that priority for a bit into that first opening wrap. Just gets a little stuck coming out of the first turn. That second one looking a little bit tighter and neater as he threw a lot of spray. Nice punch for that third, and it's not going to give him enough to continue on down the line. Scores still to come through for red, for blue, for white. The only surfer, I guess, that's not waiting on a score now is green. He's got a 3.67 on the board, Rachel. At the moment, Ellie's in the lead with that 5.17 he opened with, but we're waiting for another score as we take a look at some replays now.
Wow, and look at from this beautiful view, that rocky bottom. Punta Rocas is its name for a reason, and with the sun out, we can see just that beautiful lineup and that reef that they're surfing over, the reason that the waves break as consistently as they do. Taking a look at this wave from that front on angle, wrapping it around nice, high and tight, keeping that speed up between maneuvers, going farther out on that one. 3 different maneuvers there, and love that jam of the tail, sliding those fins all the way around. Looking at this replay of our Brazilian surfer, that was a beautiful opening turn. Love that extension and rotation of his upper body. Brought it all the way around. It just showed so much commitment and flair, adding to that style component that the judges are keeping an eye out for as well.
We've got a 5.6 on the board now for the second wave of Ellie Temperi. Sets him up with a 10-point heat total. Yoki still in second as we're waiting for scores, though, to drop for Alan and Pedro. And when the surf is like this, it makes our jobs really fun and easy, Rachel. Days like this just fly by when so many waves are being caught. There's so much opportunity for everyone out there. Even if they're not, you know, banking in excellent scores, just the fact that those 3s and 4s are easily accessible, and then when the right wave comes through and a surfer lucks into it, they've got the chance to go at least into those 6s, which we're seeing from the 6.5 just dropped from Ellie.
Yeah, he's having an unbelievable heat so far. So take a look at this replay, waiting for this score now for the Puerto Rican. It was a nice turn, but I felt like he was always a little bit out of rhythm on this wave, kind of bearing the rail a little bit there. You can see how he cut that last turn short. He was hoping that there would be more materializing towards the end, and it didn't. And so everything felt like a little bit just mistimed. He'd be hoping to find that flow a little bit more on the next one.
Yeah, the score 3.23, and I think it's reflective of exactly what you said, just that lack of flow within it. The timing on this wave being very crucial. Sofia Milanovic, our co-commentator, has been talking about it all week. A surfer that's from this area, she's got, world champion experience behind her on the WSL side, her former, ASP world title, as well as the multiple ISA medals that she has won, 2 in that, in the gold color. And for her,
in specifically the gold color,
the
biggest color,
those gold medals. But for her, she just has said this wave is a challenging one to figure out from a pace. It does run slower. And so finding the timing on it is really important for these surfers to be able to capitalize on the best scoring potential per wave.
Yeah, I think that's why those surfers that live in Southern California are having that advantage right now, like Ellie Timpiri.
Pedro now up and riding. Looking sharp on his opening takeoff. Nice wrap back into the section. Sets it up on the second as he drives through. And looking down the line as he continues to find such a good corner to this wave. Tapering off in front of him now. And he'll kind of work his way through the sleepier section of this, but it's going to stand up again on the inside. Beautiful wave selection. This is going to be huge for his campaign as he started out with the 2 and the 3-point rides on the board. Ellie now, like you said, he's on an absolute heater, having a great run, improving his score every wave he takes off on. He's now looking to back up the 5.60 as his low score and get rid of that as he throws a lot of spray behind that last turn.
Yeah, I mean, he's just being able to relax at the moment. Second place needs an 8.17 in order to take over his first place, and those requirements would be even larger for third and fourth. So he now, at the moment, just kind of has that opportunity to look for waves, free surf, enjoy a not crowded lineup, stay in it, stay busy. That's still important. Not to just paddle out and get out of the water or anything. He's going to enjoy all 20 minutes to surf out there. But the real battle right now is between these 2 surfers on your screen.
That's right. The paddle back out for Alan and Yoki. It looks like Yoki's got that first priority next to his name. Alan's got that second priority. They're both looking to just figure out where they want to be sitting in the lineup right now. Yoki's chasing a 3.10 to take the advancing spot and a 3.54 for Alan at the moment, but that's all about to change, Rachel, because that last wave of Pedro was exceptional. He only needs to improve on a 3.93 to really make a difference on the requirements for third and fourth place. Chasing down that excellent score is a big ask for an 8.17, but it's really going to change the game on our bottom 2 surfers.
For sure, and like you said, I mean, it was excellent surfing. So let's see where the judges go. They'll definitely go higher than what he has in scoreline now, 3 and 2. So looking at it from this drone angle, wrapping it around, you can just see how beautiful those lines he's drawing. And this wave just kept on providing a beautiful canvas for him to show all the repertoire of maneuvers that he has on lock. And he's taking it all the way in. Look at that. He does another turn right before he reaches those rocks.
Yoki now with his opportunity. We're still waiting for Last of Blue as Green is up and riding on just his second wave of the heat so far. Hasn't gotten any work done yet. Just had, that flatter section to make it through. Now he's able to start opening up that campaign. Finds that single turn and he'll have to exit. You can see the hustle on him now.
Yeah, he seemed like he was in 2 minds a little bit on what maneuver to choose at the beginning of that, and then ended up just choosing no maneuver, and so missed opportunity out the back. Then went for that second turn, but at that point he already knows he's not in the timing with the wave, as we've talked about is so important. So he cuts out of it. A smart decision to do, knowing that that 3.10 requirement is probably going to increase. So he's going to need to improve on his 3.67 to get himself back in this game.
That's right. He's got a big ask in front of him, the youngest of the pack at just 12. Everyone else is, properly in this under 18s category as 18-year-olds or 17-year-olds, and looking for that opportunity to steal away a gold medal before they age out, actually, and will just be present if they make the teams for the World Surfing Games. We've got a score still to drop now for red and for green, but for blue, his last score comes through at a 4.93. So that's great for his campaign. It improves on that 3.93 as we were expecting. It also now puts requirements into the 5-point range on both third and fourth place surfers.
Yeah, so that requirement going up, like we said, Yoki needs to improve that 3.67 if he wants that requirement to come down at all. So with this much time, you know, if there's like 10 minutes remaining, I'm still thinking about how can I improve even just my single wave score so that I can lower my requirement. At this point now, you're starting to get selective. What wave is going to give me the required score that I need? As that time is ticking down, Yoki sitting over to the left and separating himself from those surfers that have priority. Very smart strategy.
Totally, and I love that breakdown for the time frame. You know, at 10 minutes, being able to go, okay, you could still chip away at it with a couple scores. Down into that 3-minute mark, if you maybe only have one opportunity left, it's got to be a wave that's going to facilitate the scoring potential of what you need to advance. Taking a look now on the inside, Ellie again just feeling really freed up as he snaps into the first section, seamless into the second for an incredibly powerful turn, finds that finishing section, just lacks a bit of control on the finish, Rachel.
But that was a beautiful second turn. You could feel, I could hear the excitement outside of his team, knowing that that was just, could have gone into those top two. Not going to hurt his situation, but it's just so exciting seeing great surfing like that.
Now Alan out of Puerto Rico with the opportunity, chasing a 5.63 to get the advancing spot. This wave just crumbling down in front of him. So far, he's doing well to, you know, make it down the line. Nothing critical until this moment. Gets that first wrap back into the section, hits it off the foam. That equipment's doing a nice job to carry him through kind of a softer wave. Unfortunately, didn't have too much of that critical lip line to be able to hit the way like we just saw that last wave of Ellie.
Yeah, not enough top to bottom surfing really, or opportunity to draw. It was a lot of horizontal surfing, and not to his mistake. It was just what was the wave on offer. And so he'll be trying to race back out with 2 minutes remaining and again find that wave that hopefully gives him the opportunity. But Pedro now with first priority is going to be sticking on those two surfers that require a score to hold them off.
First priority, very important in the situation he's currently sitting in, being that he has okay scores on the board, but nothing significant enough to put, you know, a 6 to 7 point requirement on the rest of the field. Noting that either of these surfers with the right wave are going to easily be into that 5-point range for Alan and Yoki. Both scoring some solid scores on their way into this heat. We do have those two that have advanced back through the Repo Charge round yesterday, wearing the white and the green jerseys now today. And Yoki with the opportunity. Pedro lets him go on this wave. And unfortunately for Yoki, it's going to be a stumble. Pedro maybe even just kind of taking into consideration the shape of it. Would it have had the scoring potential or not? 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining on the clock. And it's still Ellie Timperi sitting in that leading position. He's done an incredible job to improve the score lines. A 7 drops in for his last wave, Rach, and he's in a very significant lead. Dropping now a 6.27, a 5.6, and a 5.17 from his scoreboard. He's dropping 3 scores that don't count, that are higher than the scores that anyone else has found in this heat.
Yeah, he's having a phenomenal heat. He's been a standout of the event so far, and he's continuing to be a standout.
Completely tapped in at the moment. Now Alan with the opportunity. His dad Randall is on the beach. We saw that before. Taught him how to surf, taught him how to fish, taught him how to handle moments like this of stress and pressure. Unfortunately, the waves are not answering his call. As we take a look now at Ellie, just goes for a big fin release on the finish and gets sucked into the falls with those arms in the air.
Yeah, you can see his frustration on that going, you can see him right now going, what the heck? Why? That little self-talk, but I mean, that's just because he wants to do good surfing. He wants to land that.
That's right. Now Pedro up and riding. This will be his little opportunity to celebrate the advancement into the next round, as we're just getting to see him open up on rail for a couple of turns in a small section that look really fun. Just gets that fin, those fins released out the back, and this wave continues to provide a little bit more all the way into the rocks here at Punta Rocas.
Wow, that was crazy. Look at him, he's looking into his team on the beach.
Well, he's got to stay on it, you know, recognizing that anyone else could have the opportunity. Yoki caught that wave, but it was after the buzzer, and it won't be an opportunity for him to get that 5.19 he requires. So with that, Rach, scores to drop still for last of Ellie Temperi and last of Pedro Ferreira out of Brazil. And everything else is locked in for Alan and Yoki. It's official that Pedro has found that advancing position, and he's going to just hear now that he got a 4.27 on the last wave, which increased his heat total overall. So well done surfing up until the buzzer, as he now has a challenging little dance across the rocks. Ellie Temperi, of course, Rach, with just a fantastic way to finish out this last heat as well.
Yeah, his leash getting stuck across those barnacles. He has to be careful not to cut his feet. This is a real challenge.
This is not a comfortable position to be stuck in. The nice thing is the timer is out. You know, he's got no rush here to get out of the situation. He can take his time with the rock hop. And, oof, there we go. Starting to find himself kind of out of that shore break section.
That was a good he handled that really well, stayed nice and low. That was a good lesson on how to deal with a tricky section.
So true. Well, Ellie Temperi, a huge victory for Team Finland. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome to day 2 of competition here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Goes for the alley-oop, he pulls it too.
It's keeping things really smooth. It's giving him all that speed and momentum through each section. Vertical, you know, turn on the opener, which is now allowed. He's feeling that passion.
And a lip line floater at the end. He loves it. Yeah. Love the attitude.
Our team's amazing. Everyone's been super supportive of each other, and the vibes are really good, so just excited to keep it going.
Ellie Temperi from Finland, up and riding on his opening ride, looking really sharp as usual. He's a surfer out of Encinitas, California.
Tahiti's Miliani Simon with an 8-point ride. From the United States, Bailey Turner with an 8.1. The Peruvian Catalina Sarique with a 7.33. Tune in tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. local time for day 3 of action at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Punta Rocas has been looking really fun and playful today. The tide is starting to drain as well as we head into the afternoon, and there's been so much scoring potential. I lost track of how many waves were caught in the last heat, but I'm sure these surfers were paying close attention to the fact that there is so much potential out there. Dominican Republic, Tahiti, and Costa Rica with surfers in the water. Gael Reyes, Anuai Terai Gastien, Cave Pearson, and Denzel Reyes with the opportunity to advance through. Top 2 surfers will be heading into the main round 3. Bottom 2 surfers will be eliminated from competition. And you can really get a sense for that pressure now, Rachel, as we take a look at this opening ride caught during the break.
Yeah, on his backhand, a smaller, frothier one has me thinking that probably while they were waiting for their heat to start, a big set rolled through, and he was just catching maybe that leftover one after it. It's a throwaway, or what he hopes to be a throwaway, but a good opportunity for him to at least just gotten his feet up in the wax.
Just a 2-point ride on the board, and that will set him up in 4th priority. No priority established now between our other 3 surfers in the water. Little quiet moment out in the ocean as, you know, that last set just kind of, it's always a shame when you're watching a heat or you're surfing in a heat yourself and a set comes through, but it's just before the buzzer and there's not going to be enough time to get into it.
Yeah, exactly.
How frustrating is that?
I know, and normally sometimes there's the opportunity where they're starting to count down, or you know they're about to, and you can kind of listen to the countdown and maybe scratch into one of them. But oftentimes you're like, when are they going to drop that last score? Or, you know, if they're waiting for scores from the previous heat, you don't know how long the break's going to be, and you're just watching beautiful sets go by. But there are usually penalizations if you do stand up in that break time to your priority. So that is that incentive, not just to get out of position, but also for your priority's sake.
Yeah, literally just like let it be. But even though it's one of the most challenging things, and how often on, you know, the best days at a contest, we just get to see those empty waves run through the lineup. As we take a look now at Gael, so just staying active here on the inside under everyone else. That'll be another small score behind his 2-point ride.
Yeah, that's him just staying busy. I appreciate it. He's in 4th priority. The other 3 surfers, no priority established because they haven't caught a wave yet. So they're all kind of jockeying for that position. It looks like White Denzel is sitting over on his own. Green and Blue sitting a little bit more close together, but our Tahitian and Blue now making a break for the right. So once we see a wave come in, we'll see kind of who's sitting in that right spot, who gets the nod of their strategy.
Little line starting to come through now. 2 surfers representing Tahiti in the water. We had 2 finished surfers in the last heat, 1 advancing through and 1 not. Unfortunate when that takes place, but again, it is an individual competition, although there's a teams element here at the ISA, any event at the ISA level. It's a really special part of competitive surfing globally, where pretty much any other contest you enter into outside of a board riders event is just for yourself. Where at this one, it's that country representation, it's that pathway to Olympic surfing as well. As we take a look now at Denzel with that opening snap on his backhand, sets it up for the second one, and drives through the corner to finish off. He's going to put a better score on the board for that first wave.
Yeah, I know for those conditions, though, Shannon, what we just saw in that last heat and the heats previous to that is that there are great waves out there. And
well, with 15 minutes remaining on the clock, we saw a lot of waves ridden in that last heat. We absolutely lost track. It was this guy who was able to take away the leading position in Ellie Temperi. He's with Chris Cote.
Yeah, Ellie, a rising star in the surf world. I know you compete on a lot of levels. You compete in QS, World Surfing Games, now your last year in the ISA Juniors. How does this competition stack up to the rest of the competitions you've been in throughout the year?
Oh yeah, this is definitely the biggest contest I've had all year. It's or at least for me it is. It's like the one that I've been looking forward to the most. But yeah, plenty of other contests to look forward to, but this is definitely the one I'm putting all my chips into.
That was a solid heat win, but I know you as a perfectionist. What are you going to do to improve in your skills out there?
Oh yeah, I had a couple falls. I definitely could have cleaned up in there, but yeah, bummer when you could have had more in your system, but you ended up falling on a couple of those end sections. But yeah, it's all good. Clean it up in the next one.
That's right, you got room to grow. And unfortunately, you had some friendly fire. Your fellow teammate, Team Finland, Joachim, rad surfer. I know it was his birthday the other day. You want to give him a message? I think he's up there somewhere, but maybe you could say something to him.
Yeah, Joachim, yeah, he's full ripper, only 13 years old. He's got such a bright future ahead of him. I'll be watching him for many years to come, so yeah. Good Grom to look forward to, yeah.
For sure, well, you're leading by example. I know you got a lot of friends, family watching. You want to send them a message?
Yeah, thanks to Mom, everybody watching back home, my coach, Taylor, my shaper, shaping the best boards. Yeah, I couldn't be more stoked.
Yeah, always thank the mom, always thank the shaper. Good job, Ellie.
Wise advice from Chris Cote after most post heats is thank Mom, thank shaper, and make sure food is on the table and that you have a good board underneath your feet. It's a pretty solid life to be living.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't get better than that, does it?
That was a great interview with Ellie. You know, he often has kind of few words to share. I liked getting to know him just a little bit better within that. And also happy birthday to Yoki, a brand new 13-year-old, entered the draw as a 12-year-old, exits the draw as a 13-year-old. And unfortunately, we won't see him in more of this competition, but like Ellie was just hinting to, you know, he's an excellent surfer for a young age. He's got a very bright future, and we're going to see him with those opportunities in the under-16s division as well.
Yeah, I agree. We have a few really young kids, especially in this under-18 of 11, 12, 13 years old, and by all of them, I've been so impressed by their fundamentals and the foundations of their surfing, and especially in these under-18 divisions, their size and their power doesn't really compare quite yet, but it's important that they get that heat time at the moment like they are. They work on their fundamentals, which are incredible, and I'm so impressed by. And everything else, as they grow, as they turn into those 16, 17, and 18-year-olds, will all fall into place because of the work that they're putting in it right now.
That's right. Well, the two Tahitians in the lineup right now are an excellent example of what you're describing. For Kaveh, he's only 11 years old, and Anu is 13, just recently had his birthday, fresh 13-year-old. And both of them with that opportunity to surf up into the under 18 boys. They'll be surfing in the under 16s as well, looking for that chance to just, you know, get more experience here at the ISA level. For Anu, it's his very first time competing here for the ISAs. It's a really exciting road for these young Groms to look towards the future, you know, especially for the Tahitians. They had the Olympic Games come to their home, to the tiny islands there in French Polynesia. And that would have been so eye-opening, although as surfers, they're already exposed to this really global feeling just because the surf community is so global. But to have the Olympic Games on their doorstep was a really incredible opportunity for, you know, someone like this, young Anu, to just be able to experience. As we take a look at this first snap from him, driving down the line, sets up on the inside, and now he's going to get that campaign opened. It's a small wave, but he's going to build that score line.
Yeah, good to keep working on building that up. So we see a paddle, and he scratches into it.
Kaveh with a great opportunity to get into this wave. It's head high for the 11-year-old as he drives hard off the bottom and chips up into the foam. Great technique. He's one of the surfers for the age specifically that have really stood out with his technique in his surfing.
Yeah, technique at keeping that board speed up and alive and looking really lively on some of these smaller, slower waves. Yes, you know, some people could say, well, he's small, so it's easier for him to, but it's not. That's all down to his technique.
Yeah, incredible technique. And with the score of a 2.43, the last of his teammate, Ngastien, jumps him up into lead. Giles now down into that second place position with one open wrap to start off with. Tags the foam for the second. And foam climb trying to kind of force that ending maneuver. He'll fall. Denzel now with the opportunity on this next wave. Driving through the section. A good pocket starting to open up in front of him. He's got a really critical lip to hit for that last maneuver. And now setting it up with even more opportunity for the Costa Rican. That's the wave that starts to stand out in this heat.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what was going through my mind as well, that I can't believe within 10 minutes we haven't seen anyone break out of the twos. Well, it's our surfer from Costa Rica that is going to do that. A really nice wave, cleanly surfed, and good wave selection.
17-year-old Denzel Cubero out of Costa Rica. Sitting on that 2.60 for his opening ride. We've got another to drop as Gael overtakes the lead on the strength of his 2.57 from his last wave. That wave from the Costa Rican, though, about to, you know, shake things up, I think, out here as we take a look at this next set on the way. Currently, there is no priority established as both surfers that seem like they're on the outside section, they're actually not out deep enough to be at the takeoff zone where that priority gets deemed.
Yeah, the priority judge watching very keenly and acutely at any movements from these surfers. We have a paddle.
And we've got a paddle from surfer in blue. The Tahitian Gastien up and riding now into that first turn, sets it up for the second. This wave currently looking really slopey. It's just fat. It's not going to have that opportunity to stand up once again. And that's unfortunate as he, you know, was going to be sitting in that position to hold on to first priority and have some really good wave selection. That wave looked like it might have that opportunity.
Yeah, and when he was paddling into it, I thought, oh, this is a great one to get on your way back out. And it's amazing that last heat, Shannon, we saw lots of 7s and 6s from our Finnish surfer that we saw
from Ellie.
In the heat interview. Yeah. And it seems like a totally different time of the day now, you know, and that can be maybe the surfers aren't sitting in that correct spot, but also conditions change rapidly out here with that changing tide.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was thinking the same thing. This heat just feels so different to what we witnessed in the last one as far as rhythm, timing with the sets, the wave opportunity out there. And sometimes you just get those heats too. You just get one that's kind of a dud heat for waves in the round, and it's unfortunate when that happens. Taking a look at the landscape here in Punta Rocas. Yeah, so these surfers just sitting kind of closer in, Rachel, on that peak farther to the right-hand side.
Yeah, if you kind of follow the line of the white foamy water compared to that clear water, I'd say the surfers in the last heat were sitting up towards the right where that foamy water starts. That's kind of where the top of the peak is. So interesting to see them sitting farther in and choosing this different peak as a takeoff.
Anu now chasing a wave on the inside. And his last score, 2.07, moves into his top 2. Another score to drop here. He's chasing a 2.15 right now to take second away from Reyes in that red jersey. He's chasing down a 4.2 to take away the leading position out in front. As we take a look now at Cave with the opportunity. He's got incredible technique.
No!
Incredible flow until that final turn, Rach.
That was a mistake that he couldn't afford to make, really. He's putting himself now into a tighter position because that was finally a wave that had some consequence. That had he landed that would have been at least the 2.05, but then would have been battling for probably one of those highest single wave scores of the heat.
Wow, what an unfortunate slip up, as he's got a score that's dropped in. It's a 2.2, but he was on his way to a decent score. At the moment, it's just enough to jump him up into second for Pearson. And for Reyes for Costa Rica, Denzel, it's a 4.17, takes him into the leading position, and he's now holding on to priority as the set approaches.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see not many waves surfed, even for our surfers. That was just Kavai's second wave ridden. Gail only has 3 waves ridden, and with those waves being, you know, small scores.
And now Dexel up and riding with a great looking opening turn, sets it up for the second one and pushes so hard that he can't maintain the control.
Yeah, unfortunately getting unstuck, but he's still sitting in that lead. Of course, he would like to push farther because anything, they're all sitting so close. Anything can happen. A 4 is so attainable as long as that wave comes.
A paddle now for Anu on the inside, pumping down the line, setting himself up for that first re-entry. Throws a lot of spray. He's had a few of those opportunities, like it's kind of getting away from him, feeling like he just needs to be catching everything that's coming.
Yeah, and that's something that you can see from younger competitors, you know, in their free surfs especially, also being used to just staying really busy out there, and it takes time to kind of step into that ability of being really patient in heat and not just, I mean, I'd almost say like you kind of over froth sometimes when the waves look really fun and you think less about the heat and more just about waves you want to surf. But when you come to a heat, you have to be really selective and think about the strategy and the position where you're at, the time, all of that when you're choosing a wave.
3 minutes remaining on the clock, so there has been a lot of activity in this heat. Just not quite the opportunity to really put any significant scores on the board aside from that 4.17. As we can see some repositioning here from Cave. So he fell on that last turn off the left. He's now sneaking under everyone else to try and stay away from the pack. And it looks like Red now up and riding, uses his priority on this one. He's chasing down a 2.16. He's got it with the surfing so far. Now we'll see what the requirement will be if he can hold it together. Doesn't look like he's going to get another turn, and he's just going to kick out before the rocks here. But a 2-turn combination on the outside, Rachel, is going to improve on his 2s that he has so far.
Yeah, and I was going to say interesting strategy for Green to break away from that pack, seeing that he wasn't in an advancing position, but actually smart because now he's opening himself opportunity for that exchange that just happened.
Cave sitting down into third now as we take a look at our heat leader. Uses priority on this one. Opened up on that 4.17, and that set him up with some rhythm to look great on these first 2 turns. Setting it up with another one on his backhand. Nothing critical so far, just a couple wraps to just, you know, get himself through the opening sections and he'll kick out. A longer paddle now to get out to backline with another score to drop. And Blue, again, just staying active on the inside. He's holding on to priority now, so he can be selective for the last 2 minutes. We'll see if that little Grom froth gets the better of him. As this wave is standing up and looking really nice, it could be the wave and the potential that he's been looking for. A snap off the start of that turn, gets a little caught at the top, comes around for the second one and pushes really hard to get that tail free. As we see, Cave now sneaks back into the conversation. He's currently chasing a 3.84 as all scores are locked in. That'll be his requirement to take away the advancing position with 1 minute 30 seconds to go. And just wrapping it back to the inside section here. A really sharp surfer was hoping for that critical section to finish with as well as he checks back to his squad on the beach.
Gosh, it kept looking like it was going to stand up. I don't know if that will actually be the score. The judges being really critical about, even though it's only a 3 and not a high score, judges want to see at least some sort of variety, and that wave just didn't really allow him to do that.
A 2.67 drops in for last of Cave, and he's chasing that 3.71, so he's just chipped away at the requirement a tiny bit, 45 seconds on the clock. And I mean, from a surfing perspective, he has everything it takes to take out big wins here in the under 18 boys as an 11-year-old. He just hasn't had that wave opportunity in this heat, Rachel, to allow him the chance to get one of those bigger scores.
Yeah, his score's not reflecting the surfing I think that he has demonstrated here. Like we said, having that unforced error, getting unstuck, unfortunately, is the thing that we'll probably be replaying later today, because that was the opportunity, I think, to get him more into this heat. But really technically great surfing from both our young Tahitians.
And wow, I mean, well done for the Dominican Republic's Gael Reyes for holding on to that advancing position with priority to the end there as well, just playing it smart, staying tight on Anu in that 3rd place spot. And it's going to be Denzel Reyes for Costa Rica with the victory. So in this heat, if you have the last name Reyes, you're advancing through into the next round for Denzel and for Gael. And our other 2 surfers from Tahiti, unfortunately, knocked out of the event. But 2 of the youngest in the draw, between an 11-year-old and a 13-year-old, we're going to see their names for many years to come. We're going to have a quick break, and when we return, more fun waves here at Punta Rocas. We're here in Punta Rocas for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and we get the opportunity to operate out of the Punta Rocas High Performance Center this week. It's an incredible facility that features a skate park, a swimming pool, dormitories, a cafeteria, a gym on site, and it all sits on top of a world-class break called Punta Rocas, which is a great left and right. There's peaks all up and down, and plenty of opportunity for surfers from around the world to get their chance to showcase what it would take to become a world champion. Australia, Colombia, Spain, and Angola out in the lineup right now, with Mitchell Pearson, Romeo Chavez, Fernando Ibarra, and Domingos Sabalo out in the water looking for their opening rides in this heat. And Rach, what a special facility has been built on Punta Rocas here. It's really incredible.
Yeah, I really haven't seen anything like it.
As we take a look now at Fernando, straight into it, up into the lip. A nice little corner to start off with and open up his campaign.
Yeah, a nice little start. However, that wave not really giving him the opportunity. That's been the name of the game over these past couple of heats, is those people who can find those waves of opportunity that don't just run really long, but also stand up a little bit more so they can hit that outside section and show a variety of maneuvers. That is the key to success out here today.
Well, we've got a score to drop from the break. It's a 4.17 that's just come through for Romeo Chavez. We haven't had a look at it yet for the Colombian, but we know that that's a decent way to kick things off. Given the context of the last few heats, Rachel, that could easily stay in his top 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take another look. Let's take a look at this one. Bringing it around, nice speed and power. This one bowling up a little bit, forcing him to stay into that whitewash a bit and keep those turns pretty tight. We haven't seen a whole lot of variety yet, but he's putting a lot of power into those turns, and that's what the judges were rewarding there. So we take a look at this 3.5 from Fernando. Beautiful opening hit and straight into a cutback that looked so nice.
Taking a look now at the first wave from Mitchell Pearson, the Australian, just driving down the line, setting himself up for one more opportunity to throw some spray.
Wow, that was a great wave. I'm so impressed by that speed that he was able to carry through that.
Continuing all the way through to the inside section. I mean, I thought that wave was, you know, finished about 5 minutes ago.
Talking about waves, yeah, talking about wave selection, that was a great one.
Romeo now up and riding on his forehand and clicks into that opening snap, just pushes that tail around on the second turn. He's looking to back up the 417, staying really active already as that's his third takeoff. And Domingos up and riding for Angola. Has been surfing since 2020, so 5 years on a board under his belt and doing a great job here at the World Championships. I loved that last wrap and now a snap under the section.
You can tell that he's been working really hard on understanding his fundamentals in that groundwork and framework of his surfing. I mean, surfing only 5 years and he already has that ability is really impressive.
18 years old, and he has last year he was finally able to get that first, that opportunity to make it into the finals, sorry, for his first African Championships in Angola. Walked away with a second place finish there. It's qualified him for the team at this year's Junior Championships, and it's rad that Angola has sent a team. It's the first time for them sending a team here to the juniors. And it's just really great to see the growth within that region and the continued investment from surfers in their community to now getting the Groms here to the world stage.
Yeah, investing into the juniors is so important because that is what sets up your team for those ISA World Surfing Games. The ISA World Surfing Games from there is the Olympic pathway to achieve a dream of becoming an Olympian. And it all flows on from investing into these surfers here and representing your country in these junior world championships.
Yeah, there's a lot that has a lot of opportunity, I guess, you know, as a little young surfer here to grow towards being an Olympic surfer. And the pathway starts here. As we take a look now, 14 minutes on the clock, let's go down to the beach to check in with Chris Cote.
Thanks, team. Congratulations, Denzel. A really well-served heat. How did it feel for you out there?
No, la verdad, las olas complicadas. No había muchas olas, pero pude pasar. Nada, dando todo lo mío, dando todo mi esfuerzo. Arriba de Costa Rica y no, muchas maniobras que no pude completar, pero sí, estamos fuertes.
Got a couple young surfers from Tahiti in that heat and a surfer from Dominican Republic, I believe. How do you feel about the competition? Everybody surfs good here, right?
Yes. No, los chicos surfean muy bien. Hay demasiado potencial en este mundial. Súper bien, motivados a la siguiente ronda. Vamos con todo.
I know you got a lot of friends, family back in Costa Rica. You want to send them a message?
Yes. Muchas gracias a todos mis patrocinadores, a todos los que hacen posible estos eventos, a todos, a O'Neill, a Nalu, a Calosita y a todos los demás y a mi familia. Un saludo a todos los Rosales en casa y vamos fuertes.
Para vida, Denzel. Good job.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Denzel. Just, you know, explaining that the waves were kind of complicated out there. There weren't a lot of waves on offer within his heat. He did very good to find the right ones to be advancing through. Fernando now up and riding for Team Spain, driving through after kind of floating past that whitewater on the opening section, now finding some opportunity to put that board on rail. A really flat wave here. And given the speed of that board, he was able to just slice through and get a couple scores on the board. 12 minutes on the clock as we take another look here. On the way back out, he swung into this wave, looking to just set himself up down the line with a 3-turn combination that looked very sharp.
Yeah, I'm lost as to where he's sitting in the lineup right now, but I thought he was kind of towards the inside. And the fact that he like took 4 strokes, 5 strokes, and then turned around another opportunity.
Yeah, like 8 seconds later.
Yeah, that ended up being
wave.
actually a pretty decent wave, maybe even better than his first one. That was that was crazy, but great. I think that will kind of break down those requirements that he needs a bit. He does now need a 6.0.
All right, well, let's take a look at the situation. We've got 11 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and a flurry of scores has filtered through from those opening exchanges. Currently, it's Mitchell Pearson for Australia who's in the lead. He's got a 7 as his high score and a 4.4 as the backup. Romeo Chavez from Colombia is sitting with a 5.33 and a 4.17 in second. Fernando Ibarra is currently sitting with a 3.57 and a 3.5 as his 2 high scores, but we're thinking maybe his best score is about to drop. Currently sitting in third. He would need a 5.93 for that last 3-turn combo to move him from third into second. And then Domingos out of Angola is sitting with that single score of a 2.73 as my dyslexia gets the best of me. And Domingos is sitting in that 4th place position, chasing down a 6.77.
Yeah, so I mean, Mitchell really running away with it. That was an incredible wave. He was so fast and looked so confident on his equipment there. So he is now sitting pretty comfortable in that top spot, sitting with 3rd priority.
There we go with the paddle for Romeo. Up and riding on his backhand, pushing a lot of water for that first turn. This wave is kind of working against him almost. You know, it's not giving him that flow moving forward. It's almost trying to push him back out to sea as he now finds this section. Standing up in front of him, throws in some progression for that little rotation on the inside.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I thought the wave was over, and awesome that he was able to throw that in. I don't know where the judges are going to necessarily go with that, and very impressive progression, but will that necessarily be ultra scoreable and go into a scoreline? I'm not totally sure.
And guess what, Rachel?
It does.
Oh, well, I was going on a completely different tangent. Well, scores are in. It's a 4.47. It does move into Romeo's top 2 scores. He's chasing a 6.08. But I was going to say, we have another fisherman in the water. All of the Groms in this under-18 boys category, we need to have a separate contest happening this week specifically, where like after hours or, you know, they can run at their event while the surfing continues for the other heats. A spear fishing contest.
Oh.
Romeo's also a spear fisherman.
I mean, technically, could that be happening at the same time? Because they would be underneath the surfers in the same lineup.
That could be happening. Wow, it could be going on right now, and we don't even know that it's there.
There would be some danger there. You know,
are the spearfishing world champions happening right now?
Underwater, who knows?
At Punta Rocas. There's enough fish out there to be caught.
Yeah, there is so much sea life here. We have seen every day a giant pod of dolphins swim through at least once. It's just been incredible.
Yeah, it's so great. There's lots of fish around for them to eat and just cruise up and down, you know, the coastline here. It's a really special place to be located this week.
It sounds like you talked to the dolphins and that's what they said.
The dolphins are loving it out here. Well, Fernando is loving it out here with this little nugget popping up in front of him. He needs a 4.64 to take himself into that advancing position. That 5.17 was a great way for him to kick off his campaign and, you know, continue building on his score lines. Now he's looking to just keep that rhythm moving as he needs that 4.64.
Yeah, and you use that word rhythm and momentum. That is really crucial to kind of changing that energy in the heat.
Taking another look here at the replay as Fernando, again, you know, he's chasing down that 4. That 5.17 was his last wave, Rachel, just before this one. So building on that score line as he goes.
Yeah, and really finding, I mean, I keep coming back to that word, but momentum, throwing away that 3.57 and coming into these last 7 minutes, trying to just build upon that to be competitive, especially with Romeo. They have similar high single wave scores and looking to now get that 4.64. This is looking really good. It keeps offering that opportunity. Love that upper body, though, that big wingspan that he extends as he goes through that roundhouse. So I think we are looking at potentially him getting that score, if not close.
Taking a look at some support down on the beach. I have absolutely no idea what 246 means.
But the Barbados love it.
They love it. Do you have any idea?
No. I'll do next time I'm on sidelines and I'm working down on the sand there, I'll ask some questions.
I bet you right now you can see the look on the surfer from Trinidad and Tobago. AJ, our cameraman, is asking them right now what it means.
Yeah.
We're going to have some real reporting down on the ground.
I know. It looks like they're trying to like talk through each other and maybe like do something for our camera. But I like this pen, and he has no idea he's so big on our screen right now.
It's cool to see those teams all sticking together, you know, a little small region in there in the Caribbean with some little islands and a lot of great waves to it. Now out in the lineup, it's the Australian who's sticking to this leading position. The Australia team has been looking so solid in their performances here this week, Rachel, both on the men's side and the women's side.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I mean, Sammy earlier today in his post-heat interview kind of already slipped up by saying, like, you know, it's been great coming in as back-to-back champs.
Yes.
He goes, I mean, we're trying to become back-to-back champs. That is that confidence that they know they have a great team. They know they have great energy. And all of them, it looks like they're just feeding off of that, having great wave selection and surfing phenomenal.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a funny slip up, but I thought, you know what? As a team, they have that self-belief.
No, exactly.
And they're coming in with that conversation and how often, you know, speaking in that way, like speaking life into something. That's exactly what they're doing in that scenario.
Exactly. No, I heard that, and I was like you. I thought, wow, that is confidence.
Domingos now up and riding for Angola. He's got the opportunity to continue showcasing some incredible African surfing here. Coming out of a region with so many great waves and great surfers before him. Driving down the line, he's had so many great turns so far on this wave. Connects in for that in section as well. He is chasing that 7.44, and it's going to be a tough ask at this stage. Scores dropping in quickly from the judging panel. Another score in the 2-point ride, but really awesome to just see the juniors from Angola in this year's event.
Yeah, pulling that back around there. He almost lost it, but recovered. I was really impressed by that. I think, Shen, it's something that maybe is keeping his scores a little bit down. His surfing isn't completely on the rail. It's a little bit pivoty, a little bit flat. And, I mean, he's only been surfing for the past few years, so that's not a surprise, and you can see that progression quickly happening. But the judges are particular on what their criteria looks like, what speed, power, flow, progression, style, what all of those things contribute to make these scores. And that's a communication of them saying to the athletes, hey, this is what we want to see. That's what this surfing, that's what this is scored. And now if you want to get into those next ranges, you have to jump up a little bit.
3.5 minutes on the clock. A little look there from Fernando, just ducking underneath the lip. The Spanish surfer has done well to keep himself in that advancing spot. He's now under priority though, and it's Romeo Chavez with second priority who really has the question mark on him. The surfing he's showcased so far is easily at that 4.84 to take the advancing position. He just needs the right wave to give him that opportunity.
Yeah, so our surfer in green was able to get that score as a 5-point ride, changing up that situation. So putting that pressure on, and Romeo now with a higher priority at least than that surfer in second place. So you won't see that kind of blocking situation that sometimes happens from those higher priority, those that have higher priority and the advancing spot. It's kind of up to Romeo now if if a wave comes in the next 2.5 minutes, we know Punta Rocas is super consistent, so a wave will probably come.
That's so true. It is just an absolute wave magnet. You know, there might be some sleepy moments in between those sets, but we've seen so many great little opportunities. And even this little line that's starting to come now, these surfers know that it's going to have a corner. It's going to have some scoring potential to it.
So Romeo moving himself over, finding that positioning, trying to get in the right spot, going to this other peak. He's going to go over this one. It's Domingo's looking for an opportunity.
Domingo having a look there, one of the new nations included for the World Junior Surfing Championships. And it's been great to see those 4 new countries included in the conversation. St. Lucia in the mix as well, with the very first time competing with a team at any ISA event. And it just speaks to the growth and magnitude of surfing and junior surfing specifically around the world, which we love to see. Mitchell Pearson now from a country that's had a whole lot of surfers through its timeline, so many world champions. Mitchell Peterson now just sliding that tail around for Australia. And he's already sitting in a very convincing leading position.
I think you can see his ability. He's kind of in another level at the moment. That speed that he has right off the takeoff, that technique that he has to his surfing, just putting him kind of into another level above what we're seeing in this heat, and shows why he's winning so dominantly.
That's right. Romeo now up and riding on his backhand. We were waiting for this wave, the opportunity. The 4.84 is within grasp. Surfing like this is what he needs to be doing to find the opportunity. Tags the section 2 more times. Had a big smile on his face as well. Fernando now with the answer back. We got 30 seconds on the clock. This will be the last waves for either of these surfers. And if Fernando can, he falls on the finishing section. Likely needed that to improve on the 5s that he was sitting on. Now the question mark stands. Can Romeo drop a 4.84, Rachel, for that last wave? 13 seconds on the clock. We can see Mitchell is paddling himself into position. He's not going to be in a knockout position regardless. He'll take away the win in this heat. And for Domingos, it's not going to be enough time for him to get himself into another position. As we take a look at this wave, a victory lap for Mitchell Peterson and a great surfed heat along the ride. And there we go. Scores have dropped in, Rachel. For Romeo Chavez, it's a 5.6. It takes the Colombian into the advancing position. Fernando now on his last wave would need a 5.76 to take himself into that advancing position again. We're waiting for scores to drop, Rach. Let's take another look at this one from Fernando. A couple big wraps on the outside section.
Yeah, okay. Needs to be a 5.76, a smaller wave. He's doing good surfing on it, but he needed to land that at least to even have this conversation of it potentially being that score, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're right. Just, you know, even given the strength of Romeo's wave came through as a 5.6, Fernando's would need to be better than that specifically.
Yeah, exactly. So it would have to be the second highest scoring wave of this heat. And, you know, the judges taking their time, but I don't think it's going to be it.
A 4.17, so a great effort, but it falls shy of the requirement for our surfer from Spain. Angola as well, falling out of competition. We're going to see more of them in the future as Mitchell Peterson takes out the win for Australia. Romeo Chavez in that second place position for Colombia. More action after this.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been half road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
It's the tail end of day number 5 here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Mitchell Salazar with the great Sofia Mulanovic. It's heat 22 of boys U18, round 2 out there in the water. Beautiful sunny day. A warm day too, Sofia. And I'm excited because somebody like myself growing up in Mexico, wearing shorts my entire life. I've been wearing shorts all day today. It's uncommon here in Peru, but it is turning into summertime in South America. Of course, waves still really fun. Tide switching right now. It's 2:31 local time. So we are seeing these waves definitely not only turn on, get more consistent too. This is the surfer in red, Manoa Taro, representing Vanuatu. Is out there with Kai Schmitz in the blue from Germany, Soren Matthias from Norway in the white, and Rafe Gooding from Barbados in the green. Gooding already has a 2.5 on the board. Vanuatu, we've seen a number of them do well already in this event. Historic event though for them, Sofia. They won their first heat the other day as a team in this round. 16:40 on the clock. Let's go downstairs. Mitchell Peterson standing by with Chris.
Thanks, team. Great job, Mitchell. You guys have so much spirit. The Irukandji team comes together after every single heat. Is that helping you guys coalesce as a team and get through those big heats?
Yeah, for sure. The support we've got is so good. Like, every heat, no matter who's on, like, there's just so many crews supporting, and it always gives us a bit of a hype up before we go out and a bit of extra fight to get the win. So yeah.
Well, it seems like you guys have the biggest team. I know you got coaches, you got moms, dads, aunts, uncles, neighbors. Who you got with you down here?
Yeah, so we've got the whole team, and then we've got coaches, we've got parents, brothers, sisters, grandparents. We've got everyone.
That's awesome. Well, I know you have lofty goals for every event that you enter. What are your goals for here at the ISA Junior Champs, for yourself and for the team?
Yeah, my goal for myself is obviously get the gold medal, and then help the team as well get the gold medal as well. Go back to back would be pretty mental.
Now, it looks like you got a whole village down here, but I know you got a lot of fans, friends, family back home. What do you want to tell them?
Oh yeah, big thanks to everyone who woke up early. I know it's pretty early there at home, and thanks heaps for watching, and yeah, I'll keep it rolling.
On you, Mitchell. Go for it, brother.
Thank you.
I like how his board is waxed all the way up to the nose too. It's good for airs, keeps things glued. Mitchell Peterson, as we would say in Latin America, he is mi tocayo.
Yeah.
Tocayo means somebody with the same name as you.
Great surfer from Australia. Australia has such a good field of surfers here in this event.
I like their vibes. They usually are very focused and centered, and not to say that they're not this year, but they seem much looser. They seem relaxed.
Yeah, they seem really relaxed, calm, and you can tell in their surfing too. It's super, you know, on it. They don't make that many mistakes, so yeah, it's gonna be a hard team to beat in this event.
That might be the key to success, though, for pretty much everybody. Make the smallest amount of mistakes possible. Kai Schmitz here represents Germany, lives in the Canary Islands. Seen some incredible surfers do well from that area. Really nice two-turn combo at the end for Schmitz. 14 minutes on the clock. Gooding got there with a 2.5. Taro got a 2.1 at the beginning of this heat too. Scores in for Schmitz, 3.67. As we saw the indication from the last heat, you know, Mitchell Peterson did win with the just over 11 points as a heat total. I think by today's standards, you're getting 11, 12 points. That's a good heat, Sofia.
Yeah, for sure. Today the waves are smaller. It's harder to get that good one that has a long wall. And even if you get one in the heat, it's really hard to get two of those. It's not as consistent, but still plenty of waves. We see a wave coming right here.
Yeah, maybe the surfer in white in position. He's got to let that one go. So a bit under it, all three of them on the outside. And perhaps one more chance. Seems like maybe Red Manoa might be having a look at this wave. He's going to let it go, or yeah, this one just slipping underneath him. So managing expectations, Sofia, as Schmitz right here picks up a ride on the inside. Solid combination there in the backhand for Schmitz. Managing expectations, you know, within the event, I think good thing to tell a lot of kids. You have short-term goals, long-term goals, especially within an event that's 8 days long. But for yourself, how did you make sure to go out there and still keep the vibes up high regardless of how it was? Because it seems like a lot of these kids go out there thinking that they're probably going to get a couple eights in every heat, as Matthias right here. Quick one for him. But how did you go out there and just make sure, like, regardless if it's 10, 11 points, if I make it with 2 4s, I'm content with that because I did my job?
Yeah, I try to just take it wave by wave. That has always worked for me. Not get too ahead of what I wanted to do. Just concentrate in the moment, in each wave, and always try and pick the right waves also. I think that's the ingredient. You need good waves to have good surfing.
And of course, you get pushed by the youth too, the next generation. And right here, U18s, you have people that are on their way out from the division, graduating into the opens. And you have kids that are 13, 14 that they always want more, right? And it's good to have that attitude, but at the same time, what you see from a lot of the older kids is patience.
For sure, you need to be patient. Not just waiting for your wave, but also like reading the wave, you know. You need to have to show patience in your surfing, especially in this kind of wave that it's not like, you know, like down the line. It's just more like a wave that you need to time it properly to get that good section, that good hit. So, yeah, you need to be a patient surfer for sure to have success here.
Team Indonesia right there on screen. They got Madea Balon coming up in the next heat. Going to be surfing against Levi Epinetos from Greece, Tristan Jonga-Pierre from the Netherlands, and Jacob Haynes from New Zealand. Here's the Bayesian surfer in green, Rafe Gooding. They've been playing a lot of soccer on the beach so far today. Be a bit disappointed what that wave did on the outside as Rafe, but it's his second score. Second for Schmitz out of Germany, 3 points. So he extends his lead. Meanwhile, both Matthias and Tauro, well, some small scores, and the last of Gooding also a small score, but he's in second place at the very least. 10.5 on the clock, 163 for him.
There's some waves at the back.
It's at the point of the day too where the sun's literally right on top of you. The glare isn't as bad just yet, but it can be a bit blinding every now when you look outside.
Yeah, for sure.
You ever have those days where you just try to look at the horizon, and because the glare is so bad, there is no horizon?
Yeah, I've had that.
It's the worst
It's
when you have it.
It's really hard also to see if there's waves coming when it's like that.
Speaking of a wave coming right there, Tauro had the chance on the left. Schmitz now on the right. He's caught 3 of these pretty much in a row. Seems like a quick one for Kai. Now Gooding on the outside. Took him a while to get to the open face. He does. That's much better start for Rafe on this one. Couple of pumps. He's going to kick out. So waiting on multiple numbers, but it seems like pretty inconsequential for both Schmitz and Tauro. Best one of the exchange seems to be the one of Gooding here, which at the moment, improving on a 1.63 seems like a major possibility for him, Sophia.
Yeah, for sure. That was not the best wave, but I think, yeah, he improved on that second best wave, and that's going to help him in his campaign for now. There's still 9 minutes to go. This is a replay of a left we didn't see. Oh, actually, we did see this one. He falls off in that move. And then we see the blue here. He's really active, color blue. Getting some fun ones. He got stuck there in that turn, but here is green. A little bit behind the section. Still nice turn. And this is the wave that is going to take him to second. So we have Kai Schmitz first and Raf Gooding from Barbados in the second place.
And now Soren Matthias. He is in fourth, needing at least a 3-4-3. Kind of a 2-stage roundhouse cutback right there. But the surfer representing Norway, he kicks out with authority. Like the body language outside, a good looking wave for Manoa Tauro out of Vanuatu. Strong combination. This wave going flat on him, though. He has to take the low road. He does. Somehow able to generate enough speed. Great read on this wave so far. A nice extension of his body with that one carve. Goes over a rock. And that's going to be it for the surfer out of Vanuatu. Now getting on the outside. Surfer representing Barbados. Couple of carves. Much better right there with the layback. Perhaps the only thing that he is lacking is maybe just a bit more flow. But way better right here on this one. 7 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. And a lot of activity, as you had said, from Kai Schmitz out there in the blue. The young goofy footer. Representing Germany from the Canary Islands. So nice flow. A lot of his waves, though, Sophia, haven't really set up. It seems very repetitive on the back end. Not his fault, of course, but just wants to be on a better wave.
Yes, for sure. I really liked how he surfed that wave, but it didn't really offer critical sections. I think the best out of that wave is going to be this one from Brett. He hits it really hard on that first turn. Good surfing. He kind of recognizes that he has to go down to try and find that last section in this wave. He has a lot of speed. He does another nice turn here and finishes his wave. 5.5 for this effort. Good surfing from Manoa. And this is Green's last wave. He does a couple of nice turns here, mixing it up. He does like a hack there. Then does like a little carve right here, throwing some water. Still, the wave didn't really offer that much critical zones. Here comes Blue in that last wave. Beautiful surfing by Blue, but nothing critical.
He's got a sick style, doesn't he?
Yeah, he surfs really nice. You can tell he's an amazing surfer.
Competition, to me, I find it so interesting that we do this to ourselves as surfers. You go out there and you need to prove yourself in 20 minutes. And you know how good of a surfer you are, but you don't get the right waves in 20 minutes. You get so down on yourself, Sophia. I feel like most people can relate to that when it comes to competing in an event, especially of this magnitude. Seeing Schmitz right now, he got dropped down to third, although we're still waiting on his previous one. He likes that. But isn't it funny? I mean, you go out there, you get judged by 5 people in a short period of time, and I mean, you have to be really lucky in those 20 minutes to get the 2 waves that you need to advance.
Yeah, for sure. It's tricky, you know, when you're competing. Sometimes you can get hits that you don't get anything, and you get so frustrated because you're feeling so good before the contest starts in your free serves and everything is right, but in your heat you don't get anything. But then there's also those hits where you just perform so good and just feel so good that it's addicting.
Well, speaking of addicting, that carve right there, probably something this kid's addicted to. Soren Matthias, much better. Great breakdown, by the way, too, because that's what I'm talking about. I mean, you have those moments before the event. You have some moments in the heat where you're really stoked on them, and all of a sudden, you have the ones that just nothing works out. You can ask yourself, probably the greatest of all time, the great Kelly Slater, about moments like that too, when he was extremely down on himself. And there's moments, especially in a long event like this one, in a long year, it can take a while for things to click too.
Yeah, for sure. And also that's the beauty about our sport, you know, like sometimes you need to be like not just an amazing surfer, but also connected to the ocean. And, you know, when you do good in a contest, you feel like you just didn't win the contest by yourself, but in a way you were connected to something bigger, you know, and it helped you win the contest.
And when it's your time, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, it's amazing. When everything in the day, like all the best waves come to you, it's an amazing feeling.
Well, the stars have aligned for Kai Schmitz at the moment. Takes the lead. Previous one, 4.43. Pair that up with his opening ride, the 3.67. He is in first. The last of Taro, 5.5. In second place. Gutting drops his best. A 4.6 on his last. Now only needs a 3.01. And the surfer out of Norway, Soren Matthias, He is needing a 4.54 after getting a 3.07 on his last. And surfing is such a unique sport, not only in that sense, but also in the fact that, you know, there's a time restraint, of course, but even if you lose a heat, you have one moment that makes you feel good in those 20, 30, 15 minutes, whatever it is. There's no other feeling like it.
Yeah, for sure. It's a beautiful sport, and if you like competing, it's part of you, that nature of competition, so you're gonna keep doing it.
You're high on life.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
as simple as that. And that's why, you know, that saying, only a surfer knows the feeling, is absolutely true. I'd say especially when the waves are barreling, there's probably moments in time where time stops.
Sure.
You're just with your thoughts. Probably look out into the ocean, you see this desert in the background with the houses, and you think to yourself, how lucky am I to do what I'm doing at the moment? This kid knows it. Manoa Taro, big snap. Under the lip for the second one. Only needs a 2.6 to move up into the lead. There's a huge chance that he takes that first spot right here with this wave. Great flow. Impactful turn all the way on the outside. Try to milk it all the way through. Minute 20. Schmitz up again. Schmitz has caught 6 waves with this one. So very active.
Yeah. And that first turn, that was a money turn. He didn't really need to do much after that. He's going to get the score for sure. That was a beautiful hit for that first move in that wave. It was, you know, there was a good section for it, and he took advantage of it.
Well, the good news for them, they're in the top 2 spots, and for Manoa Taro, he extends his lead, actually takes the lead, excuse me. 5.27 on his last. Last of Schmitz, 4.1, so they're 1 and 2. That's bad news, though, for both Rafe Gooding and Sori Matthias. There's Coach Ben from Vanuatu. Spoke to him the other day. Comes from a beautiful island nation. Has a ton of islands, Vanuatu, as well. They got some great waves. He says that a lot of the reef breaks tend to break closer to shore, too. So they're already dangerous. Even more dangerous the closer it is to the shoreline. Maybe one more wave right here. Chance for Matthias, it seems, in the white, but that's going to be it for the 2 surfers in green and white. Nice effort by the goofy footers, Kai Schmitz and Manoa Taro. So after the horn right here for Kai Schmitz, but it doesn't matter. He's in second place. He's advancing into round 3. Got a heat right here by the 2 goofy footers, Sophia.
Yeah, they were ripping, surfing super good, and they deserved that qualification.
So Manoa Taro from Vanuatu, Kai Schmitz from Germany moving through. We'll say goodbye to Gooding and Matthias and see them in other ISA events later. Be right back with Heat 23 when we return.
The main objective of the Women's Leadership and Coaching Program is a focus on gender equality, as well as women empowerment. So the purpose of this program is to be able to uplift female surfers within the Latin Americas, to see them become leaders within their sport and see them be able to become decision makers within their federations, and really just playing a positive role in creating even more change for the sport of surfing. It's not just the technical aspect of surfing, it was also focused on leadership, and so kind of teaching the ladies different styles of leadership, being able to educate them on how to be decision makers, to be change makers, to be problem solvers. And then we really elevated it a bit with the fundamental side of coaching, but what it means to lead a national team. There was also a massive empowerment as a community, We were able to include the local community here in Dominical. We were able to have these ladies work with both males and females, young, old, locals who have never competed, to some surfers that have competed on the international stage. But what kind of meant the most to me was to see these women come together. And I know it sounds a little cliche, but there was a lot of girl power. There really was an incredible energy from these women, and I think they're all going to walk away with more confidence. So for me, I'm very grateful for the ISA and for how they are striving to be able to play a beneficial role in the equality of the sport. And I think we're going to see some incredible stories come out of this, and we're also going to see women that are going to be a part of decision making for their country and hopefully globally for the sport one day.
Great words right there from Tosh Mentasti. And of course, you can find out a lot more about that at isasurf.org. Back at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship at Punta Rocas, Peru. Heat number 23 of the boys U18 round 2 out there. Levi Epinetos representing Greece in the red. Tristan Jongapir from the Netherlands, the 16-year-old in the blue. Made Balon from Indonesia in the green. And Jacob Haynes from New Zealand is in the white. Mitchell Salazar here with the Olympian world champion, and of course the local girl Sofia Milanovic. 16:40 on the clock. Jongapir already with the 3-point ride, but a lot happened at the start of this heat. Looking at the replay of Epineto, Sofia.
Wow, that's a couple really nice turns of Epineto, attacking each section, going for it. Beautiful style. Keeps going. He wants to find one more section. He does, and he kicks out. Then we see White in this wave, attacking that first section, going for that second section. Wow, beautiful surfing by White. That's a really nice wave. Just kept standing for him. Oh my God, that was, yeah, that was a beautiful turn.
Double claim.
This is green on his last wave. Beautiful first turn, throwing lots of water. Timing each move to perfection. Beautiful surfing by Green. Wow. Judges have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, they do. Shout out to our incredible broadcast team too for getting all those waves, and of course the replays right here. Tristan, so this is a 3, his opener, Soph.
This is Blue's wave. Couple nice turns. The wave didn't cooperate, that part of the wave. I don't know if he's gonna get another section, but he doesn't. He just kicks out.
And then Epineto's got a second one too.
Wow, beautiful opening turn. Waiting for more sections here. He looks so fast. Color red. Wow, they got so many waves.
This is the second one for Jacob Haynes too.
He kicks out.
Welcome to broadcasting, Sophia.
A lot of waves to be judged.
Oh, just wait till you start doing more amateur events too, and you don't have the benefit of watching the replay. Shout out to our incredible broadcast team, our judges, of course, too. Those are a lot of waves, you know, in a row to have to judge, especially after doing this for 5 full days, watching the ocean the entire time. Your eyeballs are pretty much fried at this point of the event. But Tristan Jongapir out there, he's 16 and surfing pretty much every day for the last 3 or 4 years. Epinetos, though, so surfs for Greece, lives in Cape Town, South Africa. He is no stranger to wearing a full suit year-round. How's the combo right there from Levi? I love it.
What an amazing surfer, Levi Epinetos from Greece, attacking each section without any doubts, just going for it, throwing lots of water. Really powerful surfing too.
Shows confidence, doesn't it? As you said, with no doubt. No fear even.
Just attacking.
So his previous one, a 4.67. Waiting on this one for Levi.
That's got to go high, that wave.
Probably thinking best of the heat, and perhaps a country, you know, that we need to get more contacts from too, Sophia. Maybe we eventually either do a surf trip or just a little vacation over there to Greece too.
Beautiful place.
Oh, yeah.
I've never been there. I've always wanted to go.
Great food, Mediterranean vibes. Go there in the summertime. I like just laying in the sun myself personally. To me, a vacation, I need food and sun. That's it.
And waves?
Yeah, but, you know, as we see Canadian and Puerto Rican team, there's times where I need a break from surfing.
Yeah, I understand.
I think you're the same way.
Yeah, I do.
You need to just, like, stop thinking about it for a while, you know? And what better solution than just to eat?
And lay in the sun. Maybe have a couple cocktails,
Yeah,
right?
why not? Go see some wineries. But Greece, yeah, it could be a destination for a potential surf trip. You never know.
Well, if you like those things, I also tell you that Croatia is a really good country to do that.
Croatia surfed in ISA events in the past, but I like that. You should send me a list of places to go to. I gotta explore Peru more too. You've already talked about Cusco, going over to Machu Picchu. Still owe Luca and his family, Luca Messina's talking about, and his family a visit to the northern part of Peru as well, over to Mancora.
Yeah, Mancora has beautiful beaches.
Yeah, and I'm a goofy footer. It's a shame that I haven't been there so far with all of those lefts up in the northern part of the country. 7.33, so as advertised, the best score of the heat for Epinetos. He has a major total when you consider today so far. Jacob Hayden's in second, Ballon in third, and Jean-Pierre in fourth. Let's go downstairs to Chris Cote with the winner of the last heat.
Vanuatu has entered the chat in a big way, folks. Manoa, another heat victory there. He kept us guessing for the first 10 minutes what was going on in the water.
Yeah, true. I had an odd time with the first 10 minutes, made error of priority, then another hero taking a bad wave, and yeah, I was like pretty nervous, but then actually I got calmed down, and yeah, the last you got a 5, and then at the end got another 5, so didn't have a cook there, but was enough to win, so I'm really happy.
You can just remember the second 10 minutes of that heat. That's a good thing. Yeah. But when you come into the beach, you get a breakdown from the coach. What did you learn from that last heat?
Actually, I didn't already got the breakdown, but I reckon maybe I didn't even need to. I made a small error at the start. Maybe this is like what I need to change, and then actually I could have pushed out a lot the first and the second wave too, but I wanted to get some scores. So, but yeah, don't make these errors of priority and that stuff at the start of the heat. It wasn't good.
Hey, a win is a win. You made it through, and you're putting Vanuatu on the international map right now. What's it mean for you to see this flag behind you, have that sticker on your board?
It's incredible, you know. We're so lucky to come here. It's a very long way, so we're very lucky. I'm happy that this flag can still be here tomorrow and hopefully after. And I want to thank the Vasanok and Tartan Ethics to put the money to make us come here. I'm happy that they represent here too. Also my parents, thanks mom and dad, because you're the best sponsors ever, so thanks a lot.
Yeah, we want to thank your mom and dad for getting you here.
All the support, so thanks a lot.
Right on, Noah. Hey, good luck moving through. We want to see more of you on the glass, all right?
Thanks.
What a nice kid.
Yeah, great kid.
And shout out to mom and dad, not only his mom and dad, but every parent out there right now. You guys are the real heroes. You're a mother now yourself, Sophia. You know how difficult it is to raise kids. And, you know, I grew up with a single father coming to these events 2 years in a row. Nothing I wouldn't do for my dad right now, you know. And saying a lot because there's moments where maybe as a parent, you get a little mad. As a child, you get a little mad too. But I think self-reflection.
Yeah.
You know, you start thinking, wow, I really appreciate the sacrifices that you made and what you've done.
Of course, of course. Sometimes you realize that when you get older and you get more mature. But this kid knows it from now, so I really like his energy. I love his surfing, so I'm sure he's gonna keep going in this contest.
Well, he's into tomorrow, at least a round 3 finish guaranteed for Manoa Taro. Saw Team Indonesia right there. Team captain Dylan Wilcoxon doing well in the U16s, but they got Madeba alone out there at the moment. It's Jacob Haynes from New Zealand. He's currently in second. Slides the tail. Big roundhouse cutback right there for Jacob. And he's going to go down on the third attempt. You look at his bio on the ISAsurf.org page. And the kid is hilarious. He says, I'm an absolute unit. Don't do much other than surf. Can't wait to surf my brains out and win this comp. So he was born in New Zealand, grew up surfing in Oz, moved back to New Zealand when he was 15. He's 16 now. And he's based out of the Raglan Surf Academy. He's been there for pretty much 3 years, living away from his family, fulfilling his dream. Wants to win this event and moving to Tahiti next year to get some experience in big waves.
Wow, that's great. Such a beautiful place, Tahiti.
Personally, my favorite place in the world.
So beautiful. You don't even need to get a wave there to enjoy it, because you just look at the mountains, you know.
It's peaceful. It's so quiet, too.
So beautiful.
7 minutes on the clock. Epinetos has just been on a tear in this heat. He would still be leading, Sophia, with his 2 throwaways. He's throwing away a 5.03 and a 4.67. Low score 5.83 at the moment. Meanwhile, Haynes, his backup, 3.6. But a small requirement for Ballon out there in the green. And Made has a 5.77. Meanwhile, the surfer out of the Netherlands, he needs a 5.37. So, you know, despite green and blue only catching 1 wave, they're still in this heat, Sophia.
Yeah, for sure. They don't need a big score. Especially green, I think, is in a great position. He doesn't have a backup score yet. He just needs a 2.6. Tristan Jean-Pierre needs a 5.37. See Team Greece here.
I believe that's Charlotte Moskopoulos, 11-year-old. Think that flag might weigh more than her. But what a cool team. Always been one of the smaller nations represented here at the ISA Juniors. They got a contender though in Epinetos. Kid is just ripping at the moment.
Yeah, he's an amazing surfer.
Jonga Pierre now. Deep bottom turn. Good work right there to make it in that top third of the wave. Bring it back. Solid flow. Nothing extremely critical so far, but keeping that board moving well. 5:20 on the clock. Needs a mid to low 5. Don't think it'll be that, but you know, he's getting things going. There's Ultra coach Shannon Brown for Team Canada.
He goes to third after that wave.
Reed Platenius in the background too. They're getting better and better every year too. Canadians. Osha Green in the background. She is one of the big surfing promises for Team Canada. Now that is a spot where I recommend for you to take the fam too.
Canada.
I've been there. Just don't go in the winter.
It gets really cold.
It's cold. It rains a lot. The waves are really good though. If you can handle, I know at this point in your life you don't want to wear a 5.4, but if you can handle doing it for a few days, you're going to get some amazing waves.
Nice.
But just the scenery alone, you're probably going to see a couple of bears. There's some big trees over there too.
Just a lot of outdoor.
Yeah. Oh, that's all it is over there. Does take you a while to get there though. Got to take a ferry across to the island over there in Tofino, and not many people talk about how good the east coast of Canada is as well. 4 minutes on the clock.
This is a good wave. Look at this one at the back.
Jonga Pierre now. Quick one for him.
This wave looks pretty nice.
So Haynes on the outside. Catching up with Ballon. This is the one you were talking about.
Yeah,
This
we'll probably
kid
see the
shreds.
replay.
So to move up in a second, he's only needing a 2.6. Even though what we have seen has been on the inside, he has just been ripping this wave. Oh yeah.
He likes it.
You claim it, kid. Team Indo loves it. Suri Jabrik and company. And now Tristan on the inside. He's probably going to be needing a substantial score. Got a tail slide right there from Tristan. Little foam climb at the end of this wave. He's going to kick out. Just under 3 minutes on the clock, Sofia. Epineto's pretty much untouchable right now, but I feel like Made Balón right here definitely should be moving up into second place.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was a really good wave of him. He just looked so good when I saw it like breaking at the back. And he went all the way to the last section, so it will be good to see how many sections he got.
Radical that a kid that's surfing in the under 18. Obviously you can tell that he's small in stature, but he makes up for it with great technique. You were like that yourself. There were times where you were competing against people that were larger than you in size, and you had to rely on your technique.
Yeah, for sure.
Because of superior technique, you're winning a lot of heats that way.
Yeah, exactly.
So, heart
wow.
over height.
All right, he's carrying a lot of confidence now. Made Balón from Indonesia. That was a really nice progressive move.
Let's see if they deem that complete or not, but I like it. Bring it out, kid. 1:45, so still waiting on his previous one, Soph. But 2.6, I think with that air alone, if they deem it complete, that should even be enough right there. Remember the name, Made Balón. You know, and for a number of years, anybody that grew up surfing, you know, in the late 2000s, early 2010s, knew that Indo had talent. We're seeing it more and more.
Wow, that was amazing. That was complete, right? That was fully complete.
I mean, I hope so. But his previous ride anyways, a 7. So he moves up into second place. We saw the heat leader Epinetos up and riding momentarily. He's looking to improve on a 5.83. That means that Haynes now, though, needs an 8. And John Gapierre needs a 9.7. This might be his last chance. Has to go excellent.
Red and green are having a great campaign, both of them.
A while ago, I told you 11, 12 points is good. They've gone beyond that. So this has been a great heat for them.
This is Made's last wave. Wow, that's a really amazing move there from the Indonesian. Great surfing.
So Made Balón out there in the green, waiting on his second to last ride.
He might improve his second score on that single move. What do you think?
I wouldn't be surprised. So this wave counts. The heat finishes, but even still, needing a 9.7, it would have to be close to a 10-point ride. Nice little rolo right there from the heat winner, Epinetos. Actually have to wait on that because, you know, Balón, 0-2 scores.
I think he could get it to go to that lead, I think.
Either way, he's going to move up into first, maybe stay in second, so he's going to be advancing. But Jacob Haynes, Tristan John Gapierre, they're going to be out of competition in round 2. Good performance by both of them, but it's going to be the Greek surfer in red and the surfer out of Indonesia in green advancing into round number 3 here in the boys U18 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Be right back with Heat 24 from Punta Rocas.
Welcome to day 3 of competition at Punta Rocas for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Montero out of Italy with a huge backhand attack. Already incredible performance, and he tags the end. and he's got some power to his surfing. Driving hard off the bottom into that next turn, setting himself up just turn after turn, throwing so much spray. And Bastian Arevalo for Peru is already up and riding. The local surfer can see within every ounce of his surfing that he knows this break like the back of his hand.
The waves are absolutely pumping today. Like, couldn't really ask for better waves. Yeah, there was a lot of build up to the first heat, a lot of nerves, so really happy to get that one out of the way.
Australia's Mila Coco Brown with a 6.67. That's it for day 3. Tune in for day 4 tomorrow, starting at 7 a.m. at ISAsurf.org.
Heat 24, boys U18, round 2 in the water. Mateo Neves from Brazil in the red, Shea Breweiler from Canada in the blue, Elian Gelabert from Puerto Rico in the green, and China's Zhang Lai Hao out there in the white. Mitchell Salazar with the great Sofia Milanovic. So Brazil, Canada, Puerto Rico, and China in the water in round number 2. Big difference this year in comparison to previous years. So many competitors, more than 400 surfers combined throughout all 4 divisions. Sofia, only 1 repechage round. So you either advance or you go home in this one. And for Brazil, Neves, well, they've got a strong team as always. They've had a ton of different gold medalists here at the ISA. And Mateus Neves would like to join a long list of Brazilians that have won here in the boys U18.
For sure, they always have an amazing team, Brazil. Always a force. They've had some past champions, right?
Yep.
The ISAs.
Gabriel Medina, of course, winning World Surfing Games and the World Juniors. Alejo Muniz, Jadson Andre, they actually won back-to-back years. Ooh, we got a paddle battle right here, and seems like blue had the inside on red, so able to go on this one. This is Shea Breweiler, 2nd generation professional surfer. Meanwhile, Zhang Lai Hao on the outside from China. Good body torque on these carves, slides the fins. That was cool. And fits one more in. Gonna kick out with a lot of confidence right there. 17 minutes on the clock. And Elian Galabert out there in the green. Seems like he's on the other side of the peak, potentially looking at some lefts. Scores in though. Breweiler gets a 3.33. Zhang gets a 3-point ride. And I believe there is a qualifying series event starting in China within the next few days as well, over there in Hainan Island.
I've been there. Some fun waves there.
Yeah. That part of the world, you're either scoring or it's a bit grindy, isn't it, Sophia? There's definitely moments, though. You get those typhoons, all of a sudden, unexpected waves for a lot of people that go and travel to those locations.
Yeah, I surfed a break that was kind of like a left, and it was really fun. It was really fun.
Did you go there for the Cup event?
Yeah.
That's what it was. Breweiler on the inside.
Beautiful little wave.
Nice combination, too. 1-2. Pretty easy peasy combo right there for Shea Breweiler. Meanwhile, Elian on the outside. Great flow as well. Not a whole lot on the open face, though. And Neves seems like he wanted to get in the mix, too, but wasn't able to get away from himself.
I wonder if...
So at the moment, just under 16 minutes on the clock. Meanwhile, let's go downstairs with Chris Cote, the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thanks, team. Hey, congratulations. That was a stacked heat. You're going up against surfing superpowers, but never underestimate Team Greece. How'd you feel out there?
Yeah, it was unreal. Such a cool opportunity with these fun little waves on my backhand. I definitely think it's an advantage being on the goofy. But yeah, I know it was so good. Stacked heat. Definitely had to perform and got the work done pretty early, so I was super stoked. Took the pressure off. I'm sure my dad had less pressure this heat, less stress. And yeah, my mom back home, thanks for watching, and yeah, super stoked to make it.
You got an awesome team. I think this is the best Greek team I've ever seen in ISA junior competition. Tell me about the squad you guys brought down here.
Yeah, this is like the first time we've had more than one guy in like the last 4 years, so it's so unreal, like having a team camaraderie and just uplifting everyone through every heat, and the support is unreal. Like the Greek team really and truly supports each other and wants each other to go far, and you can definitely feel it in the water.
And I see you got the Gabriel Medina shout out on the board. The board is looking absolutely magical. What are you going to do to keep this thing safe for the week?
100% keep it on ice, surf some fun little bowls down the beach on another board, and keep this thing in the safety room, yeah.
I know you got a lot of support from all over the world. What do you want to say to your crew back home?
My mom and sister back home, they're surely watching. It's pretty late for you guys in South Africa, but super stoked. Thanks for everyone else supporting. I really appreciate it, and yeah, I can feel the support. Thank you so much.
Right on. Go Greece, go Goofy. Let's do it.
So 2 members of the Goofy Foot Union down there. We have Chris Cote, of course, and now a new member, Levi Epinetos. Congrats to him.
Great surfer from Greece.
And
living in Cape Town.
An even nicer person, too. Kid never stopped smiling during the entire interview.
Yeah, he was so happy.
Well, he should be. He dropped the 7 and high 5 to get the W. 13 minutes 30 on the clock. Shea Breweiler in the lead, 3.4, 3.33. Zhang Leihao has a 3 in second. Small scores for Elian Gelabert and Mateus Neves in third and fourth. 233, 227 respectively for the 2 of them.
I wonder if Mateus Neves is related to
Leo.
the legend Leo Neves.
So I was in Saquarema, the home of Leo, at the end of October, I want to say. Shea Breweiler up and riding quick one for the heat leader. And I met Leo Jr. actually. I had never met Leo Jr. Great surfer. He is involved in finance business. But Valentin, his other son, Ripper. There's a couple Neves, though, and there's a couple of different Neves families, too.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised in a certain way. But, yeah, Leo Neves, to me, one of the pioneers, really, when it came to the Brazilian storm that we see at the moment. I think, of course, you know, everybody thinks about Medina, Felipe, Italo right now, but can't forget about the impact that Adriano Souza had as well.
Yeah.
De Souza had the chance to compete at the ISA level multiple times. Nice attempt right there from Shea. It's incomplete. And has also had the chance to be a coach for Team Italy. And that's the thing about this event right here. You get those contacts, Sophia. All of a sudden you're, you know, in touch with other federations, other nations. Don't necessarily have to surf in the event to be part of it.
For sure.
You can also be at the event involved in another capacity too. I mean, Zhang Leihao is a product of that. Peter Townend, the OG world champion, he had a lot to do with the development of surfing in China 15, you know, if that years ago. And look at them right now. Already have an Olympian with Zhang
they're
Yuqi.
ripping. It's so impressive to see how good their surfers are surfing, the Chinese. They have improved so much. Siki Yang is such an amazing surfer.
Yeah,
she has the highest score, 9.17. The girls division.
Well, and she charged last year in Tahiti as well. That's like the thing about the Olympics, that when everybody knew it was going to be in Tahiti, everybody went and trained, but just because you train doesn't guarantee that you're going to do well. So still had to go out there and try, and a couple waves where even people with experience in those types of locations were, you know, thinking about it twice. And she went out there, went for it, and of course I think it's an inspiration for a lot of young people worldwide now. I mean, you wouldn't realistically think of somebody, you know, from Lithuania, Croatia, and immediately think, oh, there's great surfers there.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that here at the ISA, you don't have them. Whole purpose of the event right here at the juniors. Case in point, Lai Hao, a name that maybe a lot of people weren't familiar with. And he was shredding on that wave up until the fall right there. So only looking to replace a 3, needs a 3.7 to take the lead. And just might get that score, Sophia.
Yeah, that was a nice wave. Unfortunately, he falls off on that last turn. But he did a couple nice hacks at the beginning of the wave.
So a 303 for Zhang Lai Hao. Mateus Neves out there in the red only has the 227. Does have first priority, needs a 379. Low scoring heat this one so far. And he's going to use it. Setup carve there for Mateus. Much better. Bit more body torque on that one. And, you know, despite there being some sets still on the outside, there's certain heats that, you know, do have a lot of those that break further inside and they're just flat.
Yeah, there's a lot of flat waves.
A lot of duds. Surfed a lot of events yourself, Sophia, at Sunset Beach. And that's a location where you're either on the best wave of your life or you're just on a wave that has absolutely no wall to it too. So you can attest to those kind of conditions as Mateus right here gets a rebate wave. Previous one, 343. Much better. Oh! Well, he was on his way to a number. A fall, though. Needing a 2.63.
Still 8 minutes left. He has plenty of time. Here comes a nice one at the back.
And somebody did paddle for it way on the outside. But Breweiler in blue, he's able to pick it off on the inside. Great timing right there for the last poke.
The last turn was really nice.
Really well placed.
Yeah.
Also like the board that he's riding. Seems like a lot of these carbon boards for a day like today, probably special. Yourself, Sophie, what kind of board would you be riding this afternoon, given a lot of these waves are a bit flatter? Get back to that after this wave from Elian. Good energy on this one. Really quick. Precise with his attack too.
Yeah, that was a good wave by Green. The wave didn't really have steep sections, but still he surfed it really well.
So something less rocker today, given that it's smaller, but flatter out there too.
Here comes Red.
Neves.
Oh, wow.
Much better. So despite that being a shorter wave,
that's going to be
good
enough
stuff
for sure to go to that second place.
Shea again in the blue. Up and over. That's incomplete at the end though. So 7 minutes 10.
I would probably use a carbon too.
You would?
Today, yeah. Just a little bit flatter, how you said.
Still thruster, maybe a bit of a wider nose or tail.
Yeah, probably wider nose. Yeah, still thruster. How about you? What would you use?
You know, I'm so easy with boards nowadays. I pretty much ride the same board, whether it's 6 feet or 2 feet. I like my round nose fish too a lot. I feel like I'd have a ton of fun today. Just speaking on a short board, maybe a sub driver or Uber XL. Something with a bit more volume up top of the board, back of the board.
Nice.
I like swallowtails a lot too myself.
Yeah, I like swallows too.
And I remember when, you know, Matt Biolos told me about swallowtails. He's like, swallowtails just as much control as, you know, a roundtail. If you think about it, a swallowtail is basically 2 roundtails in one. And since then, I've been like, you know what, Matt? Should be making me a lot more swallowtails then, because they work. Last score of Neves, 483, takes the lead. And Sophia Breweiler, who was in first pretty much the majority of the heat, he gets dropped down to second, 377, 3.4. Gelabert does get his best, a 3.73 on his last. Now needs a 3.45, and Lai Hao needing a 4.14. Brazilian kid out of Maricía, Sao Paulo. Same city that has seen Medina do well. And that is just beautiful surfing. He loves it. He should. That was well done. Meanwhile, outside, Breweiler. 5 minutes. Great work right there on the backhand for the tall, lanky, goofy footer from Tofino. So at a point of the heat where every wave really matters, Sofia. 4.83, the best score of Neves. You got to be thinking that his 3 is gone. Meanwhile, Lai Hao now. And I do not envy the judges at the moment. There's been probably maybe 80 waves ridden in the last 3 or 4 heats.
Yeah, so many waves ridden. I really liked Red's last wave. I think the wave gave him a lot of sections to hit, and he did it. He rode it such a good way. Finished really well too. He was really happy about it.
Now the Puerto Rican, a quick one right there for Elian. I'm impressed with a lot of these young surfers. It just comes down to, you know, putting 2 waves together in those 20 minutes. Set it over and over again. You know, it doesn't matter if you win with 2 6s or 2 8s, as long as you advance. But, you know, the people that know how to surf in certain positions of priority too. I mean, if you look at Neves, he's got in his 2 best waves under priority. It all comes down to positioning at a wave like this right now, Sofia.
Yes, exactly. I think the waves that are a little bit more on the inside, a little bit wider, seems like they have more potential.
And he drops a major score, 717. His backup is the 483 that he got on the left a while ago. Breweiler now. Low score at 3.4, although we're still waiting on his last. Meanwhile, the last of Elian in the green. 143, Lai Hao waiting on a number 2. Here's the heat leader. A fall on that one. But he is way out in front. And once again, that slow paddle back out. You never know when something wide's going to break, Sofia. All of a sudden you get the best wave of the heat. He did it on his previous one with one of those. And the last of Breweiler, 413, extends second place. That means that Gelabert and Lai Hao, they're needing a couple of scores in the 4s at the moment.
Some waves coming at the back.
Pretty sure you've said that about 30 times in this heat already.
Yeah. There's been plenty of waves. Huh?
It is crazy that it just doesn't stop here. Everybody having a ton of chances out there at the moment. Sick combo right there from Breweiler. Really intelligent. Meanwhile, Lai Hao into the lip. Needs something more though. Have a feeling that Shea's going to be dropping a significant score. Ooh, and right by the rocks too. So, good exchange. Breweiler looking to improve on a 3.77 here, Sofia. Meanwhile, Lai Hao, before the last of blue, he was needing pretty much a 5-point ride. We'll see what our judges think.
Blue improves on that 3.77. So that's going to make things a little bit harder for both green and white.
Actually gets his best too.
Yeah, 4.7.
And Neves on the wider peak. This kid's been surfing really fast. He's caught a large number of waves though. Doesn't seem like he really gets tired. The Brazilian team is also staying right here at the High Performance Center. They've got rooms available. Pretty smart that you're staying right in front of the wave that you're competing at too. Outside of green. This might be his last shot. 5.1, what he needs. And this wave just never gave him a single chance. And the last of Lai Hao, a 4.1, not enough either, Sofia. 35 seconds. And the activity of both Breweiler and Neves It's what's saving them right now. They've caught about 8 waves each.
Yeah, they've stayed super active, chasing that opportunity.
Look at the horizon. You can say it once more, Sophia. There's waves coming.
There's waves coming at the back.
It is crazy. The tide switches, it starts coming up, and all of a sudden there is just a pulse of a multitude of waves per heat. Defensive move right there from Shea Breweiler. And he's going to be moving through in second place. Winning the heat, the Brazilian from Sao Paulo, Mateus Neves. Going to say goodbye to Zhang Leihao from China and the Puerto Rican Elian Gelabert. What a day.
What a day.
Enjoy your afternoon, Sophia, and
You too,
incredible
Mitch.
work as always. Thank you so much for joining us. See you bright and early tomorrow. We're going to bring in Rachel Tilley, Shannon Hughes for the last few heats of the day, and be right back with heat number 25 here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Don't want to miss anything right here from Punta Rocas.
Welcome to day 3 of competition at Punta Rocas for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Montero out of Italy with a huge backhand attack. Already incredible performance, and he tags the end. Yeah, and he's got some power to his surfing. Driving hard off the bottom into that next turn, setting himself up just turn after turn, throwing so much spray. And Bastian Arevalo for Peru is already up and riding. The local surfer can see within every ounce of his surfing that he knows this break like the back of his hand.
The waves are absolutely pumping today. Like, couldn't really ask for better waves. Yeah, there was a lot of build up to the first heat, a lot of nerves, so really happy to get that one out of the way.
Australia's Mila Coco Brown with a 6.67. That's it for day 3. Tune in for day 4 tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. at isasurf.org.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's been a great week of surfing so far as we're into day 5 of competition now. And we're just rounding out a big day of our under 18 boys here at our main podium at Punta Rocas, with France, Argentina, Vanuatu, and Israel sending surfers out in the lineup. Inigo, Juan, Sasha, and Ethan with the opportunity to stay in the top 2 moving forward. Bottom 2 surfers, Rachel, will be eliminated.
Yeah, and it's cutthroat right from the start. I mean, these heats are stacked, and we're only in round 2, but what else do you expect from a world championship event? These surfers are competing for those junior world titles, a gold medal from an ISA. So many former junior gold medalists now are those world champions and those heroes that we see today. Kelly Slater, Stephanie Gilmore, Caitlin Simmers, Tom Curran. I mean, the list goes on. So to add your name to what an esteemed list of athletes is means so much.
It's so true. There are some incredible surfers from years past taking away that victory as we take a look now at the replays from this opening exchange.
Yeah, it looks like a little one and done. And opening for red, nice cutback. This is our surfer from France, slashing it there. This wave getting a little bit smaller, does well to read it, to get one more turn. Stalling, hoping it's gonna stand up, seeing what it will do. You can see him reading the wave in real time and just gets one more slash in there, nothing overly critical.
All right, scores are in. It's a 3.5 for the opener of Inigo Medina, and a 2.67 for the start of Ethan Hochman. France and Israel sitting in those leading 2 positions, just off those first 2 waves being dropped in. Juan Garcia Mata for Argentina and Sasha Ferry for Vanuatu looking to get their accounts opened up, as Juan has a look at this wave. Opting to take off on the left, connects into that opening corner and throws a lot of spray now off the second wrap. Great looking wave selection, and he'll stumble off the last turn.
I was already thinking before that last turn going, I think that's going to be the highest of this exchange so far, the best wave of the heat. And then he fell.
And now Sasha Ferry up and riding. A great bottom to top turn combination to open with. So much water flying off the bottom of that board in the bottom turn as he set up for that opening. Nice green looking coloring to the water as well. That was a really pretty turn.
Yeah, that opening turn is the definition of top to bottom surfing. If you want to know what it is, that's a great example.
Ethan now up and riding. Connects with the first section. Wrapping it around. Setting himself up here, waiting for this to stand up and give him something else to work with, but in the waiting, getting some work done.
Yeah, that was a nice opening turn as well. So waiting for the judges to drop that score. But Shannon, even with that fall, we can imagine that score would have gone even higher. But those beautiful turns that our surfer from Argentina was able to get skyrockets him to a great score.
That's right, winning the opening exchange. It's a 5-6-7 for Argentina, as France is now up and riding. In fourth, chasing a big score. As he throws the tail out, keeps a lot of control. Momentum's gonna easily carry him through into the next section. So already adding in a bit of variety into his surfing so far on this wave. Can see him just standing up, maybe even trying to, eye off a little section to get into the air properly, as we see him with that little hop at the finish. 14 minutes remaining on the clock. Scores to come for last of Inigo. He's chasing a 2-1-8 to move into the advancing position. Scores to come, and let's go down to the beach for a moment to check in with Chris Cote.
Oh, thanks, team. Yeah, the beach is going off. Parabéns, Mateus. You had to do some work out there. You caught 9 waves. Was that your strategy, or did it all just start happening?
Yeah, ocean is very hard, but I try to get more waves possible. And yeah, oh, help me, please.
You're doing great.
I'm happy to be here, and I'm.
Oh, you're good, man. You're good. Everybody really enjoyed watching you surf there, so we liked that you rode a lot of waves. Who is your inspiration? Who do you think about when you go out there before heats?
Oh, Gabriel Medina is my inspiration, and I have two Mick Fanny and Mick Fanny, Kelly Slater, John, but I have my surf, and they have him. They are surf. Yeah.
Oh, good answer. All great surfers. Tell me about the team that you have here in Peru for Team Brazil.
Huh? Oh yeah, my team is very, very good. I would say thank you.
I know you got a lot of friends, family back home watching. You can tell them something in Portuguese if you'd like.
Eu queria agradecer muito a Deus por ter mandado aquelas ondas ali. O mar estava complicado, poucas oportunidades, a maré estava bem seca, a onda estava um pouco fraca, porém consegui achar boas ondas ali. Queria agradecer também a todo mundo que está aqui comigo, do time Brasil, ao meu tio, a minha mãe, a minha tia, a minha família, o meu irmão também está na Bahia, meu primo, que também está na Bahia. E, bom, é isso. Também quero agradecer a todo mundo que me apoia, a Ripicura, Silver Surf, Renato, o Felipe. Bom, é isso. Obrigado, gente. Tamo junto.
Obrigado.
Thanks so much. Wow, what I love about that interview, Rachel, is that, the amount of effort he just put in to win his heat. He did the same thing in that post heat, practicing his English. That was absolutely incredible. Doing it all with a smile, stumbling on the way through, but doing everything he needs as he's building his entire kind of picture of who he is as a competitive surfer.
Better than any interview I could give in any other language.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Smashes us.
Yeah, for sure. And I love seeing that, especially from these juniors, getting that opportunity. They've seen those people that they look up to, Gabriel Medina, John Florence, like he was saying, some of those names. And they've started on this young age, but having that experience in front of the glass, and especially for those surfers like Gabriel Medina, also English being his second language, you know, just striving to, what a great role model in all of those ways.
That's right. I mean, those surfers that, you know, are on tour now that are doing a lot of their interviews in English as their second language, they didn't start out speaking as fluently as they are now. It's been work over, you know, 10, 20 years of competing in this spotlight specifically. So that was really awesome from Matthias. Now looking at this current heat race with 11 minutes on the clock, our situation is set. All scores are locked in. Inigo dropped a 5.07. That's what we were waiting for as we threw to that one. He's currently in that leading position, jumped from 4th to 1st. Juan is currently sitting in 2nd now with that 5.67 as the high score still of the entire heat. And Sasha now up and riding. Found himself a 4.67. Just gets a little stuck on that first turn, looking to build a little momentum here as he goes down the line and just throws that board just for a little bit of variety.
Yeah, that kind of looked like a throwaway to me. He knew that first turn didn't flare as much as he was hoping, kind of out of rhythm. Didn't see much opportunity with the rest of the wave, so he just kind of goes, meh, throw this away and get back out there for another opportunity.
He's currently chasing down that 2.74 to take the advancing spot. He's one of the surfers, Rachel, that was able to participate in the Oceania Youth Athletes Camp that happened in Fiji back in May.
That is so awesome to hear. I did not know that he was actually participating at that one. I mean, these camps that ISA runs all around the world are such great initiatives, and I know that one in Fiji was the first one that they were able to run in Oceania.
Yeah, and a great quality ways for those surfers to be able to improve their skills, to, you know, connect with other surfers from around the region, and to really push their growth as athletes. As we take a look now at Juan, as he is up and riding on his backhand, hooks it into that first section, into the second as well. Similar 2 turns for the starting maneuvers. Now just wrapping it around, waiting for this wave to stand up. Links it around for that next section. Just finds one finishing turn. The nice thing about that is it's going to give him a backup score in the context of the heat.
Yeah, exactly. Looking to back up that 5.67, which was his best wave on a left. Now looking on his backhand. Nice opening turn. I love how deep he's making those bottom turns. It kind of accentuates that length of the face of the wave, giving him that opportunity to really try and make it look like to the judges that he's doing proper top to bottom surfing on a smaller wave. So good technique there from him. Watch that bottom turn, look how deep that is, rotating around that right arm as he's on his backhand. So great read. It won't go as high as his 5.67, purely just because of lack of wave size and opportunity on it, but well served.
It's a 3.63 on the board as we see the reflection of our lineup. Some pretty cool glasses down there.
That was like a good Oakley ad.
Oh, that's a very good Oakley ad. And the fact that you just said that.
The fact that
ties it all together.
Okay, just Oakley, just snapshot what we just did and you have your next hit campaign.
Here we go. The set is arriving. Surfer in red currently in the leading position for Inigo Medina. Sorry, in that lead priority position specifically. So he's got pick of the lineup. And he's going to have a paddle here. I believe that is red. Just a few little windmills to get himself into it, and he throws into the air on a you know, going right essentially on the left, and Juan also with an opportunity.
Oh man, I was excited to see both of those complete. It looked like Inigo was so close to finishing that one out. We haven't seen these athletes go to the air all that much just yet, especially on those bigger days. Now that it's a little bit smaller, we're seeing a few more ramp sections. Haven't seen anything super major just yet, but it has been great watching that start to incorporate in the arsenal.
It's so true. You know, there just hasn't been the waves really asking for it up until this point. Like you said, though, as it gets smaller, we tend to see surfers, if there's that straight shot down the line, they can gain some speed. We're definitely going to see them taking to the air more as we work our way through competition. We've got some incredible aerialists in the draw this week, like Lucas Skinner, like Milakoko Brown. And to see names like that in the draw of any event, no matter the level, you're excited and you want to tune in and pay attention to it. So we're going to have more surfing from those two coming up. And actually, Lucas Skinner is going to be coming up in our, I believe, our final heat of the day. We're going to be running through heat number 27 for this main round 2 of our under 18 boys, and that will finish out the round. Tomorrow we're going to have a full day of girls surfing here on the main podium. Very excited to get some eyes on that pack of young surfers. The under 18s and the under 16s will both have their main round 3 taking place right here with 12 heats per round for them. And I'm really excited to see them get the opportunity to surf at Punta Rocas specifically, gain more experience at a world-class wave like this.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been at El Bosque, which is a left-hand wave, is a left, and it's just to the right of your screen. So basically, if you imagine Punta Rocas as one giant peak, they're kind of surfing predominantly that left over there. We haven't really seen any crossovers between the two areas. Fortunately, we saw one of our heats one of our athletes go on a left here at Punta Rocas, get a little bit close, but there you can see a better view in the middle of your screen. There you see those tents set up right underneath that grassy stadium setup. That is where the judges and commentators are at El Bosque.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for the surfers to be kind of close enough together for those two podiums to have a quick, back and forth for the teams running around to support each other. And like you said, they're pretty close depending on the conditions and how far the left at Punta Rocas runs towards El Bosque. But some great opportunity for the girls on that side throughout today. Of course, we did see the main round 1 of our under 18 girls compete out here on opening day of competition, and that was really awesome. The standout moment from that being that 913 that was dropped in for Yang Sushi out of Team China, and was just an incredible performance with some extremely critical surfing.
Not a surprise, she's an Olympian, and so she's one of those names that when you're looking at the draw, you're going, oh, I want to watch this heat because I know good surfing is going to happen, and that's exactly what she provided.
Can't wait to see more of that in tomorrow's competition out here. But for today, we're finishing out the last few heats of the round. We will be able to finish out competition just a little bit earlier than the last couple of days before that. Although it was great to run such big days, Rachel, because we had a little more swell. It was a little bit more consistent and pulsing over the last few days. So we really ran, nearly till sunset.
Yeah, we did. We've been taking advantage of that swell. Big days for the first few days. Big days for us on this side. Well, even bigger days for those teams because they're all showing up to each other's heats and sitting on the beach watching, cheering, really being involved with the action.
There's 57 nations represented here this week, surpassing the previous record. Seems like, every single year this event is breaking world records with 57 nations now in the draw for the juniors specifically. 427 athletes across 4 different divisions has been a pretty significant draw in comparison to other years. And now we've got a wave on the way for Sasha out of Vanuatu. Attended that training camp that the ISA put on in Fiji earlier this year. Had a great time just being able to hone in more skills, do some barrel hunting, and work on some heat surfing as well. A great opportunity for surfers out of the Oceania region who wouldn't have maybe had the best access to some of those development pathways of the larger countries, surfing countries of the region like Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah, or even thinking, my experience coming up in the grassroots side in the USA, I surfed a ton of amateur heats. I probably surfed at least 20 or 30 a year. And so that was one almost every other weekend. But thinking to all of that heat experience and, time management and all of that really comes into play as you're building that up for these smaller countries that don't necessarily have that development opportunity. It's great the ISA coming in with these development programs to give the athletes, those athletes, the opportunity to communicate, hey, this is how scoring is. These are strategies with priority. This is things to work on and look for in your surfing. This is how to break down the criteria or what speed, power, flow means in a criteria.
Yeah, it's such an important opportunity. It's been awesome that the ISA has had that support from Olympic Solidarity specifically to provide funding for those camps to be running. And there's been a few different opportunities for that. It's one of the kind of in the breaks, when we throw a break between heats, we've been able to really see 2 highlight packages from 2 of those Olympic Solidarity events that ran with the ISA over this year. One's a women's judging and coaching course, and that happened in Costa Rica, and then the Fiji camp for a bunch of different surfers, men and women alike. As we take a look now at Sacha with a quick in and out.
Yeah, unfortunate going down a late takeoff, but was in fourth priority, so he's just able to go on to anything without that consequence.
Setting himself up down the line, Ethan has been a little quiet towards the back half of this heat, chasing down a 4.58 to get himself that advancing position. This will be his last opportunity as there's less than a minute on the clock. And he's going to do everything he can to milk it to the inside. He's not going to be able to get that kind of closeout tag or anything to really try and find that highest single score for himself. 45 seconds remaining. And aside from that, all scores are locked in. It's quickly from the panel, a 2.53, which is nice communication to him, knowing that with 30 seconds remaining, if there's a chance, he needs to go. Sacha chasing down a 3.91 still to get himself the advancing position. His last wave, just that quick in and out. And he's under third priority though, which is unfortunate because the two surfers in that advancing position have higher priority than him, and they're really sticking right on top as we have 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he did well to try and keep busy under priority, Sacha did, and unfortunately the ocean he needed a flurry of sets to come through and everyone's standing up on one.
Well, it's the Argentinian taking out the leading position. Very well surfed, just consistent wave after wave, and opened up with that big 5.67 for the 17-year-old out of Mar del Plata. We're gonna see more of his surfing as this event continues on. Feeling pumped. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we return, 2 more heats remaining till we round out our day.
Welcome to day 2 of competition here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Goes for the alley-oop, he pulls it too.
It's keeping things really smooth. It's giving him all that speed and momentum through each section. Vertical, turn on the opener, which is now allowed. He's feeling that passion.
And a lip line floater at the end. He loves it. Yeah. Love the attitude.
Our team's amazing. Everyone's been super supportive of each other, and the vibes are really good, so just excited to keep it going.
Ellie Timperi from Finland, up and riding on his opening ride, looking really sharp as usual. He's a surfer out of Encinitas, California.
Tahiti's Miliani Simon with an 8-point ride. From the United States, Bailey Turner with an 8.1. The Peruvian Catalina Sarique with a 7.33. Tune in tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. local time for day 3 of action at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're in the desert land just outside of Lima here in Peru. And Punta Rocas is a great looking wave right on the shoreline here as this little town just, encroaches on the water. It's a pretty crazy looking landscape for anyone that hasn't spent time here in the past. There's a lot of sand, a lot of dirt all around from the shoreline all the way into the mountains, Rachel.
Yeah, it's incredible, that mountain backdrop that we have behind us, but all just sand. And it's sometimes, wow, sorry, that action's crazy.
Wow, well, taking off straight into it. Let's track with Johan out of Ecuador, winning that opening paddle battle to get into this wave. Makes a dominating decision that he's going to take off on the left and forces the equation as Francisco, the Italian, got out of the way. And he'll be just getting that first ride underway now.
Wow, that was a really aggressive start to the heat, but I don't mind it. I love seeing passion and aggression. So that is where we could see those potential, not in this situation, but those potential non-priority interferences happen. There's 2 types of interferences that can happen. A priority interference is when someone paddles on the other or takes off on someone with priority established. Being at the beginning of the heat, our surfer in green here didn't have priority. And so it was just with that jockeying, and it turned into a great wave. So a great one for him to fight for. This wave maybe faded a little bit too much on that bottom turn and didn't get to take advantage of that outside section so much. And he's kind of trying to break away from the crew. You can now see him at the bottom of your screen, sitting away from the rest of our 3 competitors.
His first score drops in as a 2.53 for the right, and the left, the start for Johan, a 3.83 off that paddle battle. Having a look at his bio at ISAsurf.org, he says he loves to go left, so no surprise that he was just putting himself in that position and eyeing it off as opposed to taking off on the right. We'll see if he goes right in this heat.
Yeah, so once priority is established, we won't see as much aggression because priority is for that purpose, to leave it up more towards the surfing that can be done rather than who is jockeying for that inside position. It also encourages surfers.
As we see Francisco into an opening turn that looked really nice, setting himself up now for the second through to the inside section, and he'll kick out quickly.
Yeah, a nice backup, just getting his feet in the wax. But it also encourages surfers to utilize that priority accordingly to get the best waves.
Yeah, it comes into question their decision making in a heat as we take a look now at Lewis for Team Belgium. Up and riding on his backhand, he'll kick out quickly. It's a great introduction. I mean, obviously priority's now been part of modern competitive surfing for a long time, but you know, thinking back to even just, you know, surfing in events that don't have priority still because they're kind of more fun invitational events, or certain disciplines maybe wouldn't include priority as they don't see it as a necessary thing or something. I mean, it makes such a difference to be able to run a good heat, and it really allows the surfing to do the talking, as you said.
Yeah, and Shannon, you know, a lot of those amateur events didn't used to incorporate it. We're seeing a lot more amateur events now incorporate the priority, use of priority.
Ethan Hollander now up and riding. A lot of wave action within this heat, even just these quick in and outs.
So getting that experience as a junior, and I promise I'll get this thought out eventually.
At some stage, we'll have this conversation. In the meantime, Johan is up and riding once again. He opened up with that 3.83, wraps it around as he continues down the line, and, you know, he likes going left, but I'm happy he took off on this right because it has so much scoring potential. He is such a sharp, lightning fast surfer, and that's going to drop in as the best wave of the heat, without a doubt.
That was an insane wave. That was really, really beautiful to watch. I can't wait to see where the judges go with that. There's those sandy mountains that we were talking about at the beginning of this heat. I feel like every time we get into a track of conversation, some awesome action happens. And it's, you know what, because of Johan both times, he has been doing some excellent surfing. Judges will go reward him nicely for that one.
Well, some more waves to be ridden here as Ethan on the paddle back out locks into this one. Great looking pocket to start with. Has a lot of speed as he comes through the second section. This wave's got a little white water on the face of it, a little bit of froth and foam as he kicks out. Scores to drop now across the board, but a 4.4 has come in for Francisco Aglani out of Italy. In the blue jersey, he's dropped a 4.4 now to take himself into first, as Lewis is there on the inside section. He's got that 2-point ride, and an important wave to drop for last of Johan and last of Ethan. 13 minutes remaining on the clock. And eventually, Rachel, we'll get to that priority conversation. But for now, let's go down to the beach to check in with Chris.
Juan Garcia Mata, a surfer so good, he named him 3 times. Great job out there. How'd you feel surfing out here at Punta Rocas?
Thank you. Well, yesterday they told me that I was competing here in Punta Roca. I was very happy because I like a lot this wave. I feel comfortable in my backhand and also in my front side. And well, but now tomorrow it's in Bosque and go and give it 100% there.
Now we have on our commentary team, Leandro Osuna, great Argentinian, multiple gold medals. Does that inspire you and help you believe that you too can achieve gold medal status?
Yeah, a lot. Lele is a very nice person. He motivates us a lot, and it motivates us to win that or to achieve that what he did. And to win all that gold medal in this World Cup.
Now, it seems like you have a lot of team support. You guys are come together down here in Peru. What does it mean to you to represent Peru, and how has the team been supporting you in your campaign?
Well, it's an honor to represent Argentina. I feel very happy. I will give it all in this World Cup, each round and in every wave.
Right, and I know you have a lot of friends and family back in Argentina. Would you like to send them a message?
Yeah. Gracias, mamá. Gracias a toda mi familia, a todos mis amigos, a mis sponsors, a Rocas, a mis entrenadores, a todos los que me están apoyando. Gracias a todos.
All right, let's go Argentina.
Juan Mata Garcia, great surfing, and excited to see more of him in the future as we've got scores that have been dropping in all over the show. Rach, this heat has been so active. It's so fun to call surfing and to commentate when the surf is just offering so much opportunity, and we're seeing those situation changes all the time. We are still waiting for 2 more scores to come in, one for red at least, and a score for blue as well. At the moment, it is green in the leading position off the strength of a 5.5, which is currently the highest wave of the heat that has been dropped from the judges. He's also sitting with first priority, already out of backline. And Kiko is sitting in that second place position for Italy with a score to drop, chasing down a 4.94 as we can see this next set starting to pulse through.
Yeah, that 5.5 for Johan, if I was a judge, I think I could have even been on that higher edge of the scale, throwing even a 6.5. There was a lot of technically great surfing that I appreciated out of that wave, but it's fitting that it's the highest single wave score of this heat and has him sitting there in the lead.
And we are waiting for that other score. A 3.47 drops in for Ethan as he's taken off on this wave. He won't know that yet, so he's going to continue surfing here with that great opening turn and tries to make it around the section. It's going to shut out in front of him. Francisco Kiko now up and riding on his forehand, and that was a beautiful executed single maneuver. You can tell by his stature on the kick out as well that it felt nice.
Yeah, it looked like it felt nice as well. And Team Italy cheering there. Yeah, that was what we were talking about before. Long days for these teams because they're constantly coming back down to the beach to support each surfer. But I love to see it.
Yeah, and it's so important, you know, to see those surfers have those, literally like a towel over the head. If they've forgotten their hat, get some sunglasses on.
Oh,
it's
boy.
a long day staring at the ocean, and we might have some very dizzy surfers down on the shoreline. Tiago Passeri, he had a great heat earlier today.
Yeah, he did. He's continued to have great heats, and Team Argentina feeling good after that last win that they got in the heat before. So pressure's off for them for the day. They live to see another day, and I know that feeling. It is such a relief, especially when these days are so long, and this event is such a marathon that sorry.
It is a marathon. It certainly is. And the teams, you know, they feel it. By the end of this competition, there would have been 9 days of surfing. 10 days technically of event time because that opening day was the opening ceremonies. Now, thankfully, with the scheduling, we did not need to run heats on opening ceremony day, which often happens in other events where, you know, there's just so much surfing to get through. And the time frame, we don't quite have that window as large as the window for this event. As we see Johan on his backhand now. Great opening snap and setting himself up for another little just kind of check on the inside here. He's trying to build on that 3.83 as his backup score. Scores are in for last of Ethan Hollander. It's a 4.87 for that single turn. That sets him up in second now. Although another score drops in for Kiko. It's a 5-point ride for a single turn. That's moved him up into the lead. That pushes green for Ecuador, Johan down into second. He has another score to drop though. Would currently be needing a 3.90 to take the lead away from Kiko. And Ethan Hollander, who was just advancing, has fallen down into third, chasing a 4.47. The only surfer that just hasn't found the rhythm in the lineup yet and isn't quite part of the conversation is Lewis from Belgium, who's chasing down a 7.33 as we see a decent sized set approaching. It's red with first priority, white with second priority, and they're the two surfers that are needing waves with scores right now.
Yeah, and our surfer in white, like you said, just not really opening up his account, trying to build onto it here. He's going to lose that second priority, unfortunately, that he had just gained. And like you said, he needs to get into that 4s and that 5 range to start having a conversation that's a little bit more integrated into this heat. 7.33, a high requirement at the moment, but has plenty of time to break that down.
The paddle now for Ethan into that first searing cutback. Little stall here, just checking out this next section. What's it going to offer for him? And he lays it into the rail, trying to time that turn out perfectly. Francisco now up and riding on his forehand. Great opening snap. Redirects here as he sets him up through to the inside section. Drives off the corner. A little wall to finish off with, and that's the kind of wave that most surfers have been looking for today.
Yeah, and he got a lot of work done, so he knows that Johan and Ethan are right there in the mix with him. Although he's in first, he doesn't have it on lock, and he's trying to really extend that lead, make that higher, drop that 4.4, and build upon that 5. These sets, Shannon, are just looking so beautiful. These lines coming in for the end of the day, that these conditions have just held up all day.
It's so nice. You know, when we saw the sun shining this morning, we were worried that wind was on its way in a strong manner. It is here, but it's not howling, and that's been great. Ethan now taking advantage of some still mostly clean conditions out here. His surfing is doing the talking. He's got so much power, so much aggression in each of these turns, looking to take advantage of every single corner that pops up in front of him, avoiding the rocks, keeping that board intact and those fins in place.
I mean, narrowly avoided that rock, but he did it with control the whole time. I was never nervous. I just was so surprised to see him execute a maneuver over the rock. That was really impressive, and I think we're going to see that create a situation change. However, there are scores still waiting to drop for blue and green, respectively, as well.
5 minutes remaining on the clock, and Belgium still sits in that 4th place position. A 2:07 was his last score. As we take a look now, the Costa Ricans have been cheering on Ethan out in the lineup, chasing down that 4.47. He would be able to hear their, hoots, hollers, the whistles from them, and their song.
Yeah, and often their song. Let's take a look at this left from our surfer from Belgium, building up his account there. Unfortunately, it's just that one turn, but this wave was incredible by Ethan. Love that opening slash. This one wraps it all the way around. Nice, high and tight. I mean, talking about control and power that he had to exemplify in order to do a maneuver like that. And this rock popping up, just goes over it to get a hit, surfs it out cleanly. I think that, Shannon, for me, has been my favorite wave of this heat so far.
Here we go with Lewis now up and riding. He needs to put in some effort to get to that 7.26. Finds the end section that he was looking for, but it would have been a hard one to ride out of. And unfortunately, he'll just take the stumble. 4 minutes remaining. Now the question lands on these two out of backline. Which of them will get into the next wave? And we've got some scores coming through at the moment. The highest score of the heat has dropped. A 7.33 goes to Kiko Anglani. Francisco for Team Italy. Takes him into a convincing leading position. Now off the strength of the 5, ditches that 4.4 behind and moves the requirements up on the field into at least about a 7. Johan now sits with priority. We're waiting for a score to drop for last of green, and specifically a score for last of red that will be a wave of consequence. Chasing down that 4.47 at the moment for Ethan Hollander.
Yeah, all of them back out there. As we take a look at this replay of this ride from blue, nice opening hit, does well to make it around and straight into that cutback. Shannon, noticed no downtime even through the slower sections, bringing a lot of speed and power to this wave and finding every opportunity. 7.33.
Yeah, off the strength of that outside maneuver, the flow, being able to connect all those turns together on the inside as well for that 3-turn combination in total. And it was one of those waves that ran, gave some extra opportunity for him. He's sitting now in that leading position. And we'll see where that score for last of Ethan Hollander goes in. Francisco does have a lot of flow to his surfing. Scores in a 5.1 for last of Ethan, moves him up into that second place position, Rach. Taking a look now at Lewis on his backhand, couple snaps. And he tags the end section. He nearly holds on to the finish, so his requirement has grown to a 7.9.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, that score was enough for Red to move into second, so he'd be happy hearing that. I think that potentially, for me, that Red wave, I'm struggling to get these words out. To me, that 5.1 and that 7.33 were actually opposite in my eyes. I really liked Ethan's technical surfing there. I think maybe there's other things that we're not seeing from a zoomed out perspective.
Yep.
Maybe Ethan's wave taken off a little bit more on the inside. Judges obviously having lots of different angles and replays to come to their score, but you know, and that's where surfing is subjective. I think there were aspects of both waves, great surfing. Both of these surfers are advancing, so getting rewarded for the surfing they're doing. But yeah, I think that's where you have that subjective conversation and people liking certain waves better.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the judges rewarding it to Kiko in the leading position for Italy. Ethan putting a lot of effort in to get that 5.1, and he's now sitting in the advancing position. At least it got him that far. Now the question mark is on Johan Yagual out of Ecuador. Is he going to be able to take away an advancing spot? He's going to need a 4.47 on the board. And we've got 38 seconds, Rachel, remaining. He's paddling away from the pack, trying to get himself, you know, just a little bit of distance, although he's holding on to first priority. So if anything comes, he's been in that driving seat to be able to get a ride. However, up until now, there just hasn't been an opportunity.
You can see those splashes of frustration as he's looking out at that lineup, not seeing much opportunity. Here comes a swell. Will it go under him? It looks like it does.
Unfortunate for the Ecuadorian. He had some very sharp surfing. He took off in that paddle battle on the left, found that 383, got himself into that 5.5 later on the right. That score also just, you know, put a lot of effort in for it. Unfortunately, not enough for Ecuador to be advancing through, as well as Belgium. We've got one more heat. When we return, we're going to hear from the Italian, Kiko Anglani, taking out the victory, and Ethan Hollander for Costa Rica advancing through to the next round. Heat 27 coming up next. Here we are, final heat of the day for day 5 of competition at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, taking place at Punta Rocas in Peru. Out in the water, we've got heat number 27 for our main round 2 of the under 18 boys in the lineup. England, Israel, China, and Switzerland with surfers looking for an opportunity. We've already got scores to drop for first of green and first of white. Greens has just locked in as a 2.17 for the opener of Jiang Shulu out of China. And we've got a 3.17 on the board for Kilian Roskoff out of Switzerland. Waiting for the opening rides now of Lucas Skinner for England and Sun Malka out of Israel, as Sun is now up and riding on his forehand. Nice looking re-entry to start things on the outside. Now working his way through, hoping that this wave is going to stand up. Going to put a little bit of effort in here through the inside section and just work with this wave to see if it opens up for anything else a little more critical. He'll decide to get out of that situation, as we can see Killian there on the paddle back out. Lucas Skinner now up and riding for Team England. This man has so many great achievements to his name in the professional sense of surfing already at a young age. Goes for that air on the start, and he'll just take a stumble off takeoff.
Yeah, right in front of that boil as well. It doesn't look like it touched him at all, but a little bit of an insight of the arsenal of maneuvers that he has on tap here, that he has on tap so easily too. To be going for something like that, wave one, is showing his confidence and how he's been feeling.
That's right. We would be expecting that kind of surfing to come from Lucas, former silver medalist here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships back in 2023.
Two-time back-to-back, actually, silver medalist. So he obviously, we know what his sights are set on. And Shannon, that would be gold.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Now, I was just thinking through, back-to-back silver medal runs. I mean, that's an incredibly strong performance. And then something in that final round, that very final heat of the entire event just works against you to actually walk away with that victorious gold. We'll get back to that conversation in a moment, though, as we take a look at the replay here for first of Jiang out of China.
Yeah, so this was a split peak between green and our surfer in blue. Green taking the left and finding nice outside opportunity, finishing it off strong. That was a great wave from our surfer from China.
That's going to be his second score to drop in as we take a look now at first of Sun.
And this was a powerful floater opening section, wrapping it around. Unfortunately, the rest of the wave not doing it justice and matching what he was able to get on at the beginning of that wave. But you can just tell how much power he has on tap from that opening maneuver. So it's Lucas now sitting out the back with that first priority, waiting to hear all of his competitors' scores drop in to understand what that situation from that first exchange was.
Well, a massive score drops in for the last left of China's Jiang. It's a 6.83 on the board, and it sets him up with that leading position over the rest of the field. Still waiting for that score for first of blue. But wow, that left, getting to have a look at it there on the replay for the first time, really showcasing some impressive surfing.
Yeah, that was really impressive. Of course, in China, one of the main waves that we see competition take place at, Ryu Bay, a left-hand point, so feeling right at home.
And you know what his bio says? That's literally his favorite wave.
Oh, perfect.
Feeling right at home there. Well, now taking off on the right. Just a little carve to start out with. This wave just a little sleepy here. And it starts to open up down the line for Jiang as he connects with that next section, making it look nice and playful out there.
Yeah, getting a little hung up on that right after each maneuver, so kind of losing that speed mid-maneuver, things the judges will take note of. Looking a lot more comfortable on that left, replicating his favorite wave. And it's a great wave. Shannon, you and I have both surfed there. That has been a really emerging surf destination over the last 10 years. Now seeing Olympic teams created out of there from Team China. But Ryu Bay, a long left-hand point. We used to have our longboard world championships there.
Yeah, it was a really exciting run of events for a number of years for the longboard community. And of course, there's been some QSs that have run in the region as well now. Some great opportunity. And like you said, looking back 10 years ago when you won your first world title there, it was a developing spot for surfers that were a lot of this crew that were just little tiny groms, learning how to catch up in catch whitewater and stand up for the very first time for this Chinese surfing contingency. And moving forward, we have Suchi Young, who is an Olympian and the very likely opportunity to win a world championship this week. Based off of the surfing that we've already seen from her and the surfing from the likes of Xu Lu out in the lineup, it's incredible to see how far that country has come in the last decade.
Yeah, working really hard, bringing coaches from all around the world to help the cause and that case for wanting to win gold medals here at the ISA, wanting to win Olympic medals on that international stage.
As we see a couple paddles here, it's our surfer with blue who's got higher priority, Kilian, up into that foam to start off with, driving down the line, sets himself up for a quick little kick out.
I would love to know what's going through the mind of Lucas Skinner right now. First priority, he's being super patient, 12.5 minutes remaining, so it's still plenty of time to go. So I'm wondering what kind of strategies he's playing out. He'd be really confident in his surfing. He knows if that opportunity comes, he can land it and execute a wave. But having that 2.37, having that fall beginning on, and when you hear a competitor has a 6.83, that can be a little unnerving too.
Kilian with a quick in and out there. 12 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go down to the glass. Check in with Chris Cote.
All right, well, I'm starting to get used to speaking to Italian surfers on the glass. Kiko, great job. Tell me about that 20-minute heat.
Well, the waves were really good. A little bit slow, but I can catch some good waves, make some good scores. I'm really happy to pass this heat. And I'm super stoked to pass the next round. And yeah, let's go.
And a lot of surfers that come down to the ISA Worlds talk about meeting new friends. Have you met some new friends down here in Peru?
Yeah, so much friends. The ISA, I think, is the best event for the young guys because we can do really good result and yeah, make friends. So yeah, it's
That's right. Now, Team Italy, as expected, you guys came in with a strong team. Can you tell me about the crew that you brought down here?
Yeah, we have a really strong team. Yeah.
Strong team. Hey, that's all you need to say. I know you got a lot of friends and family watching back home. Would you like to send them a message?
Yeah. Grazie a tutti quelli che mi stanno guardando da casa, che mi stanno appoggiando. Grazie mille alla federazione per questa opportunità e anche alla mia squadra per tutto l'appoggio. E Forza Italia.
Grazie. Forza Italia.
Well, Kiko putting together an incredible performance in that last heat. Great work on getting that victory off the finish. And now out in the lineup, 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Sun for Israel has just taken away a leading position with a 6-point ride. And Lucas Skinner now having a paddle, using his priority on this. It's been a very quiet heat from the two-time silver medalist back-to-back years. A 7.89 is now the requirement on our surfer out of England as he sets himself up through the inside section, adds that variety in. You can sense in his surfing right now, Rachel, that he is pushing it to the max. And we've got Kilian up and riding as well, and the answer back straight away on this next wave in the set. Wraps it around, looking nice and comfortable as he comes in, does a turn right over the back of Lucas. He'll tag the end section as well.
Yeah, Lucas surfing with a real sense of urgency, knowing that with 2 6s from two of his competitors out there. There's Ben Skinner, his dad, team captain, coach, board maker, everything, and a surfer on our World Longboard Tour as well. Super competitively successful in his own right. He's sitting there, you can kind of see that stress, but I don't think he needs to be too stressed. That was a great wave. We'll see what the judges think of it as we take a look at this replay of our surfer in white. A little bit more patient on the outside, but it does start to bull up through this inside. And he goes bang, 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 hits it there, gets a third one to finish it out, and cuts out nicely. So we are waiting for scores for both red and white to see that situation as they make their way back out into the lineup. That paddle out not too long for these surfers. And Ben, just feeling the pressure a bit. It's more stressful, Shan, being the people watching than it actually is the surfer, I think.
It is so true. And you know what's crazy about the Skinner family is that Ben also is a former silver medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championships from years ago. And his son now has 2 silver medals. Will Lucas be able to bring the Skinner family home a gold? He's got some effort, though, to put together to keep himself in the competition right now, Rachel, because it's an elimination round. Scores are still to drop for Lucas's last wave. Then he fell on the takeoff just now, going maybe too progressive on that first turn.
Okay, I'm not going to say he's panicking, but I think he's stressed right now. Yeah. And when you start to get stressed, you feel like you need to go big. You start going for these kind of throwaway things, and that can sometimes become this like self-fulfilling prophecy of you then not getting what you need. And so this is where it's time to hone in that headspace and, get yourself back into the mix there.
Well, a score's just dropped. It's a 6.43 for his last wave. That's just put him straight back into the conversation. He no longer needs to stress. Still chasing a score to advance, but there's 7 minutes on the clock. There's plenty of time. A 3.84 is now the requirement for Lucas Skinner to move into the advancing position. The more stressed maybe would be our surfer in second and our surfer in the lead, wanting to find bigger backup scores. They both have 2 of the largest scores of the heat so far. Specifically for Xu Lu out of China, he's got that 6.83, but he needs to improve on the 3.43 to keep off the 2-time silver medalist.
Yeah, so with Lucas paddling back out in 4th priority, that's actually a position of strength, I'd say, in this moment right now. It's giving him that freedom to paddle around, to maybe take off on a few waves that go under everybody and find those scoreable waves. He's not looking for a 3.84, he's looking for another 6 or 7. And we know that those can happen under priority on that inner peak that goes under those outside surfers.
Team China there on the shoreline, feeling really stoked right now with the performance from Xu Lu, holding on to first priority. Skin Dog there, dad to Lucas.
So you can see he's holding that board, one of Lucas's board, Swallowtail there. Something I was talking about with Ben, he said he made the decks hot pink for Lucas because here it can be gray oftentimes, and that was something that really stood out and popped on the waves. I loved that, but what I actually was going to point out is him holding the board, I think, is a point of reference that he's using that to signal to Lucas. So we saw him just standing there with it, but we've been seeing lots of teams use those boards, holding them over their head and indicating to the athletes, communicating with their athletes while they're out there in the water.
Yeah, we see it all the time. And actually having that hot pink deck, for one, when Lucas is out on a wave, it's going to stand out to the judging panel. But also on shore, if he's looking back at another board, he's going to see it really easily if Dad's giving him those directions. Xu Lu now up and riding. He had a great opening turn, snaps into the section for the second. He's having a fantastic heat out here in the round 2. Looking to build now on that 3.43. He should be well on his way to that. Lucas Skinner goes in for the rotation on the opening section. Massive amount of risk for that first turn. It's a smaller size wave, but he offers something very different to the judges panel.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see where the judges go with that. He landed it clean, rode out of it, a little bit more horizontal because that wave didn't stand up all that much. So we'll see. Very progressive, though. That's in that judging criteria. So let's take a look, though, at this wave from Xu Lu. This was a nice opening turn. He's having an incredible heat, Shannon. Great second hit. Makes it around with speed. Comes out of that hit with speed. Really important so that he can make it back around. Wrapping it really, really nicely surfed. He's having great wave selection.
That's right. It's also nice to just see, right? He was able to finish that wave off nice, clean, and tidy as we take a look at this one again.
Yeah, so on his backhand, wrapping it around, he's really going for these progressive maneuvers. I think it will be interesting to hear from him how he was feeling in these moments, and that is really putting things out on the line when he needs a score. So also, to me, maybe indicates he's feeling confident, and he knows he just needs a 3.9.
Well, even getting that 6.43 could have settled those nerves once he knew where that requirement was sitting. Sun now with the opportunity, though, to increase the requirement. Driving back in the section after that opening floater. And we'll see if this wave stands up again. Right now, it kind of gives me that feeling that it might be a little flat. He's going to stick with it, though. We'll see what happens. And it's still giving him a little bit more to work with. Starts to stand up here. This is what we would hope would happen. And unfortunately, it just doesn't quite give him, that strong section to finish with. And scores are in. Last of Lucas Skinner has dropped while Sun is on that wave. It's a 6.27 to back up the 6.43, and suddenly Lucas finds himself in that leading position. That's knocked Sun down into third. He's chasing a 5.84 to move himself back into second above Xu Lu out of China.
Yeah, and most of that score for our surfer in blue would come from the outside maneuver because it didn't really line up for the inside for him. So we'll see if the judges deem the outside maneuver enough to award him the 5.84. I think those scores that we've been seeing going in that upper area actually are more of those scores with outside maneuvers plus a good inside.
Now, the other thing to note is that Last of Green dropped in as a 5-point ride, Rachel. So that had bumped him from second into first, which then bumped Sun from first into second. Then Lucas in third jumped all the way to the lead, bumped everyone down the line. And because Xu Lu was able to get that 5-point ride, he's still holding on to that advancing position. A paddle now out the back as the younger Skin Dog is now up and riding.
Skin Pup.
Skin Pup. Up and riding. I love that.
I know,
I
it's
can't
so
believe
cute.
I didn't know that before. That's genius. Setting himself up here. Some great surfing. Throws that tail out and just looking in control and really loosened up now as he comes through to the inside section. His sister Lila is also in competition for Team England. And all 4 of the Skinner kids just ripping young surfers.
Yeah, they really are, and I mean, makes sense coming from such a knowledgeable father and bringing all of that, not just surfing knowledge and heat knowledge, but surfboard knowledge too, creating all of their equipment. Taking a look at this wave, an example of why we told everybody to be on watch for Lucas Skinner's heat at the end of the day. Going progressive on all of his waves as well. As we see it there, bringing it around nice and clean. Love that he had that control to bring it back into the whitewash right after too. And cutting out. So now he's feeling good. Now we're seeing him relax. And I'm sure Ben is taking a deep breath and everyone at home is taking a deep breath as well.
Well, all the effort going in for an incredible opening turn for Xu Lu. What a great section. And really releases the entire tail on that last turn. This young surfer is really going to be turning heads throughout competition if he's able to hold on to that position right now. Chasing a 6.2 rate to take himself into the lead, and so far he is proving his dominance on both the lefts and the rights.
Yeah, I love to see that. I love that we're seeing these split peaks taken advantage of. We're still waiting for that last score, a score for blue to come through, and as this heat is winding down.
Lucas now up and riding. This will be before the buzzer. At the moment, he will be officially holding on to that leading position. We've got scores that have dropped in as he's up and riding. This will also be a counting score for him, just looking to try and increase on those 6s so far. Nice smooth surfing, tagging multiple sections, and just getting a little freed up on the finish as well. Took about more than half the heat for Lucas to get things started. I was feeling like it was a little bit stressful there as we approached that 7-minute mark, and then things just started turning around once that 6.43 was locked in. We are waiting for a score to drop in for Last of Sun. A 5.84 would be the requirement.
Yeah, and looking back, remembering back to that, Shannon, it was really the size of that opening turn, but we do know that you can get mid-range scores, a 5.84 being a mid-range score from single maneuvers if they're big enough. So the judges really taking their time on that, deciding whether that's big enough. And we are replaying this last one of our surfer in green. This did not go into a scoreline, but was a beautiful outside maneuver. And this last one of Lucas Shannon drops in as a 6.27. So he has now thrown away 2 6s and he's keeping 2 6s. A 10-minute heat essentially for Lucas. And that's the sign of a good competitor that, although it didn't start out the way that he wanted it to, he was able to pull it together. The sign of a mentally strong competitor.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to hearing this post-heat interview, really knowing what was going through his mind for that first half of the heat As we take one more look at this one, 6.27 coming through as his last score. It's not going to factor into his top two. Also, we've got a 3.83 on the board for last of Sun for Team Israel. It's not going to be enough for the Israeli to take the advancing position, and it will officially be China's Xu Lu who holds on to second behind Lucas Skinner from England.
Yeah, so a huge heat. That was so exciting. Plenty of great scores going down in that.
Well, we're going to go to check out the highlights from today's action. There has been more than one, Rachel, and I can't wait to sit back and relax for a moment. Right after that, we'll check in with Skin Pup and get the results on the rest of, or his feedback as far as how that heat went, which was really exciting. As you can see, a lot of surfers now just running out to get their free surfs in.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Basically, as soon as that horn blows, it is crazy central out there. Everyone paddling out, trying to get their wave as quick as they can. But when everyone has that strategy, it becomes crowded like that. So we see Lucas making his way up. So, of course, they are surfing all on those rocks, but that beach just there at the end of the point, really beautiful.
So nice. Well, let's take a quick look at highlights. We'll be back with more right after this. Skin Pup. Well, a huge day of surfing that we have just completed for day 5 of competition. Taking a look at our schedule, it's pretty much just the same story day after day here. Sunrise to sunset, Punta, Rocas, and El Bosque have really fun waves, so we're just going to watch a lot of the world's best juniors surf them all the way until Sunday, and 4 of them are going to be crowned gold medalists.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm doing math real quick. 18 of them will walk away with medals as well. Just making those medal matches a huge honor to bring back to your country.
Nice quick math.
Yeah, thanks.
Actually,
4 times 4.
16.
That's what I said.
You said 18.
No,
I heard 18.
Maybe I said 18.
Either way, you can
It's
tell
been a
us
long
on
day.
social media.
Sunrise to sunset.
ISA Surfing. Check out the social media. We don't know what came out of Rachel's mouth. As we can see, all right, well, Lucas Skinner just making his way in, just taking a deep breath. Sounds like he got a little bit overheated at the end of that heat, which is no surprise. The team's just going to make sure he's okay before he steps onto the glass. You know, that back half of the heat, he had the hustle on.
Well, Shannon, I'm looking at his wave count. 6 waves that he caught. 5 of those were in the last 10 minutes of the heat. So makes sense in wearing that full suit that he's wearing. You can just see that a lot of those athletes are getting overheated if they're wearing more than a spring suit.
Well, he just found 4 sixes, I think, in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe less.
Yeah, exactly. Less than 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's an extreme burn as far as a quick workout goes. Let's go down to the beach, though, to check in with Chris Cote and Skin Pup.
Right on, Lucas. Burning up out there. You got 4 sixes in 10 minutes. You kind of had the team slightly on edge at the beginning of that heat. So how did you pull things back together?
Yeah, thanks so much. It was fun. It was a long day of waiting for me. But yeah, I was just a bit in between, like, safe surfing and not. But I pulled it back together at the end and super happy with my surfing. The team did well today and on to tomorrow.
So 5 days and only 2 heat surf. That's a lot of time to think about what you have to do. Of course, you've been down here on the beach supporting the team. What have you been thinking about? What have you been processing in the last 5 days?
Yeah, you definitely learn a lot about the wave when you're watching the heats, but it is very long. Trying not to get sunburnt. Today I felt it then in my heat. I've been in the sun all day, but yeah, no, feeling really good, and I think just keep going. Be excited to surf the left tomorrow, and yeah.
Now, a lot of people are saying this is the best ever team fielded by England here at the junior level. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think we're such a strong team this year. The vibe's amazing. Got a cool house we're all staying in, and yeah, I couldn't ask for a better crew. Got Dad here as the coach and got my sister here competing. So, yeah, just keep the flow going and fingers crossed we can go the way.
All right, so what's next for you and for the team?
Gold medal. I think we're both in it. Me and Finn are still in the 18 boys, and then my sister Lila and a couple of the other girls are still in, and we're all just fighting for the medals, and I believe we can all do it, so we're just going to keep going.
Right on. I know you got a lot of support here on the beach. I think your dad's back here holding the flag, but you want to say anything to your friends and family back home?
Yeah, thanks to my parents. My mum and Levin are watching back home, and my sister Lucy. Yeah, all the boys that skinned on surfboards, making the best boards. I'm on a Magic again. And yeah, just keep the flow going. Lola, Levin, Lila, Lucy, let's just keep it going.
Keep it going. Good luck out there, brother.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Lucas. So well-spoken always, and you know, has those sights set on gold. 2 silver medals over the last couple years of competing here at the ISA World Juniors, and would be so awesome to watch him walk away with that gold.
Yeah, just such a nice kid and brings a lot of positivity to his team. Obviously a really accomplished international surfer already, so I know he brings that to his team and supporting them all.
That's right, he's caught a couple of those Rip Curl Grom Search wins on the global scale, those world championship events for them. So he's had some success in events that have a lot of weight to them. We'll see if he's able to walk away with that here. It's been a huge day of surfing once again here at Punta Rocas in Peru. Rach, it's been great to be able to call the action with you. And how fun and playful were those conditions throughout the whole day?
Yeah, literally all day. I mean, we sat here on the first heat of the day going, okay, it's already sunny. Does that mean we're going to see that wind pick up really quickly? We've seen the wind be a factor over the past few days, but today was magical. Sunny, little bits of wind, and waves all day.
Well, we've got way more action coming tomorrow. We're going to see the under-18 girls kicking off round 3 out here at Punta Rocas tomorrow. Following that will be the under-16 girls in the lineup here as well. The boys will be surfing at El Bosque. And Rachel, maybe you and I, we're hitting the water after this. Couple fun waves out there.
Maybe. That would be great. I would love that.
Well, thanks so much for tuning in today. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. for all the action. Stay tuned then.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been half road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.